strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you
name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of ahead, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly.
Is that really your best? I reserve mercy for what's known as the masses. And as for my wrath, it is reserved for the wicked. Only after enduring all 81 trials did I see how this world's hardships never end. How does your head compare to the serpent sovereign? Yeah! Huh? Divine form renewed! Evil, be gone! All forms fade! Before the Lotus Podium, all suffering ends! Mercy and wrath unite! I return from the West to dive back into this chaotic world. Little ones of Mount Huaguo, Do you still remember me? The great sage, heaven's equal? I'll be back in a flash. Don't let any demons sneak in while I'm gone. Time to leave the stone behind and see where fate takes me. This land belongs to Mount Huaguo now.
Legendary!
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands.
Double kill! Double kill!
This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
Fastest in front. They're gonna use it. Golden Tide slows down Tatsumi.
Victory!
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
The new Honor of Kings version is here. Let's take a look at the two major areas of updates: hero control adjustments and battlefield balancing improvements. Basic attack targeting rules have been updated. If a player is crowd controlled for too long while using a basic attack, the attack command will now automatically be cancelled, preventing heroes from continuing to chase enemies after the crowd control ends. The movement wheel's dead zone has also been adjusted. After the improvements, there's no longer a dead zone in the center, helping prevent input interruption issues. After improving basic attack and skill targeting logic, even if base attack target priority is set to lowest absolute health, you still prioritize nearby epic monsters, and targeting will feel more intuitive. Next up is an overview of the battlefield balance updates. In the new version, The true damage value of the Crimson Golem buff has been adjusted, with the minimum value slightly reduced. The tower destruction slow effect has also been improved. When a tower is destroyed, nearby enemies will now be slowed. The teleportation portal cooldown has been reduced from 45 seconds to 30 seconds, allowing for more flexible tactical choices. A new lizard platform return mechanic has also been added. When a lizard leaves the platform's area, it will automatically climb back onto the platform. There are even more battlefield improvements waiting for you to experience in-game. See you in the Gorge.
Azuria, the southern archipelago of Primera. Here, humans and great beasts live in symbiosis. How this came to be traces back to a never-ending catastrophe. 2,000 years ago, Azuria's mightiest great beast, Anita, merged with a power that fell from the Sky Dome. That power amplified Anita's strength, but shattered its sanity. Driven mad, Anita transformed into a massive vortex, the world devouring everything in its path. Where it passed, great beasts were torn apart and islands were destroyed. This was the disaster that would define Azuria's history, the Eternal Calamity. In its wake, Azuria stood on the brink of annihilation. This catastrophe became known as the Great Desolation. In despair, the humans and great beasts, once mortal enemies, became each other's only hope of survival. The great beast Devita and humanity's greatest champion, Devara, abandoned their conflict and chose to work together. The great beasts sheathed their fangs, and the humans let go of their hatred. All surviving life grasped at one final power, the churning. Deep beneath the sea lay Amrita, a force brimming with boundless vitality. Through the combined efforts of humans and great beasts, it was awakened, restraining the calamity at the center of Azuria and restoring life to the world. But the calamity was not destroyed, merely sealed within Azuria's center. It erupts from time to time, bringing countless disasters to the land. Devara collected his knowledge and power and passed them down through the generations, hoping that one day the calamity could be ended for good. And so, this has continued for 2,000 years.
Chief Elder Devara! The calamity has erupted again!
It seems trouble has returned. The secret to life is to just take every punch and keep going.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia. This is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Itu kan track kita.
Relax, bro.
Phone aku!
Jom kembali.
Mountain View! Angkatkan pengemaraan! Kau boleh!
Kat mana pula ni?
Water truck!
Kasih boost!
Adventure!
Dapat pun. Steady, bro.
Rancakan kemana gengmu?
Double kill!
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage. Slain. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our high ground tower is under attack. Amazing! Unbelievable! Triple kill.
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
You have been slain.
With the new consignment market feature, both new and veteran players can earn consignment items just by staying active. Sell them to earn tokens and purchase the items you've always wanted. Players can head to Dragon's Hoard to get tradable appearances, chests, and more. Players can list tradable items on the consignment market to earn curio tokens. During the initial launch period of this feature, all item listings will have their listing charge waived. Use your Curio tokens to trade on the consignment market, or purchase skins that were available before June 17th directly from the shop. With the new consignment items, players can complete events to earn tradable chests. Choose to open them yourself or list them on the consignment market for sale. Tradable skins can be obtained by opening tradable chests or by redeeming them in Dragon's Hoard. Tradable spritlings can be obtained by opening tradable chests. Tradable cards can be obtained by opening tradable card chests. If you bought an item but did not use it yet, you can still relist it on the consignment market.
Itu bukan truk kita.
Relax, bro.
Phone aku! Jom kembali. Mountain View! Angkatkan pengemaraan! Kau boleh! Kat mana pula ni? Water truck!
Kasih boost!
Adventure! Dapat pun. Steady, bro!
Rancangkan kemana gengmu!
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Tried to break
I'm alive 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far? Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside, inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up 'cause it's our time to shine.
Day 7 of Asian Games Esports Qualifiers. Honor of Kings saw teams continue their push toward qualification, with every result carrying greater significance as the tournament progresses. Uzbekistan opened the day with a confident performance against Mongolia. Uzbekistan controlled the pace of the series and secured a convincing 2-0 victory to begin the day's action. Having remained unbeaten throughout the tournament, Myanmar entered the series looking to extend their remarkable run, securing another clean 2-0 victory against Kyrgyzstan. Drama intensified when Vietnam and Laos collided in a hard-fought 3-game series. Laos mounted a remarkable comeback, winning the third game to secure a hard-fought 2-1 victory. Republic of Korea delivered one of the most dominant performances of the day and left little room for Syria to respond. The result was another commanding 2-0 victory, further reinforcing Republic of Korea's status as one of the tournament's strongest contenders. Singapore imposed their game plan with confidence and controlling objectives against Sri Lanka, securing a dominant 2-0 victory to close out Day 7's action. 7 days into the competition, every team is searching for a path forward. Some through dominance, some through resilience, and some through consistency.
Days ago, 20 teams have arrived, carrying the hopes of the region. And we've seen since then dominant performances, heartbreaking defeats, and every group battle shaped the road to the Asian Games. Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings. We've reached the final day of the group stage before the last chance. For some, this is about finishing what they've started. And for others, it's about holding on to the opportunity they have worked so hard to earn. And today, 2 matches rise above the rest. Republic of Korea, Hong Kong, China, Indonesia, the Philippines. All 4 have arrived at the same destination, undefeated and amongst the tournament's elites. But now, those perfect records will be put to an end. First, we're going to be seeing dominant performances between Hong Kong, China, and Republic of Korea. They collide in a battle between 2 teams that have turned excellence into expectations. Then comes a familiar foe between Indonesia and the Philippines, a rivalry that's been seen across the esports fans in Southeast Asia. And today, they will battle it out. For days, these regions have looked untouchable. And today, the tournament's undefeated giants will finally collide. This is no longer just about qualification. This is about pride and making a statement. Day 8 starts now, and the road to the Asian Games continues. Casters, lead the gorge.
Maganda tanghali, Pilipinas! Nagbabalik tayo muli sa Day 8 ng Honor of Kings Asian Games Qualifiers. So, kasama ko naman si Mr. Magandang Hapon. Kamusta, boss? Kamusta ang buhay-buhay, Gigi Spear?
Maayos na maayos. And once again, maganda. Teka lang, umaga pa ba? Umaga pa yata no? Umaga pa, malapit na magtanghali.
Tanghalian.
At, tanghalian na guys. No? Mag-lunch na kayo lahat habang manonood kayo ng mga umatikang pong bakbakan sa ating paparating na laban dito. No? In our Asian Games HOK. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the rest of the matches for today. Even though may mga ano na tayo para may masasabi natin na yung ibang teams natin is magpaproceed na, yung iba nalagdag na. Pero itong last day natin para last day sa qualifiers kasi bukas mga last chance pa yun Kumbaga last day natin ngayon dito sa ating group stage talagang makikita natin kung ano yung mga maiinit na teams na gustong mag-maintain na kanilang magandang stats in these qualifiers.
Speaking of the stats, napag-usapan nga din namin yan nung day number 6 kung saan yung Pilipinas magkakaroon na isang match na sabi mo nga naka-qualify na pero may match ngayon na posibleng parang non-bearing na ngayong labas. Pero ang pinakatanong dito ay magbibigay ba sila ng pagkakataon para makakuha ng isang punto kahit na hindi naman magkakaroon ng bearing Pero on to the standings ng ating updated bracket groups from Group A, B, C, and D. So far sa Group A, pareho lang po yan. Indonesia at Pilipinas, a familiar foe. Makikita na naman. Once again,
magkakasugatan.
Magkakasugatan na naman ulit ngayon sa big stage ng Honor of Kings. Group B naman, Myanmar at Nepal. Group C and Group D, pare, kamusta naman sa'yo?
Laos number 1, tapos Kazakhstan medyo may isang talo lang dito, Pero later on, malalaman natin gusto talaga yung mga at the top of their groups. Sa Group D naman, ganun din, Same with Group A. Sino nga ba talaga ang magkakaroon ng isang talo at sino magiging undefeated sa kanilang mga groups? Kaya nga sabi natin kanina, kahit na wala ng bearing itong ating day 8 ng ating qualifiers, baka naman dito natin makikita pa din syempre kung sino yung talagang medyo may lamang sa paparating na mismong playoffs na pagdating sa Nagoya, Japan.
Speaking of lamang, sarap pakinggan yung Nagoya, Japan, pare. Feeling ko secured na talaga. Yung nag-post one time ang Team Pilipinas, secured na po ang aming bagahe, secured na po ang aming vlogs na content for the day kasi mukhang sushi is the way na talaga for Team Pilipinas sa Japan. Pero looking back on what you said there about the groups na naging consistent yung Indonesia and Philippines. In terms of Hira Pool, may hindi lumalagpas ng 15 from day number 6. And one thing that's interested dito to actually fight back is yung Group B. Medyo hindi ganun kalinis, medyo shaky yung Pero ito yung matches natin today, pare, for best of 3 ng day 8.
Yes, ang schedule natin for today, unang-una sa lahat, makikita natin yan maya lamang Nepal versus Jordan. Sabay after that, we have Group C naman, Saudi Arabia versus Laos. And sa Group D, para sa ating next game after that, Singapore versus Syria. And then Korea Republic versus Hong Kong, China. And then ang last but not the least, ang mainit pa sa gabi, na walang aircon. Indonesia versus Philippines.
Napaka talaga minsan mapapaisip pa talaga kung mapapa-electric fan ko, ano mo na lang talaga yung
Mahirap.
Ang hirap talaga. Ano ba yan? June pa naman ngayon, may dagdag na 0.15 centavos.
Literal naubos, pati pantubos.
Ano ba yan? Pero Pilipinas, tubusin nyo na ang dapat na tubusin sa Group A. Last prime time pala to mamaya.
Prime time, oh.
Yung last 2 matches, what we mean about this from Group D and Group A, sila po kasi yung yung 2-0 na hindi na totally na parang sweep no? Parang it's still a hard-fought performance na lagi natin nakikita sa dalawang teams and we're excited to see. Kahit sa uling araw, baka mamaya kahit konting pagkakataon bumawi, ayaw ata pagbigyan natin. One thing na put forward to Indonesia, mukhang consistent pa rin sila sa gusto nilang mangyari dito.
Yun din ang inabangan natin kasi we've been seeing yung games ng Indonesia no, na para talagang pinoprotektahan nila yung kanilang KDA na sobrang linis, no? Kaya nila magkaroon ng kahit anong death sa kanilang lineup, no? Kaya naman talagang maaabangan din natin kung paano susugatan ng Pilipinas, no? Team Philippines yung ating game dito with Indonesia. But at the other side, we also have a lot of upcoming matches dito na talagang really exciting. Kagaya na sinabi ko kanina, yung Republic of Korea versus Hong Kong, China. Parehong ito isa sa mga mabibigat na mga teams natin dito, no? One of the at least for now, 2 of the contenders talaga na lalaban pagdating sa playoffs. And we all know na right now, we have China and Malaysia na waiting na sa ating playoffs. Kaya naman, yun din yung talagang binabantayan natin.
Habang binabantayan natin ang laban ngayong araw na to, sumali na sa event para makakuha ang bagong Playground Hunter by Chi Skin. Libre. Ayan, balita ko na mamimigay po ang ating tropa dito. Pag sumali ka lang sa kanyang RG, sumali ka lang sa RG na may skin na kaagad. Sana all. Papasana all ka na lang talaga. Diba?
Ano yan? Ano lang yan? Yung sa Nobility 10 yan, yung pwede mo i-share. Yung skin mo, yun
Grabe.
Dahil wala tayong pamigay.
Nobility 10 na ba, boss? Nobility 10 na ba?
Oo. Nobility 15 na, 15.
Ay!
10 na. Max na tayo. Pwede tayo mag-share ng skin. Yun yung maganda sa HOK. Pero, yun nga, guys, yung by cheese skin na yun, pwede nyo makuha yan. Laro lang kayo daily. Nasa halfway na ako kasi di ako gano'n nakapaglaro araw-araw. Pero konti na lang guys, pag kayo pwede nyo makuha yan agad, saglit lang pag naglalaro kayo daily.
Ay, pag naglalaro ka daily, especially na may bagong reset. Ako, sabihin ko sa'yo, GG, hawk na talaga ako eh.
Hawk na hawk!
Totoo lang sa bagong reset, parang gusto ko to bagong UI, bagong mga hero, tapos yung collab, yung bagong collab. Si Annette.
Upcoming.
Oo nga pala, alam ko di natin pwede gamitin si Annette dito, pero share ko lang galing tayo kahapon sa HOK Rising Star Cup Pero ngayon, exciting times ahead ang pwede nating makita.
Sila Annette, from AOV. Mga bagong heroes sa HOK ngayon, talagang medyo mas lumaki yung hero pool kahit na paano. At dumadami rin yung mga pwede nating iban na mga hero tuloy sa ating games dito.
So, panoorin muna natin to guys bago tayo magsimula sa laban. Let's go.
Papunta na sila sa ultimate test ng kanilang journey. Isang panalo ngayon ang magpapatuloy na last chance hopes nila. Isang talo ang mag-iiwan ng malaking tanong sa future nila. Kaya sa laban na to, all in na sila guys. Handa na lumaban para sa isa pang araw. Simulan na ang team from Nepal.
Nalampasan na ang kabiguan at kanilang tingin ay diretso lang sa harap. Subok sa disiplina at pagkakaisa. Ito ang Team Jordan. Ito
East
na.
bump tayo dito, no?
Ayan.
Para talagang makita natin yung sportsmanship ng mga players natin. And again, this is the game 1 for today. Nepal versus Jordan. May medyo shaken and bacon yung kanilang mga previous matches dito. Pero I believe ito din yung parang, again, showcase nila, no? Talagang maipakita nila ang kanilang, ang last day natin dito. But for the lineup, syempre from Nepal, we have Sushank, Swastik, BJR, Sushil, and si Suyog na rin na lumaban dito against Jordan.
That's Team Nepal. Mukhang sila nga ang ng number 2 currently sa kanilang Group B. Kapareho din pero nangunguna pa rin ang Myanmar, Nepal still following onto the qualification part na kanilang group. Mukhang ito pa rin ang kanilang gustong gawin for this day. Kahit na may konting ano lang naman, may konting pwedeng maging difference dito. Pero importante, pasok sa group. Ang kakalaban nila ngayon lang iba kundi ang Team Jordan. Ito kanilang lineup. We have Muhammad onto the clash and we have Mahmood for the jungle. Meron tayong mid lane for si Yazan at si farm lane. We have Ahmad and for the roamer, kasama natin si Salame. At ito ang lineup ng Team Jordan kasalukuyan. As we said, naging shaken ang kanilang standings dito, sitting at number 4 sa kanilang group. Group B, medyo hindi nagkaroon ng 1, 2, and 2 for results, pero somewhat ito yung nagpapabatak sa kanila, to be honest. Pero ito, may tinignan din kami potential sa team na to. Who knows, baka sa pagkakataon na to, may meron pang palag.
Oo, baka ano na eh. Kasi kumbaga, kahit na nasa panghuli sila or sa kanila, number 4 sila dito sa kanilang group parang malaki pa rin yung ano nila dito yung opportunity for them to be able to see kung ano yung what future holds, no, with the Jordan na lineup that they have right now. And also, bring up ko lang dito, no, pagdating pala sa Nepal, medyo mabigat yung kanilang lineup kasi they have two rookie players na hindi naman pala rookie, no, but they already played during the 2022 Asian Games. Kaya naman talagang ngayon yung talagang pwede natin bantayan din sa kanilang team. But the head-to-head, 17 versus 19 hero pool, medyo mas marami palang hero na nagamit ang Jordan.
Considering na limited yung hero pool ngayon na Asian Games Qualifiers, no, one thing that also stand out pag yung isang team na una sa isang group, hindi lumalayo sa 15 or less than 15 heroes sa kanilang pinaglalaroan na hero pool. But with this, I think for Nepal, they're still remaining consistent sa pinakamalakas nilang mga picks dito. With hero pool naman compared to Jordan 19, it's not, again, hindi naman ganun kasama na mag-experiment, especially now na parang mabalik ka tayo simula no? Walang global ban pick. Walang global ban pick dito. So pwedeng ulitin. Kaya yung first strike rate ng Jordan nandiyan pa rin talaga. So I think one thing to also to note for the head-to-head for Nepal, medyo mid to late game. Pero kung maganda ang kanilang early game start dito for Nepal, medyo mas macro ang galawan nila dito compared to Jordan.
Oo, kita na naman natin sa KDA, ang daming deaths na meron dito ang Jordan, no? So that's something that they have to work on later on sa ating game against Nepal. Parang head-to-head natin, syempre we have the mid laner sa CBJ and si Yazan. 4.5 KDA versus 3.5 na nakita natin in terms of their playstyle would pretty much rotate together, no, with their junglers. But at the same time, there's also again, you mentioned kanina, no, the macro play that Nepal has dito that usually revolves around their jungler. Kaya naman yun yung pwede natin din makita kung paano nila ma-utilize yung ganong klaseng playstyle. But Jordan on the other hand, kita natin if how they can help out itong si Yazan to be very much effective in his mid lane.
Effectivity is the one to be questioned sa araw na to dahil either will they become open to experiment or will they be still consistent. Alam mo, kung babalikan ko yung naging statistic ng mga picks dito, talagang si Chano ang ultimate favorite ng ating mga draft dito kasi the most possibly reliable hero ang pwede nating makita on the farm. Siyempre hindi pwede mapick si Aoyin dito. So Chano Lapu ata followed by Direnji yung nagiging follow-up sa mga lineup dito. Or parang it brings us back to the beginning din. For Honor of Kings, very refreshing to see. Kasi lasan na tayo sa global ban and pick
agree, no? Tsaka Erin din, minsan may konting silip pero madalas talaga Chano yung nakikita natin. And on the other side, in terms of the jungle role naman, madalas din natin makita ngayon is si saan ba yun? Si Okyo Tachibana.
Isa pa yun.
Yan ang madalas na ginagamit ngayon because wala tayong pay, wala tayong, yun nga, no, you mentioned kanina, wala tayong Ogran, so wala rin tayong Luna. So right now, Okyo is isa sa mga pinakamabilis mag-clear with his jungler na pwede maging talagang threat sa ating mga rotation na pwedeng gawin ng kanilang team. But now, simula na, no? Malapit na tayo magsimula, Erp. We have 25 seconds on the clock bago mag-start ang ating game 1 dito. Ano bang ano mo dito? Nostra mo dito?
Ito, I think Nepal getting the upper hand on the ranking sa Group B. I think pwede maging consistent ang kanilang result dito. Considering nagkaroon ng 2 bump sa kanilang score, nagkaroon pa rin naman sila ng +2 sa Group B nila. So I think Nepal still could be the winning team dito on the first match of the day. Not unless yung mga talo ni Jordan ay ma-address na coming from their group on nung day 6. So malalaman natin. Pero ako, on to Nepal side, medyo consistent ang kanilang galaw dito. And so far, they have been more on the results sa kanilang macro sa kadalaban nila.
Nako. Eto na. Simula na kagad ang ating drafting, mga kaibigan. Tinanggal kagad si Dolia and Garuda. Sa kabilang banda, tinanggal si Kuya Guanyu at si Mai. First pick ng Nepal, si Direnji. Mainit ang Sabado natin dito Saturday.
Ano talaga, you can feel the temperature this Saturday. Wala na talaga ibang option. Either Direnji or mag-i-erin onto your farm lane. Kaya, well, Arlie is one considerable option dahil nga si Jiang Fei nga naman ang laging pina-follow up dito. Ito, classic combo to, naalala ko pa dati kaya nagsimula ng Honor of Kings. Dito talaga yung simulang combo to, yung Arlie Jiang Fei. Pero considering na si may cleanse naman talaga si Direnji, a lot of ways to be utilized dahil may Lian po dito. Medyo full on invade pa lang Nepal, considering na yung Jordan kailangan ng oras para maka-start up ng lineup nila.
Nakita tayo ng info ngayon, no? Kaya pala medyo first pick dito ng Jordan ay si Arlie. Yun yung top pick hero nila when it comes to the marksman role. Same with Ata. So parang inagawan din dito pala nila si si jungler nila ng Musashi kasi yun din sa mga most pick heroes na meron ng Jordan dito na ngayon ay kinuha ng Nepal.
Wow, I think gusto ata nila dito magkaroon ng magandang potential in terms of that invade dahil nga kailangan nila may pang-abot dito sa Arlie. Dahil ito considering na may Ata pa pala, naging effective din to on the wave clear plus the crowd control. Parang full lineup protection, maybe all for the front dahil yung Ata merong Ghost Ship, yung Jiang Fei meron ding Unbridled Outburst. So in a way yung Arlie dito kailangan talaga maganda yung paglapag mismo ng red carpet niya para makakuha ng magandang hits dito sa likod ng Nepal. Medyo magiging open si Direnji kung si Musashi at si Lian po magsiset
Tama. So parang penetration to the backline talaga ang pwede nilang gawin dito, and at the same time, like what you mentioned, Jordan needs to protect their Arlie. Alam naman natin ang Arlie medyo mahirap magamitin yan. But syempre, again, I mentioned earlier na ito yung mga top pick ng Jordan dito. No? Tinanggal nila si Annie and Xiao Qiao. Sabi nila mo dati tinanggal naman si Dharma and si Liu Bang para magkabawasan yung kanilang mga potential clash laners dito. And now we're looking at the 4th pick of Jordan, and that's going to be Fatih.
I think a liable option, all in damage talaga ang Jordan dito. Kaya pala nila binan out ang Liu Bang plus yung Dharma. There's no way that they could actually reinforce the Musashi sa kada dive at sa kada rin talo ng Lian po. I think they're trying to put a controlled smashing ground for Nepal. Kaya Lady Jen ang magiging disruptor nila, right? Unless magkaroon ng pagkukulang dito sa protection ng backline ng Jordan. Byron, a fair approach sa clash lane nila.
Interesting, no? Ang ganda ng utility na meron dito ang Nepal. They have slow, they have damage as well. And secure of that knock-up coming from the duel to the death itong si Musashi. Kaya naman ang importante na lang dito is the follow-up and the protect na pwede nilang ibigay sa isang Direnji.
Yes.
Jordan on the other side, like you mentioned kanina, no? Maganda yung kanilang overall skirmish power. So we'll see kung sino yung kanilang magiging last pick. Thinking of, I think, mid laner, and that's going to be Haino. Medyo mabagal na damage, and at the same time, parang prolonged team fights ang gusto nila dito, Erp.
I think prolonged team fights tama. Tapos yung yung wave clear dito, will they go for that mid lane? May nagtry nga din talaga one time yung yung Haino nilagay nila sa farm lane. A very interesting decision back then on day 6. Kasi kahit kami nagtaka din kami dun, pero it was probably yung naging practice nila or maybe naging preparation heading towards this tournament. So kanya-kanyang flavor ang gusto nilang ipakita dito. Kaya pala mid lane Haino laban sa Lady Jen, mas mataas din naman pa rin ng wave clear na isang Haino control against the Lady Jen early game.
Kaya talaga kasing umikot din yan pag gugustuhin niya. Madali lang siya makapag-rotate every time na maklear niya kagad yung wave sa mid natin. At right now, ito na ang ating simulang game. Game 1 pa lang to, guys, no? So we have a lot of matches about to come today. And most importantly, syempre, inaabangan natin Team Philippines later on. Lalaban na against Team Indonesia. Yan yung rivalry match natin. But here we go. Game 1 kaagad. Bakbakan agad sa mid. Clear lang kanilang mga minion waves.
It's the start of a rotation for Team Jordan at dito lang may kung paano nga ba ipapareact ang lineup na to dahil mostly wala pa namang level 4 isang late gen, wala pa naman ding a duel to the death dito, but one thing they can do is probably hold on and counter out the wave dahil nga early mabilis ka rin tayo mag-clear. Sinasamahan din pala ni Heino. Wow, 3v3 bisita ka agad sa baba, Erp.
Bakbakan agad, 5v5 ha, pero medyo may kalamangan dito ang Jordan because of Heino na pwedeng dumistansya lang at mag-stack ng kanyang Scepter of Fate. And walang mangyayaring first blood dito for now. Nakuha pa dito ng Jordan ng ating Ibong Adarna.
I think that one way they would just like to seal yung mga maliliit na objective dito. I think with this si Ahmad at si Salame, nakita natin kung paano ito mag-perform back in the day nung Day 5 and Day 6 may mga on point na rin ng mga unbridled outbursts na nabibigay para sa kanyang farm lane. At with this rotation, mga pinapabilis ang kanyang level 4 para hindi ka agad maharangan ng Lian po plus ng Direnji sa baba. May laban pala sa taas. Oh, ganda namang ila doon.
Baka agad, tinulak, sabay ginamitan ng ghost ship. Kaya lang, makakataas ka agad. Tinalunan lang yung ghost ship dito, yung ulti na meron si Mammoth. And that's going to be a wasted ulti for now. But that's okay. The attempts is there. Teleport coming in sa mid. Nagabang. Itong si Salame. Kasama niya si Ahmad. Baka magkakasalubungan na Mammoth. Dalawang kanya makakalaban dito si Musa Spaghetti. Papasok nga ba? May ulti pa siya. May duel to the death. Pero 3v3. Here comes the marksman as well. So medyo magkaiwalay, no? Ang nakapwesto dito sa baba ay yung kanilang mid laner.
I think right now, hino-hold on nila bago magkaroon ng attempt for the first strike rather ang Team Nepal dahil wala pa tayong major objective. Wala pa rin level 4 ng dalawang roamers natin dito.
True.
Kaya nagbabantayan lang muna, exchange of data lang muna. But for Jordan, they're holding on na wala muna makakatawid na mabibisitahan sa kanilang kampo dito unless yung first objective nandito na first 3 minutes. Ang labanan ay impormasyon para sa Nepal at kay Jordan. Balik tayo sa mid lane. Crowd control ang ginagamit para makapag-clear. At level 4 na rin dito ang Lian po. Suyog, pwede makakuha ng pero ibang rotation ang gusto gawin ng Nepal. Ayaw nila sa mid. Jordan, hold on lang muna. Mukhang sasabay ata sa reaction.
Oo, despite the rotation going on, no, medyo pantay na pantay yung ating mga gold with regards to the mid laners and yung ating farm lane. So, doesn't make that much sense. What I would say, siguro in terms of matchup, Ahmad is not really confident to go against Sushi with that Direnji, no? Kaya naman talagang ang umiikot dito ay si Ahmad and potentially going for the preparing lang if ever magkaroon ng teamfight dito because they know for now na wala pa naman gano'n na magiging malaking effect ang isang Heino sa early teamfight.
Tama. I think it's more likely to be the Soka punching bag pwedeng maging solusyon dito dahil pwede nang tangkin dito yung mga hits na pwede na makuha for Direnji. Wala pa namang second item yung Direnji na ito. Slowly building up possibly the Spark Forge or maybe the Doomsday right away para magkaroon
parang Doomsday ito.
Parang Doomsday na nga to. May pick up na kaagad ng Doomsday. Speaking of which, si Ahmad meron na. Ayan na, 3v2 ata. May nagandang
ay!
na.
Ang ganda naman ng tulak na yun. Kaya lang, what's next after, no? Makunat yan. Medyo makunat na Lian po. Imagine, medyo matagal na nalagay sa ref, no? Kaya medyo makunat-kunat ang ating Lian po dito.
Kailangan mo na i-defrost.
Pero, defrost muna. Kaya naman ngayon, nag-up na yung ating Tyrant. Nakapwesto silang lahat. Nakapwe-prepare na sila ngayon for this first objective of the game. Pwesto rin naman, teleport coming in para kay Shushang. Aabot nga ba? Walang makakaabot sa kanila. Tamang unbridled outburst lang. Patayo ang mga miyembro ng Nepal.
Ganda ng setup doon na ginawa ng Jordan Salame using that unbridled outburst para wala nang makalapit. Mataas din talaga yung potential na pwede mag-contest but looks like for Team Nepal, parang hindi sila nag-all-in on that possible smite battle. Pero ang problema lang dito, sila ata ay kukuha ng trade sa farm lane. 4 or 3 nakikita natin from Team Nepal. At habang may damage ngayon ng Jordan, mukhang lalaban ba or magkakapokan lang ba dito habang nagbabantay ng backlane? Enter ba dito? Nagagawin si Azan. But so far, nagbabantayan lang pala Erp. Slow and steady game. Mukhang football season na nga.
Pero pwede to pwede nilang i-attempt to go for the tower pero they decided that's not for now because alam nila na nandun si BJ, so going to be very hard to clear the minion wave and then push the first tower if ever man. At sa ngayon nag-teleport si Shushank pero pagdating niya sugatan kaagad ng isang marino.
Ay, yung problema yun. Kung masusugatan kaagad yung isang marino, wala kayong pwedeng sakyan na barko or ilapag na barko sa ganitong teamfight. Kasi totoo lang, ang una talaga na lineup ng Jordan. Kung isipin mo makuna talaga, pero yung Oy! First strike!
Walang makunat sa marami.
Pinag-uusapan
Bulgogi na nasa first strike agad.
Ayun na nga. The first strike. Mukhang nag-all-in ka agad doon na nagsama-sama pa sa season. Uy!
No, pumunta sa pamaypay. Payong pala, hindi pala pamaypay. Buti ka na masira yung ating first tower dito. Pero okay lang yan. Medyo ganda lang ginawa ni Ahmad doon ha. Panalo lang talaga. Pinakitaan niya lang ng muscle, kumbaga.
Flexan lang muna yung media day photoshoot. Pakita mo nga post mo.
Yan.
Yun lang muna,
Yan.
Pakita muna ng post. I think that's one way to see na, yun, temp check. May damage na ako. Kasi hindi ata pumapalag hindi ata pumapalag yung Jordan dahil sabi nga natin may kakunatan. Pero kung in-numbers ang Nepal, makakuha sila ng isa daw. Pero in this case, sa pinapatagal ni Jordan ng laban, mas humahaba ang potential nila at mas lumalaki rather ang potential nila dito na makakuha ng mga pick-off. Venomous Staff pick-up available for Yazan. Naka-teleport to. Expect natin na mag-iikot slowly and steady ang Haino na ito.
Oo. Sa ngayon, medyo talagang mabagal eh. Mabagal kasi ano naman gagawin ng Hino kanina, early pa lang. Pero sa ngayon, may potential na siya. May teleport pa din siya na hindi niya pa nagagamit so far. Could be used somewhere in the map if ever masira yung mid natin na tower na malapit na masira sa ngayon. Isang ubo na lang yan eh. Kumbaga, munti ka na kanina pero depensahan nga ni Ahmad. Nagkakasalubong mga teams dito pero walang attempt again to go for another strike. Kung sakali man, they're looking at the Overlord. Pero parang wag muna daw sabi. Wag muna, Erp.
No commitment just yet for Team Jordan. I think merong game plan, may bigger picture ata tinitingnan ng Team Jordan dito. Pero habang tumatagal, sumasakit din ang Team Nepal. Madami na po-force, madami na po-proc. Pero habang nangyayari yon, ang clash lane ata, ang ginagawa nila ng point of pressure habang kumukuha ng vision lang din. Si Suig, I think alam nila kung anong gagawin. Teka lang, 2v1!
Dual to the death, pabilisan, hindi na nag-ulti na pala siya. Pero syempre, dahil nga nandun ang isang Musashi, hindi na siya nakagawa na para makatakas. Ang ganda ng prioritization ng Nepal dito. That's going to be another tower. Actually, first tower for them, pero two strike na for Nepal.
Ayan na, nakakadalawa na dito ang Nepal. Slowly, I think they're trying to slow down ang Team Jordan lineup for now dahil may kakunatan nga talaga pero hindi pa natin nakikita yung...
tower!
Oo, hindi
Protect the tower!
Protect the tower na lang muna ang ginagawa nila dito. They're trying to delay something for their own plan. Pero T1 may tumumba ka agad. 8 minutes in at dahan-dahan mabubuksan ng Nepal ang kanilang mga jungle camps dito.
Grabe, lakas ng Nepal ha. Medyo pinapahirapan na ng husto dito ang Jordan. And like I mentioned earlier, may dalawang rookie sa kanila or dalawang player na naglaro na ng Asian Games 2022. Kaya naman talagang medyo mas ahead sila dito in terms of their positioning and yung strategizing nila.
Oy.
Pero magkakahulihan, delikado swastik. Hindi ka walastik. Delikado pag nagkataon para magkaroon ng strike to prepare for this upcoming Tyrant fight. Kailangan mag-out. Napalo yung kanila mga HP. Now, nangalahati yung buhay ng Tyrant pero na-reset, nahatak yung ating Moondragon.
At habang nahatak nila doon, naging fantastic ang kanilang disengage pero walang nangyaring pick-off dito. Habang nakuha naman ng opening 2v1 sa Torre, wala silang pake. At si Suyog, may Torre na.
Balik.
At yun, hindi yata nakaano. Ayun. We have one more. At dito nga, mid lane, nagkaroon na exchange ng turret.
Kaya ba? Dual to the death, nahuli, pero medyo makulan. Ang ganda naman na nakatubigay dito mga kaibigan ng mga miyembro ng Nepal. Jump Brothers, 3x3 para gupit ng mga bagong estudyante na kakapasok lamang nung nakaraang linggo. Pero hindi pa tapos, Nepal going for more. Another strike, and this time we are at the 6-0 score, heading for the second tower in mid lane.
I gotta commend BJR na nakita natin for the Lady Gen, that flash crowd control with the Ocean of Tears. May mga ganun talagang Lady Gen ako kasama eh. Sa HOI pa nag-RG ako. Ayaw niyo mag-set. Ako na lang mag-set kahit mage ako, pero that was a perfect, brilliant setup na nakita nating follow for Nepal. Napakagandang corner, walang naghihintay. Wala pa sila naging decision dito. Kaya ginawa nilang Lady Gen, ako na lang gagawa ng setup. Ang tagal nyo, pero napakagandang call dun mula kay Nepal. The instinct, dahil hindi nga talaga nag-i-initiate ang Jordan. Despite them having that amount of crowd control, hindi pa ganun ka-effective yung kanilang counterplay sa Nepal.
Discipline and at the same time, the chain CC na ginawa nila doon, no? Imagine, we have the Ocean of Tears, sabay follow-up. Actually, nag-start tayo ng duel to the death and then follow-up with all of the knockups that they have. And if you think about it, ang dami nilang knock-up dito, may lian po pa.
Oo, dami.
Kaya talagang lundagan malala. Stun? Ala.
it's I think Nepal is taking advantage of the timing na hindi sinisimulan ng Jordan. To be honest, may kakunatan talaga yung lineup na to, and from front to back pwede maprotektahan. Pero mukhang may nakabantay dun sa bush, wala nag-check, may humabol sa likod.
Nakita, pero medyo makunat yan. Hindi yan makunat doon kasi marksman yan, pero nakatakas siya kaagad dito. Ginamit niya lang yung kanyang cleanse. Imperial Order still on cooldown as of now, pero tama lang kasi nakatakas sila dito. Mutik na yun, no? Kung nagkataon, Muhammad, pwede maging 4v5 situation and di manalo sila, makabawi sila doon.
Totoo lang, I think right now, since di nga gumagawa ng move ang Team Jordan, nagpo-push na lang ang Nepal. I think sinabi natin kanina na mag-usapan natin ang strength ng Nepal onto the macro scale. If nothing is happening right now for Jordan, despite the strength of their lineup, may kakunatan na, may Venomous Staff, may Shadow Ripper, may Eternity Blading early na to. So it's just a matter of time for that perfect opening and setup dahil open din naman ang rage ng isang Unbridled Outburst sa Salamin dito. Kailangan talaga ng first step ng Team Jordan para makakuha ng magandang strikes sa Nepal.
1v1, jungler versus the Clash Lane. And parehong may espada, pero the rest of the members of Nepal right now going in rage sa matahan. All in, pati hanggang dulo, and hot streak na si Kuya Swastik. Another strike for them, and now Overlord ang kanilang target. Kabila para sa trade.
Mukhang magti-trade off nga sila dito. Crucial defeat mula doon kay Susha. Hindi nila alam kahit nabigay nila doon si Muhammad sa baba. May bigger plan pala si Nepal doon. Walang nag-check ng push sa taas. Nanakaw pa nga!
Aray ko po, Diyos ko po. Hindi pa sila tapos dito with that Overlord sa kamay nila. Gusto pa nila na marami pang mga strike dito, no? And because of that, nanganganib ang buhay ng kanilang third tower, high ground tower in the Clash Lane. Pero syempre, eto na yung trabaho ni Hazan eh. Kumbaga, you don't pick Haino if you don't want to clear wave. Yun yung ginagawa nila ngayon dito.
Oo nga eh. Parang dahan-dahan nakikita ang problema ng lineup ng Jordan ngayon. Pero that situation could have been contained kung nag-check bush sana. At with that, Jordan ngayon na kailangan dumipensa ng kanilang inhibitor turret. May knock-up dito. Napakataas ng punta. May damage na mo. Kumakati na kaagad.
Tower na sa loob sila ngayon. Ginamit na rin yung kanyang ulti para makabuhay pa yung tower nila na nagkaroon ng another streak dito mga kaibigan. And Mammoth is down. Nanlambot ang isang ata with a damage, with a shred na meron ng isang DRNG dito. And because of that, munti ka nang nasira yung high ground tower in the Clash Lane. Surviving for now, but the dominance of Nepal is talagang showing off in this game.
Talagang nagsarado na ang bintana ngayon ng lineup ng Jordan. It could have been a better picture sa kanilang crowd control and then poke capability laban sa Nepal. Kaso lang, they took their time. Habang tumatagal yung oras, lumalaki ang opening ngayon ng Nepal. Another inhibitor turret na target. Dalawang nawala. Dedepensa ngayon ng Jordan. May knock-up na naman!
Oh no! Naiwan si Salame! And that's going to be a strike once again. Open yung ating kristal. Wala na magdedepensa para sa kanila. And that's it. Pansit! Nepal! Winning the first game.
Unang punto ng best of 3 nasa kanila. Ang naging momentum, early game, hindi sila muna nag-contest, hindi sila muna nag-commit to anything. Pero nung nalaman nila na medyo tumatagal, may tumatagal na plano na hindi muna nagkakaroon ng execution, doon nagkaroon ng opening ang Nepal para dahan-dahan kunin. Ayan na nga, may pa-flex na. O, diba? Media Day. Yan, sabi sa'yo, Media Day flex eh.
Game 1, sure win agad, sabi ni Kuya.
Sure win.
Sabi niya, wala na to. Tapos na.
Sabi sa'yo.
Flex lang?
Flex lang. That was a great way. So, medyo magkakaroon ng reset dapat ang Team Jordan dito. Heading towards, makunat mo. Ang ganda ng nila. May Ata, may Jiang Fei, Fatih. To think in a draft visual or maybe the understanding of the draft ng Team Jordan kung saan they have greater control for the defense para sa early para makakuha ng oras and timing. Nakuha na yung third item, nakuha na yung tatlo eh. Yung Shadow, Doomsday, Shadow Reaper, Eternity Blade. Nakompleto na eh. Nagparamdam nga doon nung 5 minutes nung binasican doon sa mid lane na wala pa silang hindi pa nakuha yung T1 turret nila doon. So parang hindi lang siguro na-execute ng maayos kung paano i-layer. Despite the great amount of crowd control, yun yung pinaka naging opening. Nabasa ata kaagad ng Nepal kung paano i-address yung ganong klaseng problema.
Parang medyo mali din para sa akin yung pick ng Haino. Medyo napalaban ng husto. Despite the damage being there, pero walang solid na parang alam mo yun, yung pagdating sa pag-inisip mo yung synchronization ng kanilang lineup dito, parang kulang because of the missing flavor or recipe na meron sana sa mid lane. To think that they also went for a lane swap, no? Kung saan si Haino went to the farm lane to actually help out and clear para lang masabayan niya ang isang Direnji na alam niya may hirapan kasi dito si Arlie. So, hindi pa rin nag-work, no? At naging disadvantage sa kanila yung ganong lasting lineup. But it is what it is. Sa game 1, no? Pero panoorin natin, syempre, tignan natin yung ating naging stats earlier and the items. Like what you mentioned, Erp, no? Kompleto na dapat si, dito Kuya Amat pero nahirapan.
Oo, kailangan lang ng shield, kailangan lang ng right amount of initiating. There's so much initiating factor, there's so much crowd control comeback. Kahit nga din yung pagka-damage katin ng isang Fatty, we know how it goes onto the clash lane. But for this, yung late siya, nakita nga natin, kaya di ba napag-usapan natin before pa nagkaroon ng first strike, na sabi mo na 3 lang kinailangan para makuha ng isa despite the crowd control. Yun yung naging simula ng streak ng Nepal kung saan yung late siya, yung Musashi and yung Lian po naging open kay Haino. Dumagdag ng responsibilidad yung Haino, lacking out the burst, lacking out the control despite having the teleport emblem dito na pwedeng umikot at pwedeng mag-clear. Turns out hindi nila na-execute na yung pinaka-plano nila dito heading towards their own composition.
Wala hindi mo nga maramdaman yung teleport play kahit nung early game. Siguro I agree that in that situation, kailangan niya lang talagang depensahan against Sushil yung farm lane, pero did it work for them? Very unfortunate turn of events, lalo na nung after nung Tyrant take na nagawa dito ng Nepal. Before the Tyrant actually, nanalo sila in a particular team fight. So, aside from that, I think medyo nahirapan din talaga dito yung Jordan because some of their heroes, they weren't able to pick yung kanilang comfort heroes dito. Sila yung nag-ban ng Mai para kay na pwede sanang gamitin ni Azan, pero it is what it is, mga kaibigan. Damage, kita mo naman. Kay Kuya BJ, we have 121,000. Highest damage dealt in this game, Lady Zen, by the way.
Lady Zen na nagfa-flash, nagbibigay kaagad ng follow with the Ocean of Tears. With this kind of kit na meron ng isang Lady Zen, we can actually see yung mga Lady Zen players out there na pwede maging aggressive as a roamer setter. In this scenario, magiging paboran sa Musashi. We saw the sequence kung paano si Swastik nakuha ng magandang knock-up and a kill right after that tight spot. Pwede maging turnaround sana ng Jiang Fei na rin para mauntog dun sa kabilang pader. Sobrang little riskinita na yun. But on taking advantage of the situation, Nepal see a quicker response. Kung kahit gaano pa akunat yung kalaban nyo dito, kailangan lang talaga mahuli yung 2-3. And with that, medyo na-negate lahat ng damage potential. Yung final comeback potential dito, kaya nakita sa gold graph, pataas lang. Sinubukang kailangan bababa ng Jordan possibly at 10 minutes before that enhanced objective. Kaso lang with the exchange na wala doon yung Haino, walang nag-check push doon sa Deadly.
Yeah, naagaw pa, no? To think that that's a Byron na madaling makasteal or mahirap makasteal pala, nagawan sila ng ganun-ganun na lang. So it was supposed to be strat na pwede nilang gawin, no, to make some counterplay because Overlord is really important at that point of the game to potentially push, or parang you can just let the Overlords para mag-push ng mga side lanes, but hindi nila nakuha yun. Hindi naging effective para sa kanila. So after that, nagtuloy-tuloy na, nagsunod na yung panalo ng Jordan.
Oh yeah, I think with that, they have read through the hesitations. Ito yung first strike na napansin natin kanina. Despite having that amount of a meaty defense coming in from Jordan, nagkaroon din talaga ng problema. Ito, the responsibility of Haino, parang dumagdag pa. Ito yung flash na finalop na isang Lady Shen, Ocean of Tears flash combo, Lady Shen from the Swastik play with a duel to the death. It was a sequence na pwede nilang i-utilize over and over again dahil yung Jordan nga dito, walang nagiging comeback. Puro flash crack. Ang daming flash na nangyayari kahit sa pag yung marksman nagpa-flash, alam mo na ganun ka-confident yung taong to, wala nang pwedeng kumuha dito. There's no way that they could stop the original make lens pa rin naman. Kaya flash lang ng flash yung Nepal dito at any opportunity that they get habang naubos ang depensa ng Jordan.
As long as -1 kagad dito yung Jordan, no problem for Nepal para manalo sa mga skirmishes And again, isa pang nakita kong problema is unfortunately Arlie, despite getting enough items, actually the power spike na kinakailangan niya, inakuha niya na. Hindi siya makapwesto ng maganda dito. Paano ka gagawa ng paraan na manalo against heroes like, for example, Musashi. And MVP, pinapakita niya kanina yung kanyang mga muscles dito, no? So
Kaya pala,
na umagaw ng Overlord.
The Byron on the bush. The Byron on the bush na hindi nila ina-expect. Laban sa 3-4 yun na kumukuha ng isang objective. Kaya kung napansin nyo kanina sa gold draft, sinubukan na lang hilahin. Pero sabi ni Sushank, ako na, itabi niyo na, diretso na lang. Itabi mo na.
Oo.
Ako si Sushank.
Ako si Sushank. Ibigay mo sa akin ang lahat. Nakuha niya yung kanyang kinakailangan. Tapos ano pa to again, the chain CC that they were able to do earlier. Na feeling ko counted din dito syempre yung number of crowd controls that they was able to do in the consecutive team fights that they're able to do also earlier, no, in this game. Talagang meron medyo pwede mong bantayan, pwede mong tapatan, pwede mong gawa ng paraan para ma-counteran to. Maybe ban it on the next game. We'll see kung ano magiging strat ng Nepal.
Wala para naman, hindi tayo sa global ban and pick, guys. Pinapaalala lang namin, pwedeng ulitin or pwede iban. Dapat, depende sa inyo, depende kung anong gusto nyo gawin, depende on what side you're picking. But with that, si Sushank, kitang-kita kung bakit nag-flex. Laban sa lahat, laban sa main objective na secure ang kinailangan nilang gawin. And that is Nepal capitalizing on their capability and playstyle. Macro is the name of the game. Ang gusto nilang paganahin doon, and they knew. There was openings nga ng Team Jordan na yung nila yung Jiang Fei ng Zuzone, di ba sila kumuha ng first island? Kaso nga lang hindi nila na-utilize correctly pa ng damage. And as you said, dumagdag ang responsibilidad ni Heino. Dapat sa kuryente lang ako, pare. Ba't ako sa internet? Ba't ako sa...
Ayan.
Bigla dumagdag.
Dumami ang bayaran.
Dumagdag ang bayaran ni Heino.
Ganun talaga, guys. It is what it is. That's just game 1. Again, this is not a global ban and pick, so pwede pa tayong pwede nila ulit kunin yung mga same heroes, no? Depende if maban yan. Pero sa mga nanonood dyan, biggest shoutout once again to Marriott Peraling Jaya para sa ating official venue and hotel partner dito sa ating 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings. Sa mga nasa Malaysia ngayon dyan, siguro pati pag nasa Japan na tayo, yan din tayong gagamitin natin.
Uy, parang ang ganda pakinggan na pag nasa Japan na tayo. Parang sinasabi mo na ba? Sinasama mo na ba ako, Erp?
Sana na lang.
I-clip ko to, ha?
I-clip
ko to, Erp.
I-clip ko na to, ha? Konnichiwa, what's up?
Yan.
Yan, konnichiwa, what's up? Konnichiwa, what's up na talaga dyan pag nagkaraw.
Pag-usapan nga din namin ni Shino, may Marriott din naman kami dito sa Pilipinas. Baka gusto nyong, pwede rin naman kami mag-host.
Oo, pwede naman.
May Marriott naman kami dito. Why not? Parang it's exciting. So, may imagine mo Pilipinas ang magiging host ng Asian Games in the future. Ang bigat ng ganda lang. Kung easy Honor of Kings nandito. But with that,
hindi alam kung kailan kasi siyempre 2024 tayo ngayon, 2026 tayo ngayon. So parang medyo matagal din para sa next Asian Games, diba?
Yep.
Sana,
diba?
we'll see. Oo.
Yan yung mga things that we can look forward to. So,
lalo na medyo lumuwag yung ating rules dito, no? Sa mga international athletes natin. We'll see.
I think it's a very challenging and also welcoming din na yung pagpasok nila sa Asian Games Qualifiers, knowing that there's a controlled hero pool rotating around the draft. Pwedeng umulit, pwedeng actually there's a refresh button sa kada game na pwede na gawin nila best of 3. Kaya yung global ban and pick, pwede na muna i-park lang muna saglit. Focus mo sa pinakamagandang strength dito, which is yung rotating number of heroes sa Honor of Kings. We haven't seen the Okutachibana just yet. Yung Lapo na umuna ngayon, si Lapo parang insta pick ka agad pag may either may magandang farm. Well, I'm just talking about the Chano. Yung Chano tapos yung Terenji, maganda yung pag nila doon. So maybe Lapo lalabas sa next game.
Yeah. Marami pa pwede magamit dito kahit na sabihin natin na hindi tayo naka-global ban and pick. And with the hero pool that both these two teams has, there's still an opportunity to go for different picks. Nepal, isa sa mga nilook forward ko if they would want to go for Liang, pwede yan kasi it's also one of the top picks that they have. Actually, even bans as well, no? So we'll see if they would want to go for that one this time para sa kanilang roamer support. But the rest, with Jordan, considering na top pick nila si Arlie dito, nasugatan kaagad ang kaibigan natin. Paano pa kaya sa susunod na laban? Kailangan nilang counteran yung mga ganun yung sure knock up. Like for example, yung Musashi duel to the death. Pag na ganun ka kasi sa early, kahit na sabihin mong bumalik ka sa payong mo, mami-misplace ka disposition
I think napaka-bilis dapat na kailangan maging response mo doon.
Yes, oo.
Dahil either yung tanke yung magsasalba sa'yo, may junk fake ka nga din naman, but yung sabi mo, with a duel to the death, na magiging maganda hindi maganda yung pagbalik mo sa team fight, yun yung part na nagpapagulo na kaagad So, with that, uulitin pa ba nila or nanakawin ba ng Nepal ngayon yung early pick on the second draft? Red side sila, by the way. So, pinapaprayo nila ngayon ng Jordan to take their...
ganun pa. Okay. Yep. Iba na. Swap pala tayo, no? Change tayo ng sides. Pero mukhang smooth sailing ang Nepal dito sa laban natin, if ever man. We'll see. Simula na tayo mga kaibigan sa ating Game 2. Medyo malungkot ang ating mga tropa, pero okay lang yan. Kaya pa yan. Same bands.
Madami pa din namang meta heroes dito sa Asian Games Qualifiers kung saan na pwedeng i-utilize. But Jordan, ipipick up ulit yung Zhang Fei.
Zhang Fei ulit sa kanila. Baka, Bulgogi.
Walang babaguhin. Walang babaguhin ng Nepal also.
Same. But different.
But different.
Pareho nga. Aray ka pa, Diyos ko po.
Nag-exchange lang ata ng ng Musashi.
Ayun!
Nag-exchange lang ng Musashi tapos nag-liubang. Noong una namin nakita yung liubang nung day 6, parang, familiar to Parang galing, parang galing Cubao yun
Oo, galing Cubao. New York Cubao.
yun So, I think ito yung binan nila. Oh, yes.
Oo, pero, medyo seryoso na ang Jordan dito, Erp. Kasi nalusot na si Liubang, tas Musashi. Kumbaga, ito yung wombo-combo na talagang aabot ng aabot talaga ng Nepal.
Ay, pag umabot ka talaga ng Nepal, baka makita mo na doon si Doctor Strange. Baka mamaya ka na. Kung ako, pupunta talaga ako ng Nepal. Kung nandun lang naman siya, pag tumambay tayo sa Kathmandu, why not? No? Why not? Pero I think I get what you mean about the distance ng Jordan dito kasi binaan-out yung liubang sa game number 1 ng Team Nepal. So, most likely, ito yung comfort ng Jordan is that reinforcement coming in from this liubang once maka-apak ng level 4. Either yung tanke nila or yung marksman ay pwedeng maging reinforced na player dito all throughout the attempts na pwedeng gawin ng Nepal. Pero I think they're not changing a thing din. Except sa, yung Musashi na punta sa Jordan, Lian po still for Nepal. Wow! Tinanggal nila yung Aino.
Matakot sila,
for Nepal.
Sabi ni Nepal, baka yun ulit ang gamitin ni Yazan Pero
hindi naging
hindi gumana kanina hindi nagana. Pero tinanggal nila si Xiao Qiao, removing right now the mid laners considering they already have the roamer and or rather the clash laners. Ngayon tinanggal din si Princess Frost. Medyo flex lang dito si Liubang kasi pwede yan mag-clash. Pero hindi na pala kasi mayroon na pala tayong Zhang Fei. So talagang sure clash na, no?
Gets ko din yung ibig mong sabihin about the switch. Pwede talaga mangyari kasi either way gusto nila i-balance. Wow! Yung na to yung Zia, napakagandang pick dito ng Nepal up against na pwedeng ipang shred ng HP dito kay Zhang Fei. And to think, madami kang pwedeng makontrol na mga initiations coming in from the hardest player or maybe the toughest player. Wow! Shangguan
and Broke.
Shangguan and Marco Polo.
Wow, thinking lang. Walang dolya Thinking lang Earthbat, ganun. Pero titignan natin. Jump Brothers lineup. Kumbaga, kung sinong mag-in, all in. Yeah. Yun ang gustong gawin ng Jordan.
Wala na. Nothing to lose.
Ang problema kay Liubang, what you gonna do? Ang dami mong tatalunan dyan. Sino tatalunan mo? Diba? May Marco Polo, pwede kang sa kanya mag-ulti. Pwedeng sa Shangguan. Pwedeng kay Musashi rin. So, parang pressure, no? Doon yung pressure points. Ako puncture. Kasi sakto May mga pintura.
Yun din yung nangyari nung game number 1 yung tama may YouTube. Tama ka nga.
Painting.
yung painting nila dito. I think the Liubang would be a challenge, or maybe alam nila kung saan nila ibibigay yung battlefield command kung kakailanganin dito sa kanilang kasama. But with this, medyo mahirap kung dumatagdag na naman na responsibilidad ng isang Clash Lane heading towards this game number 2. Nasa match point ngayon ang Nepal at pwede na hawakan ng game dito dahil may wave clear na pwedeng ibigay si BJR with the Zia. And looking at this, yung rotation nila dito, Zia, magpaparami talaga na XP to. Kaya may expect mo na naikot ka agad doon na mas maaga.
Lahat ng mga pwede niya makuwang mga camps dito ay kukunin niya para sa XP. And makapag transcendence ka agad siya na kahit na sinong miyembro sa kanila.
Correct.
Potentially going to be sushi. But we'll see. Aba? Konting panakot lang ha, clear lang. Sino?
Para sa akin, ikaw si Zia Earp nagbibigay ng transcend, nagbibigay ng play si Earp. Yan!
Tuwa ka tayo si Zia na Chandelier, Earp.
Yan!
Chandelier!
Yan! Earp, pag nakita ko si Zia, ikaw talaga naalala ka, Earp.
Bakit to?
Iba-iba ang nabibigay ni Zia pag nakamataas yung XP ni Zia,
Mataas yung
Earp.
XP.
Ikaw ang Zia, Earp. Ito, Nepal, kaya nakita natin yung ikot. Talagang sinasabayan ni Zia dito, and maybe at 8 minutes makaka-level 50 na, at maybe in less than 8 minutes makaka-level 50 na dito ang Zia na to para ma-amplify ka agad yung jungler or yung marksman. Depende kung sino babasbasan. But for the Shangguan pick, kahit narinig ko reaction mo kanina, Erp, on the Shangguan, matagal-tagal na rin, pero walang Dolya kasi. A bit of a cooldown, pero...
Nandun pa rin tayo dun eh. Nandun pa rin tayo sa Dolya combo pa rin talaga. Pero, tignan natin, no? Most going to rely solely on the support coming from Muhammad. And damage also. Pick off talaga. Kailangan nilang mabawian ng pick off yung Nepal. Like what happened nung game 1. Nung sila naman yung gumawa sa kanila nun.
With that pick-off na sinasabi mo dito, baka pwede natin mag-expect na pwedeng gumawa ng first strike ang Jordan moving forward. But naka-level 4 na dito si Azana. Either way, may pang-abot sa dulo nang walang hanggan dito ang isang Shangguan, pero kaya bang i-survive ang pwedeng maging stronghold dito. Papunta na rin sa level 4 ang Lian po. Naka-level 4 na rin din si Sushil or yung Direnji ng Nepal. So sustain pa rin naman ng lane, pero ang ikot ata dito ni Suy kay samahan talaga si Zia throughout the early stages.
So, parang ganun ng strat mo na dito. Talagang ikot-ikot lang kuha ng mga XP. Sa ngayon, wala pa naman tayong objective. So, ang focus right now of the members of Nepal is just to help out itong si DJ sa kanilang rotation, no? Para makapag-clear kagad ng mga waves sa jungle camps to get more of the XP. Medyo mahirap nga lang to. Mapapaisip tayo paano ang gagawin dito ni Swastik sa mga teamfights later on with that Fatih jungle.
Oo nga, no? Since na-mention mo yung Fatih jungle dito, will it be more onto the automatic -1 burst ba? Or siya ba yung manglilikot, siya ba yung manglalast? Kasi considering na merong reinforcement din yung Jordan na kailangan din nilang irespeto dahil may Liubang sila. Good camera pan dito dahil ngayon yung pinag-uusapan natin. Madaming pwedeng i-reinforce ang Jordan na yun sa kada attempt kung naspatan ka agad. So Swastik, let's see how the outcome will go. Will it be full on to the damage or will it be full on to the defense? Dahil nga, dahan-dahan nilang pinupok. Ayan na nga. Nagamit ng ulti.
Kwang. Sabay out. Munti ka na mahabol pero napa-flash out si Kuya Suyog. Medyo importante yung attempt na yun because if that's the first blood, then madali lang sa kanila na makuha yung Tyrant. Speaking of first blood, okay lang, first strike pala ang makukuha nito ni Suyog. And Tyrant as well. Diba? Abot naman. Abot.
Actually, medyo tang twist kasi kahapon galing din ako sa ganun eh. From Rising Star Cup, nag-iiba ng ng strike.
Lengguahe.
Oo, nag-iiba ng lengguahe, the shuffling. Nepal dito, 4v2 sa Torre. Outburst ginamit.
Tinulak ang minion. Kaya lang, odds next. Kaya bang madepensahan? Mukhang kaya naman. Buhay pa din. Cannon minion. Yep. Surviving for now. Yun nga lang, na-neglect ng konti yung tower sa taas. Kamunti ka na ma-push ni Kuya Muhammad.
At habang na-push niya doon, we're now getting the focus onto the Clash lane. Walang nakakalapit. I think right now, Jordan, nagiging defensive ang mga ultimates nila dito. Back on the game, farm lane ka agad, knock up.
Tremor smash na Imperial Order na stun, kaya lang nakapag-out. Ginamit ang kanya favorite barrage para makapag-mamba out. And na-survive naman niya. Ang problema, yung tower, delikado. Wak. Pa sa loob, pinintahan ang kanilang mga kalaban dito. Yun nga lang, kulang sa damage, nakapag-flash out si Kuya Sushil.
Totoo lang, abot ni Azan yun eh. Abot ni Azan si Sushil doon. Napa-flash out ang DRNG. Kaso as you said, kulang sa damage. But with the attempt of Jordan right now, dalawang ultimates na gamit for the defensive situation. Si Salame, pati na rin si Ahmad. Yung ano na dito yung ulti na ginamit to have a safe passage back. May opening ang Nepal dito na continue lang i-continuous pressure lang ang farm lane habang nakatating na lang na HP ang meron sa depensa na ito.
Oo, kumbaga talagang pinapatagal pa nila kahit paano, no? Depensa marino pa rin ang pwede nilang gawin dito. Ngayon, nagkakamatahan, mga tropa nagkita-kita, mayroon tayong wards dito sa baba. Nawala si Suyog kasi tinago ng ating bush. Pero nandun lang siya, lumipat siya sa may baba, no?
I think may intention ba?
Medyo late na yata, or Peter. Late yata sila darating dito para madepensahan yun. Oh, ay, naku, sakto. Ayun lang! Diba sakto, nag-bush lang tayo dito, no? Tower, nilundagan, ulti, force field suppression sa likod, advance, Mohamed, delikado, pero nabuhay pa rin si Mahmoud. Hindi pala siya mabubuhay. First strike, another kill with another strike once again. And now, just like that, 4-4-1 in favor of Nepal. Wrong move.
Wait.
Si Muhammad din nakapag-ulti up.
Oo nga eh, walang battlefield command. I was waiting for the reinforcement because with the initiation mula dun kay Mahmoud, yun ang expect mo sa isang liubang na sumuporta kaagad with the all-in decision coming in from Jordan. Kung hindi nila kinaya ang lahat ng pwedeng i-clear ng Nepal onto the team fight, ang intention ba nila doon ay mag-trade ng 4 para sa isang tore? Medyo hindi yata maganda ang naging balance doon. Kasi hindi yata worthy yung
may gigil
decision.
May gigil si Kuya Sushang R ng bagya doon. Bigla na lang nag-flash out of nowhere. Pero wait lamang, Mahmoud gustong kunin yung kanyang blue buff. Marami siya makakasalubong. Imperial Order na harangan ng Wind Slash. Kukuha na nga ba ang ating Azure Golem? Yes, secured. Easy lang, Bugatti my friend. Wala tayong magagawang depensa for now. At mukhang lumalamang ang Nepal.
Yep, 5-1 score right now against Jordan. Mukhang hindi ata nagiging effective yung counterplay nila as of this moment. Kailangan nilang solusyonan dito ang ginagawang attempts. Yung Shangguan, hindi na nagagamit aggressively ang ultimate. Uy, teka lang.
Finishing stroke para mag-out, hinabol, pero nakapag-ulti. Favored barrage sa gitna nilang lahat, mga kaibigan. That's another strike. Pero 1-1 trade lang tayo dito. But the second tower down in the hands of Nepal. Sa kabilang banda naman, nag-push lang sa baba. Tahimik lang sa umpisa. Pero nakapag-ulti na siya with a battlefield command. Wala dito mga kaibigan, si Mahmoud. And that's another strike sa mga kamay ng Nepal.
At nakakuha sila doon ng kill. 2-7 habang I think they want to do, kailangan nila gawin, I think ang plano nila kay Muhammad is to take the long turn for this game dahil nga napakataas ng macro sense ng Nepal dito, but looking at the advantage na kung saan nakapag-snowball sila with the damage and the item, yung Zia at sa since level 60 na rin yung Zia na to, nabigay na nga dito ang blessing, pwede na umikot, but yung Jordan onto the situation, kailangan nila maging maingat, pero Muhammad, iba yung kanilang plano for that battlefield command at walang nakakalapit to contest the objective. Hindi pa naman enhanced to, but damage is on the side of Nepal.
Tyrant, secured para sa kanila. Nakuha na yung blessing, no? Kaya na binigay?
Nabigay na.
Oo, nabigay na nga dito kay Sushil. No? Kasi 14 na siya. Tsaka, tawag dito, kailangan mahanap mo yung blessing kasi di mo makuha yung yung money hunt nun pag walang blessing.
Totoo, Erp. Kaya nga, Erp, feeling ko nakasama ka ngayong araw, Erp. I think yun talaga. The blessing is coming.
Nasaan ang blessing? Nanood ka ba ng video? Sabi ko. Pero okay lang. Ito na. Nepal lang. Lamang nila dito 2-7 mga kaibigan sa ating laban dito. Pero ang high ground tower sa clash lane, ang dinedepensahan habang si Muhammad ay nagpupush lang in this farm lane, potentially trying to go for the tower as well. Kaya lang, medyo too late to apologize. Ako po, gumamit lang ang Brilliant Outburst. Sayang ang kanyang ulti. Wala siyang tinamaan na kahit na isa. Hindi na depensahan yung tower dito in the clash lane.
Well, I think right now, Muhammad is capitalizing on the split push na nakita natin sa minimap nyo ngayon, pati sa off-cam. He's trying to create that wave sa Nepal sa baba dahil sobrang focus ng Nepal dito na kumuha ng magandang inhibitor turret onto the mid and bottom side of the map. Since naging focus sila dito, kailangan nila dito enhance overlord para mag-8 ng push at walang mga kalamang sa wave na ginawa ni Muhammad. But right now, sa merong wave clear, ang Jordan nabubuhay pa rin naman. This is a Marco Polo, this is still a Shangguan. Although wala man Dola, may wave clear pa rin naman na threat na pwede gawin ng Jordan, pero kailangan nila maging maingat. Muhammad, siya yung nagpipaint ng picture ngayon dito sa minimap natin at doon na-clear ang wave na talagang binigyan niya ng pressure. Babalik muna sa simula at dito ba sa baba magsuspawn si Mama D.
Oo, alam nila kasi na kailangan lang nating pantayan yung push na ginagawa dito ni Muhammad. Magkakasalubong yata si Muhammad tsaka si Swastik. Swastik, wala stick, mahuhuli Muhammad. Ganun lang, ganun lang. Battlefield naman, medyo tumagal kasi.
Napauwi lang ata doon. I think the intention of Nepal, ayun, sakit, papareact lang. Ay, naliligaw!
Imperial Order! One last hit na lang sana na basic attack pero nabuhay pa si Yazan. Problema, ginamit niya na kanina yung kanyang finishing stroke dito. So paano nila ngayon didepensahan yung baba ng ating mapa? Unbridled Outburst, sinulak palayo si Kuya Sushang, nag-flash in. Meron pa siya force field suppression pero dual to the death. Ang ganda naman na binigay niya dito mga ibigay fevered barrage. Kaya lang hindi sapat ang kanyang damage. Hindi siya umabot sa backline na meron dito ang Nepal. Pero galit na finishing stroke ni Yazan. Nakuha ang buhay ni Sushil and the comeback na kinakailangan ng Jordan ay nakuha nila with a triple strike from Yazan.
Nung na-clear ng Jordan ang bottom side of the inhibitor turret, Nepal naging aggressive pa rin sa decision. Balikan natin yung replay. With the attempt na ginamit yung outburst dito, medyo maasim dito ang naging simula ng Nepal dahil nga wala na ditong wave at na-clear kaagad ng Jordan. It was a clear sign for Jordan na mag-react kaagad and that was the result na pwede mo ma-expect. Kung Shangguan nga din naman na to, hindi mo basta maaabot. Kung ang tank kailangan ng iwan, walang depensa ang pwedeng kumunat pa kung wala nang may iwan doon. And Jordan, buying time. Despite the lead, Jordan may oras pa para dumiretso.
Yes, yun ang problema nila kanina, no? Nagkulang sila dito ng AOE. And yun yung highlight talaga ng lineup ng Jordan na ganong klaseng teamfight. And yung win condition nila dito is nakita nila when the moment that Sushil already used yung kanyang Imperial Order, yung stun niya, wala alam na ni Ahmad na walang pipigil sa kanya. So sa ngayon, Tyrant is open for the taking. Pwesto ngayon ang Nepal at dahil doon secured to para sa kanila.
Okay, mukhang isa-secure nila dito ang pwesto. Wala pang outburst dito yung Zhangfei
Nako po,
pwede ko muna nag-set up na kagad.
Aray ko po. Salamin! Nadala na naman mga kaibigan with another kill or strike na nakuha dito ng Nepal. And because of that, mukhang pwede nilang kunin yung ating mid and farm lane towers.
Walang rage. Ang gandang doon ng Nepal. Auto reaction, nakunin kaagad yung Zhangfei. You have 20 seconds para mapag-clear.
Yun lang! Ay, naku po! Creep walk, madulas. Medyo bumangking ng bagya si Kuya Yazan.
Nako.
Wrong turn, Erpiderp ngayon.
Mali. Umakyat sa Skyway, hindi pa allowed. Nako, yun lang. Problema yun.
Kulang
magandang buy time na.
Ito na, fevered barrage na naman. Sa ginamit. Naku po, wala na yata Erpiderp. Mukhang game 2.
At dito na ata. Habang tumatagal pa, tinapos na.
Akala ko
Jordan, may oras pa sana para makabawi doon with that outplay. But Nepal, hindi na pinatagal lang laban. At 2-0, still winning the first sweep of the day. Ang may kita natin dito and Jordan would really still need to bounce back stronger. Kalmado na si Kuya. Shushank ngayon sa game number 2.
Pero 2 Byron, no? 2 games, Byron.
2 Byron.
Maganda ang gising ng mga tropa natin sa Nepal dito. And once again, in that clean 2-0 sweep sa ating game 1. Alam na natin kung sinong qualified na secured for now.
Yeah.
Pero we're still looking at some teams trying to secure pa din yung spot for the last chance qualifiers because they need to be in the third spot, diba? Para sa group stage natin para may chance sila for the last chance.
Yun talaga. I think bukas mangyayari yun but with this Nepal still going strong with their own play style at the beginning of Asian Games qualifiers. Still on the macro but on the micro side, naging maasim lang doon yung last move. Doon sa Tori na-clear na. Alam ko na-clear na Tumalon yung Byron. Pero okay lang. Buti hindi pa naman ganun na nawala ng depensa yung kailangan pa rin mag-push ng ng Liu Bang. Medyo nakulangan din ako sa depensa every time na nagagamit yung outburst pang zone out or pang depensa. Nawawalan kagad ng kakunatan yung team. Kaya I think yung sa miscalculation lang ng Byron na talon doon sa inhibitor turret, mukhang maganda lang yung go signal doon kay Shango na magkaroon ng outing.
Yes, and again, the counterplay, the win condition talaga medyo mahirap para sa Nepal or para sa Jordan dito for them to be able to execute flawlessly. At yun yung naging problema nila. Ang hirap ng kanilang win condition dito. Ang dami nilang kailangan bantayan para makita nila na makapag finishing stroke ng maayos, makapag-fevered barrage ng maayos. And even sometimes, parang minsan nahuhuli pa yung battlefield command ni Liu Bang na very crucial in their team fights. Sana na makakatulong.
Yeah, I think I would agree on you on that. There was a first part of the game na kung saan iniintay ko na gamitin ng battlefield command. Kaso kasi nagpo-push sa taas yung Liu Bang, and at some sort, I don't know, were they trying to push ba? Kaya parang napatanong ako doon sa kanilang decision na apat sila doon na nag-initiate sa baba with the duel to the death ng Musashi. Sinig na wala na apat, pero nagpo-push pa sa taas yung Liu Bang.
Iyon, oo. It is what is it, in that game, medyo talagang napalaban ng gusto ang mga tropa natin from Jordan. But that's just a Series 1, and with that 2-0 game, parang medyo naalog ng konti yung ating rank dito. But syempre, maintain pa din para sa Nepal kasi maganda yung kanila nagiging standing right now in the group stage.
Yep.
So, we're also going to see later yung ating match stats dito or yung mga items on how dominant talaga yung Nepal in that game.
I think right now, we are looking at additional points rather for Nepal gaining from that match. 0-2! A sweep from Nepal. Muntik na doon mahilan ng Jordan sa gold graph. Makikita natin kung paano nila gusto bawiin yung laban na to. But looking at this, it's all about outplay. Makikita mo sa lineup ng Jordan with the Shangguan being present. It's refreshing to see a Shangguan sa Honor of Kings onto this day, followed by the Musashi. Pag mawala talaga ang unbridled outburst sa team fight ng Team Jordan, either all-in na sila or dapat sapat yung damage para magkaroon ng comeback. Pero with this, maganda rin yung naging assignment din ni Bijay o yung Zia for Nepal, kung saan at 8 minutes, nakuha na kaagad yung level 15 niya, napabigay na kaagad ng sanctification, and with that, napabilis yung ikot ng Zia na to. And adding to the wave clear plus yung reachability ng Universal Law, naging intimidating din for Jordan, especially with the peel sa Zhang Fei. Ang hirap tumayo sa gitna, kung ikaw ay Zhang Fei, knowing that na-pressure din sila dito sa kada team fight na binibigay ng Nepal dahil si Liu Bang nga on the other side of the map ay nagpo-push.
Yun, oo. And saka, if you look at the items of Muhammad, with the Liu Bang, parang talagang the job is to also deal some damages and not just pure tankiness. As the clash lane, yun talaga yung magandang build para sa isang Liu Bang, but did it work effectively well for them. Pero talaga, pagdating sa mga team fight, and to think that 5-1-9 yung score pala dito ni Bijay, medyo talagang naging effective with Zia. And the damage output is 120,000 para sa kanya, in which same with what happened nung game 1 nung ginamit niya si Lady Jen.
Yeah, I think it's one way to see na yung team fight rate always online yung tatlo. We have the Lian Po, we have the Diranji, tapos yung Zia. Combining all of this into the lineup of Jordan, nahirapan din sila to build that defensive item habang tumatagal yung laban. We've seen the initiating moments na pwede sana magmula kay Salame or kay Zhang Fei. Pag meron talagang Liu Bang Earp, kailangan talaga full-on confidence sa kada initiation na pwede nyo gawin. Pwede initiating setup na pwede nyo gawin dito kasi may follow-up pa naman na pwede nyo makita sa isang Shangguan. So with that, medyo hindi lang ata nila siguro na sequence ng maayos looking at the aggression or maybe the team fight capability ng isang lineup ng Nepal. It's more on the full-on approach from mas madali lang talaga execute as long as nagkaroon ng magandang laning stage yung mid lane nila.
Yes, and that's pretty much how the lineup of Nepal works, kung paano naging synchronized, and mas madali lang talagang iwasan din for them na dumistansya against their opponent dito sa Jordan, because hindi naman maaabot kagad si Zia kasi nasa likod lang yan Patagraph, seeing at how it was close to actually nagkaroon ng konting bump dito no for Jordan. Ito was the time na nakita natin yung flash lane or yung farm lane rather na naka-triple strike si Shangguan. Pero di nila na-maintain yung piece dito. No? Yun yung konting ubo, kumbaga. Parang comeback na sana kaya lang kulang pa rin.
I think the word kulang talaga is the main word after that team fight kasi with that, nakita natin yung efforts ng isang Liubang na gusto mag-push from top to bottom kaso lang every time na nangyayari yun, ang bilis talaga makumuha ng mga tore ang lineup ng Team Nepal and with that kind of hiccup na nangyari sa kanila, I think sinabi na sila, huwag na tayo magkamali ng ganun. Huwag na lang tayo mag-initiate kaagad kasi malakas talaga yung pinakabalik nila in a team fight dahil yung Zhang Fei nagtipid din in the last very moments. But with the Shangguan, imagine mo kung present yung Dolly doon, pwedeng umulit. Ang taas pa ng survivability to actually have a comeback. Pero looking at ito yung first attempt, hinihintay ko talaga yung Battlefield Command dito onto the initiating decision ni Mahmoud, yung Musashi. Kaso there was no response coming in from the Liubang kaya medyo nagkaroon ng lack of defense coming in from the strike of Nepal.
Tunnel vision, no? Parang goal lang siya dito, no? Trabaho lang walang personalan sa pag-push at that time. But aside from that, the consistent win of Nepal in particular team fights, only this time na nagkaroon sila ng one window of opportunity na hindi nila na-take advantage kasi after this, nagkaroon ng counterplay ang Nepal kung saan mas sila pa ang nakapag-secure ng mga sumunod na laban natin. And even the objectives na tinitake dito ng Nepal is hindi nagkakaroon ng pagkakataon ng Jordan na maka-secure on that one. Ito na yung out of position sila because walang unbridled outburst si Salami.
Yes, walang rage. Konti na lang saning rage, yellow pa yung bar So I think it was a clear signal kay Nepal na pwede nilang kunin ka. Kasi if imagine na nakakuha sila ng rage and that moment, nakapag-buy time pa sana doon si Zhang Fei but it was too late. Meron pa sana naging depensa ng MVP ng laban na to, walang iba kundi si Zia, 5-1-9, the mid laner of Team Nepal, si Bijay. Dito natin nakita yung Zia kung paano naging maganda ang naging ambag sa draft. Looking forward to the rotation early game pa lang, kaya naging mahirap din na mahuli yung Zia na to if you are Team Jordan.
Lagi lang no? Kahit lang. And din talaga yung maganda sa isang Zia, you can just put down your skills, deal some damage, do some knockups, and then you can just run away from it like it's just nothing. And every time we see him just dealing damage, hindi na nagkakaroon ng pagkakataon ng Jordan dito na ma-penetrate yung backline ng Nepal. Kaya naman talagang maganda at masaya ang buhay ni Vijay dito sa ating game. Bukod doon, nagkaroon din sila ng magandang rotation na nakuha niya lahat na kinakailangan niya mga minions for the XP na makapag-sanctify kaagad siya sa ating game. Well-deserved na MVP para kay Bijay.
That is Nepal taking a first sweep of the day. That was just the first series, guys, for our HOK Asian Games Qualifiers. At with that, dumagdag ng points. And nag-plus 4 na number 2. Sa Group B yun, Group B. Ay nakita natin that was Nepal versus Team Jordan from Group B. Now, they're still sitting on number 2. Myanmar ang naunguna sa kanilang group. And so far, as long as qualified ka sa group stage, okay
lang. And di naman talaga ang kinakailangan nila dito sa ating laban dito. So, yeah. Uy, nakita natin yun. Nakita pa natin lalo, di ba?
Nakita natin lalo. I think dito natin yung sa mga ganitong mga walang global ban picker, may expect ko talaga ng pwedeng umulit tapos yung mga dating heroes natin, 2 seasons back, 3 seasons back, bumabalik
Oo, yun talaga. Hindi mo i-expect, pero ganoon talaga. With the limited number of heroes to take in use, again guys, sa mga nanonood at hindi pa aware, in the Ancient Games patch that we have for HOK, we only have 85 heroes. So hindi rin siya fully updated na sumasabay sa current update natin ngayon kasi we have the update nung June 17, hindi siya nandito kasama. So compared to the usual na setup natin pag sa mga tournament, ito yung different niya.
Yeah, so may iba tayong adjustment dito. And also, there's the limited amount of hero pool na pwede nilang i-take advantage. But for now, let's hear it with the winning team of the first series. Team Nepal kasama si Mara Aquina. Pakinggan natin ang kanilang interview sa stage.
Nepal finishes in top 2 and earns their ticket to the Asian Games. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Throughout the tournament, in the beginning, we saw that you guys were focusing a little bit more on your individual strengths and skills, and a lot of players actually admitted that. But coming into today, and as the days went by, you looked a lot more disciplined, much cleaner. What happened behind the scenes with the team throughout this journey that made you improve, especially for today?
I mean, scrims, lot of scrims. We played like lot of games as well. And also we took a break from games some days to like just talk about, like just like don't know each other well, like talk other things about life and stuff. And that's how we bonded like more together, And now we listen to each other more, so now it's better now, yeah.
So you needed a little bit more time to bond
the game. Yeah,
outside the game and in enjoying Malaysia, and that translated into the matches. Now, Nepal finished top 2. Was this something that you expected coming into the qualifiers? And how happy are you finishing really strong?
I mean, honestly, we are pretty happy, right? But still there's work to be done. Like, we are not top 1. That was our goal. And we fumbled a bit there. So work to be done, but we'll celebrate for today and we'll keep working for the main stage. We'll work harder next time. Yeah.
And what matters is that you earned that well-deserved ticket. And for sure, Nepal is watching. They're happy that you're representing them really strongly for the Asian Games. What would you like to say to everybody?
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Like, I watch all your comments, like all the things, like it's like a lot of loves and stuff. Like, thank you very much, guys. Like, there's no words, so thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Once again, congratulations and see you in the Asian Games.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
It really matters when we receive a lot of support from the fans. So keep your comments coming and support your favorite regions. And now we'll head back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
Alis na
Ito na.
si Sasha sa interview.
Pili ko magla-lunch na eh.
Oo.
Magla-lunch na. Ito na ating qualified teams nung isang araw. Ano lang to? 2 lang. Indonesia tsaka Pilipinas, Erp, dumagdag na.
Dumamin na. Oo. Medyo nakukumpleto na natin ang mga tawag dito, Infinity Stones. Kumbaga, no? We have Indonesia, Philippines, Myanmar, Laos, Kazakhstan, Hong Kong, China, Republic of Korea, and Nepal. Ay, this is actually the qualifying match pala, no?
Yes.
In that group. And with that, we are just waiting for just last team na magpo-proceed from the last chance qualifiers.
Yes, correct. I think with that, Nepal on the qualifying match nila kanina, they have shown the great potential. Ano pa lang to? Ay, Asian Games qualifiers pa lang to.
Oo, qualifiers pa lang.
It's qualifiers pa lang. Yung exciting part papunta pa lang. But there's only one slot left para maka-qualify at dumiretso sa Asian Games. Again, guys, qualifier pa lang ito ng Honor of Kings. So that was the first series of the day. Meron pa tayong 4 na pwedeng abangan, especially yung representative natin sa Pilipinas. Meron din sa Indonesia. Mamaya, yung Republic of Korea and Hong Kong, China ay magkalaban-laban. And we've seen some great performances few days ago. So mamaya magkakita-kita sila ulit.
Yes, and I think for the next upcoming matches, it's just the positioning kung sino yung makakalusot sa ating last chance qualifiers for tomorrow. And that's between Saudi Arabia, Laos, and then actually Laos pala is one of the qualified teams na. But Saudi Arabia, they need to actually Kazakhstan also nandun na rin kanina, no? But Saudi Arabia, kailangan nilang pwesto pa. Singapore and Syria also, we're going to witness that matches later on. Kaya naman talagang inaabangan natin at makikita natin kung sino yung makakatagos sa mga upcoming games natin. And syempre, maraming salamat. Big shoutout to our official gaming phone, IQ, no? 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. Ginagamit ng mga players natin yan na phone sa ating venue right now.
Yeah, I think we've seen this case. Yung skin, ang cute nga, parang pixelated lang na white and black.
PNG, no?
White and
transparent.
PNG.
PNG, tama naman.
Tama naman.
PNG naman.
Tama. Guys, first series pa lang yun, and we're about to see more of the teams who's gonna fight back onto the last day of a qualifying. Kasi bukas meron pa naman, pero ngayon may mga matches tayo na non-bearing, pero yung non-bearing na yun, pero feeling ko merong init eh. Merong init yung non-bearing natin mamaya.
Yes, talagang may ano dun may mga gustong patunayan. And we are going to see also two matches later on na parehong undefeated sa kanilang respective groups. Kaya that's also one of the things, some of the things that we're going to look forward to that will happen today. And I'm expecting that we're going to see 2-1, no? Best of 3 talaga ng mga matches doon sa dalawang series na yun. At abangan lang natin. Pero again guys, upcoming game natin after dito is it's going to be Saudi Arabia versus Laos. And yeah, ang ganda ng game 1 natin. At the same time, I also salute the members of Jordan with their efforts to these Asian Games qualifiers.
Oh, di ba? So ngayon na magkakaroon muna tayo ng very short break. Papunta na tayo sa second series. Mali po ito ang Filipino broadcast ng Honor of Kings Asian Game Qualifiers. Magbabalik kami. Diyan lang kayo.
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
They're gonna use it. Golden Tide slows down Tatsuri.
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Double kill.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage. Slain. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our high ground tower is under attack. Amazing. Unbelievable. Triple kill.
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
Spriteling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu kan track kita. Relax bro. Phone aku. Jom ke mana? Mountain View.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
dancing with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
Magandang hapon mga kalahok, ito tama na to. Hapon na po talaga. Kailangan din ng merienda papunta sa ating malulupit na laban ngayong araw. Nagbabalik ang Honor of Kings Asian Games Qualifiers. Ako po si OSX. Ako dito si Gigi Spear para sa ating labanan ngayong hapon. Napakagandang pwedeng nating makita sa ating mga matches today dahil may representative ang Pilipinas ngayong araw. O, diba? Madaming may init ng mga team sa magalaban-laban. Kahit na non-bearing, feeling ko mainit pa rin talaga, Mr. Joseph.
Yes, nagsimula tayo kanina sa ating game 1 na mainit kagad dito, no? Kahit na 2-0 yung ating game doon o yung score natin, still nakita natin kung gaano ka back and forth yung naging laban between Nepal and Jordan. Pero dito tayo ngayon, sa ating game 2 for today. And yan ay mangyayari sa pagitan ng Saudi Arabia versus Laos. Na right now, Laos already qualified. And Saudi Arabia, medyo mahirap na yata sa kanila para makahabol pa. Pero ito yung pagkakataon nila para kahit papano mapingasan lang ba yung Singapore.
Ng isa lang. Actually, pwede mangyari yun. No? Looking at the current score ngayon ng Group C, yung Lao talaga, guys, ang nasa number 1 ngayon. Although this is still qualifier stage, no? What matters is you qualify, pero kaya mo itoto na to, toto mo talaga yung points mo. Pero reference to what you said there na pwede lang mapingasan ng konti, nagkaroon talaga ng talo ng isang beses sa hindi series-wise at talo lang yung isang Lao. So, may posible. Pero for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they went for a 0, puro loss lahat. So let's see how this goes. So shout out! Simula na ang bagong season. The Grand Venture nandito na. Okay, kita mo yan, si Mona Lisa ba to?
Mona Pusa.
Mona Pusa. Guys, pag bagong season, simulan nyo na. Dapat hawk na talaga kayo. Kailangan yung i-grind yan.
Yes.
What's up mga ka-Diamond?
Yes.
Ano na kayo dyan?
Yan. Tsaka sa mga hindi nakakaalam, kung nag-grind kayo ng HOK, makakakuha kayo ng mga treasures, no? And by chance na makakuha ka ng in real life rewards, IRL rewards, pwedeng iPad, pwedeng iba't iba pa. Madami ka pwedeng mapanalunan, guys. Kaya naman, hukay na!
Alam mo, Erp, may naalala ako. Nung since naging... ako, thankful ako na nagsimula ako sa launch ng global ng Own Honor of Kings last 2 years ago. Na lang kasi, dati, merong si Hawk sa Pilipinas, subsidy ng Meralco.
Yan!
Merong bang comeback yun, Erp? Daddy Hawk?
Hindi ko alam.
I think this is the time. Eto na yun, Daddy Hawk. Iparaffle nyo na ang IRL.
Kailangan namin yan. Kahit 1 taon lang, ibalik ko ang bill ko.
Wow! Uy, Erp, grabe yun ha. Walang akong kilalang kahit ano pang game show, kahit ano pang event na nagsasubsidy ng Meralco bill. Totoo lang. Kung gagawin ni Daddy Hawk yun, ewan ko lang, feeling ko, kahit mag-hawk ka na lang buong araw, magdamag hanggang yung eyesight mo mabawasan na ng grado.
Yan.
Yun lang kailangan mong gawin. Solid.
Ayan, so yun na nga, pwede yung panalunan, guys, no, sa ating Grand Venture. Marami pa yan, tignan nyo lang. May mga instance pa, nakakuha ko, Walis Tambo, Katol. Yan, mga nakukuha natin yan in-game. Pwede nyo makuha yan. Sa Grand Venture.
Guys, importante yung katol ngayong panahon. Siyempre, tagulan na yun.
Mainit
Kaya kailangan may mosquito repellent. Alam ng mga Pinoy, minsan, yung katol, pag nasa outdoor kayo, kahit ano pa, necessity pa rin ang katol. Kung gusto nyo, so, huwag natin patagalin to. Let's now see the team intros of the match today. Tawagin na natin ang Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Handang-handa na ang mga tropa natin sa Saudi Arabia. Na talaga namang kahit sabihin natin na wala nang bearing ang kanilang possible na maging resulta ngayon, handa pa rin silang lumaban against one of the best dito sa ating group. Singapore, mga kaibigan, halabanan nila ngayon, and Saudi Arabia, handang-handa na.
Pinakita nila na sila pa rin ang pinakamalakas sa kanilang grupo, pero Laos ngayon ang nananaig. Isa pang tagumpay para mapatatag ang kanilang posisyon. Ito ang Team Laos.
Nawala na ang lahat, pero sa kanila pa din, mga kaibigan. Pinag-usapan natin kanina na ang number one ngayon sa kanilang group ay ang Laos and Saudi Arabia lineup, mga kaibigan. We have Faris, we have Anas S, Yusuf A, Muath A, and syempre si Mohammed J going in for Saudi Arabia. Alam mo, malaki pa rin ang tiwala ko na may potential pa rin itong team na ito. Maybe not in the Asian Games right now, but on the different scale of the international tournament, we'll see kung meron pa silang chance on the other side of HOK. But for now, lalaban sila ngayon sa Laos na medyo mainit na bakbakan pag nagkataon.
I think ang pagkakataon na to ay pwede gawa ng paraan ng Saudi Arabia na I still believe on what we're trying to say na yung mga ganitong team gaining the experience and advantage of bigger stage ng Honor of Kings could actually put you into better places moving forward sa lahat ng roadmap na pwede natin makita for HOK. But now, ito ang lineup ng Laos. Starting in for the clash, we have Kampeng B. For the jungler, we have V. Lacon. And we have for the mid, Southeast Shy. And for the farm lane, we have Focam. And for the roamer, we have Sahalath. This one.
Yeah. Before I let you go, I want to say.
Yan guys, that's the reference. Bakit?
That's the reference.
Kung nasa Pilipinas ka, kamukha niya talaga yan.
Oo.
Kamukha niya talaga. Yes.
Pero ito ang ating head-to-head, guys. And as you can see, talagang action-packed na KDA na meron ng Laos dito, no, with 80, 66 to 116 assists. So, despite them consistently going for team fights, talagang they're showing off results sa laban na yun.
Yeah. I think the results na ginagamit talaga ng Laos, looking at the hero pool and the first strike rate, is all about the consistency. Nahirapan dito ang Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to translate the first strike possibility sa mga lineup nila. Looking at the hero pool, and despite the 85 control heroes ng Honor of Kings dito sa Honor of Kings Asian Games Qualifiers, they're still trying to find that avenue of a winning lineup laban sa mga teams dito sa kanilang group. But for now, as we said. As I've also noticed, from day number 6, either 15 or less, but now we're at day 8. Expected na dadagdag ng 3 yung mga teams that has been consistent. Pero for the consistency ng score sa group nila, qualified din naman yung Laos. Pero nga lang, they had a one loss in a game. Pero dito natin makita on how KSA would actually translate these losses na baka mamaya magkaroon ng isang palag sa laban nila dito. So for this head-to-head, we could either see kung meron ba silang gusto i-priority dito sa lahat na nasubukan nilang hero sa Honor of Kings in the Asian Games Qualifiers. So now, may priority sila. Sila ang blue side ngayon.
Yes, sila ang unang pipili ng kanilang magiging heroes at sila ang makapag-secure ng mas comfort pick nila. And remember guys, no, pinag-usapan din namin to Erp kasi ni Shane Buro nakaraan nung nag-casting kami dito na parang about Saudi Arabia kasi syempre they're kind of fresh pa in the esports scene of HOK. So understandable their current situation. And again, this is also the reason why we are adjusting some of the heroes. You know, we reduced the number of heroes that we have. We didn't go for the global banned pick to accommodate some of our brothers, no, from different regions to experience the hype and yung competitiveness ng HOK despite them just trying HOK right now. So with that, I'm really looking forward ano yung result na ipapakita ngayon ng Saudi Arabia with those 7 days that we have dito sa ating qualifiers ng Asian Games. Here we go, game na kagad.
I love what you said there, man. Like now, Honor of Kings, this is a level playground na nakikita natin for a competitive scene. But syempre dito, you're representing the country kaya naging level ang playing field dito. So excited ako sa mga maging outcome ng Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The bans are still there. Lapu-Lapu remains still number 2 on the pick list right now dito sa Asian Games Qualifiers. Kasama na rin ng Jajia. Looking at the Mai, naging staple na rin nila to. But for KSA, we still need to see kung paano nila i-translate yung yung mismong initiating factor nila sa mga first strike potential. But for this, I think Clash Lane ang gusto nang iprayo dito na parang nakita tayo ng Fatty today na napunta sa jungle.
Yes. Jungle and Clash Lane, no? Game 1 and Game 2. So there's a possibility of this hero being flexed right now by Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But I would say that KSA, they haven't picked a Fatty yet. At least in my based on the information that I have, they haven't used this hero yet. For now, on the other side naman, first 2 kaagad, we have Garen Mo and Li Yang, no? A very lethal combo that they could do if they catch on someone na pwedeng mahuli kaagad with the power of word control nitong si Li Yang.
God that you mentioned that, I think with the starting pick of Laos right now na yung Garen Mo, automatic parang kailangan mo mag-isip kung sino yung tanke ang ihaharap mo dito because automatically sa Honor of Kings, kung nandito tayo sa point na yung kailangan mo ipil yung tangke ng kalaban, siganan mo ang naging solusyon dito as long as tama lahat ng position. Napaka-crucial naman ng pwesto na kailangan mong gawin kung ikaw isang ganan mo. Automatic yung Lian po dito. I've seen some games in the bigger stage ng Honor of Kings. A very confident choice for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia na piliin pa rin si Lian po in the situation because knowing that yung ganan mo ang nagiging natural shredder dito ng Laos sa mid lane pa lang, baka mamaya automatically yung Lian po sasabak pa lang set na baka mawala na kaagad ng HP bar.
Either that or gagamitin nila si Lian po to counter out ang isang Liang. Would rather have Zhang Fei, no? Para mas long range kasi pag nilabas mo yung katawan ni Lian po, nandun ka na eh. You have no choice kundi mag-in. And like you said, ang magiging disadvantage nun, free hit sa kanya. Itong ganit mo, that's going to be very problematic para sa kanya, especially pag dumating tayo sa late game once we have magic penetration item na natatagos sa mga armor and HP ng isang tank heroes. At right now, they removed the marksman. KSA, tinanggal nila si Arlie and Renji. On the other side, they removed Xiaoqiao and Yuhuan na pwede kunin ng KSA for the mid lane.
Kasi ang pinaka-nature din talaga ng Liang is not the crowd control but the suppression. Madami din nag-pick nito laban sa isang Liang. Meron talagang confidence yung mga team na gamitin pa rin ng Lian po. Kaso nga lang, every time na magti-tremor smash ka, since may dalawa pa siyang talon, automatic pwede ka kaagad makontrol. So in a way, masasayang yung ultimate mo dito. So kailangan feeling ko ng extra follow-up crowd control for KSA para di ganun kalugi ka. So in this situation na may peel and may frontline na huli dito ang Lao, kailangan din nila maging maingat to actually have that negate factor para maiwasan. I think Marco Polo, no, may nakikita yung mga Marco Polo plays today na talagang nagkakaroon ng pagkakataon for a comeback on a team fight. Pero depende pa rin kung paano ang maging resulta ng kanilang early laning stage of farm lane.
Yun yung talagang mainit-init dito, no? Marco P and Angela.
Uy,
before I let you go, I want to say I love. Yun yung kantin yun eh. Medyo ano lang, medyo
click here.
Parang ano lang, ha?
Click here, click here.
Click here to subscribe.
Yan, guys.
Ano yan?
Pag nakita nyo kumakanta si tropa natin, papatanong ka talaga ito.
Naglo-lawyer na yan ngayon eh. Medyo ibang level na, no? Attorney.
Iba. Ano, yung mga ganitong klaseng mga hairstyle brings us back to the first day of school no?
Oo.
Parang ano talaga, parang ito yung mga tipong kailangan mong iwasan na either tropa mo. Or kaso tropang-tropa ata nila dito yung pang-invade sa backline. That is Danesha, right here being picked up by Lao. So in a way, parang hindi safe dito yung likuran ng KSA.
Oo,
Mr.
totoo.
GG Spear.
Tignan mo pa lang yung lineup ng Laos dito. Nakita mo na yung confidence nila, no? Confidence is the key na meron sa Laos under lineup pa lang. You see them parang, I win this game already. So yun yung, tignan natin kung ano naman ang gagawin ngayon ng Saudi Arabia para mapigilan yung ganung confidence na meron ang Laos right now. The very, I think, teka lang. Mid Angela, di ba naayos to? Mid na Kororo? Huh?
Hindi pa ata. Yulian po na sa farm.
Lito ako kasi para mo gawing marksman ng Marco Polo.
Kumahan ko po, iba. Mas iba pa yung play.
Loko ako itong... okay na.
Hindi.
Yeah, it's a prank, guys.
It's a prank lang. So, ito, biglang napaisip. Ha? Seryoso ba yun? Okay, pero hindi pa naman pala talaga.
Yan.
Now, it's the early laning phase. Erin Marco Polo, we kind of mostly not see the Marco Polo onto the ranks ng mga most hero picks dito sa Asian Games Qualifiers. It's mostly the DRNG, the Erin.
Nakuha ni Anas.
Exchange na agad. Ayan na.
Sakit
Nagawa
sa
ng
puso.
ibon.
Sakit sa puso nun para kay Fokham na nakuha yung kanyang ibon dito, no? But in this one is, medyo mahirap naman talagang labanan ng isang Marco Polo pagdating sa duelo, no, sa pagkuha ng ibon dito. But that's just a bird. You're looking at the game right now. Mukhang magkakagawa pa ng Armadillo. Nakuha pa rin ni Fokham. Akin yan
Akin, ito yung mga wonders ng isang enemy. Additional pa rin. May yung 2v1 na meron magic damage. May AOE parang 2-man army in the early stage of the game. Kaya yung Lian po din dito, kailangan din talaga batayan. Ay, nagkakaagawan pala dito ng
Magkakape nag-agawan.
Akin yung trend. Nililis mo ba? Bibigay mo sa akin. Yung mga ganun ka bang tropa sa art?
Marami. Ay, no! Ibon man malayang lumipad, dumasok si Joseph. Kaya lang, walang follow-up na magaganap. Parang nanakot lang, no?
Nanakot lang dun yung Hindi mo. I think walang intention ngayon na kumuha ng first strike ang KSA. Dahil habang nagbabantay din yung Lao dito, malapit na mag-level 4. Mukhang may gustong i-cut ngayon ng KSA, pare.
Si Joseph, papasok sa loob, sabay lalabas. Nanakot lang, kumbaga. Pag nagkataon, ang ganda ng movement ngayon ng KSA, surprisingly, In this early part of the game, they're showing the aggressiveness and medyo parang foot forward sila sa laban dito. Medyo natatakot ng bagya ang Laos.
I think there's the possibility of a hiccup sa isang best of 3 pwede pa rin mangyari. Knowing that yung KSA hindi pa rin talaga nagkaroon ng winto onto their group stage journey by the way. So meron pa rin pagkakataon ng pagbawi dito ang team. Pero on terms of the rotation, surprisingly, hindi umiikot ng madalas right now ang isang Ghanaian mo. Medyo kasi level 2, level 3, may expect mo na pwedeng mag-spam doon sa baba ng blades. Pero looks like mid-lane ang binabantayan nila dito. Knowing that Angela...
Baka dito na level 4 na kasi level 4 na sisihalat And suppression na ipit sa terrain. Pero ultimate follow-up, sabay walang backup, di makahabol. Mohamed has to back away pero susunog siya. Pero ginamit na rin ng kanya Blazing Brilliance, but first strike goes to Southix Hay.
Medyo nasayang doon ng Blazing Brilliance ng isang Angela si Mohamed. Nagkaroon tayo ng twist and turns onto the mid lane kaso kung hindi ka makakagalaw doon. Open position yun para sa Ghanaian mo kahit tumayo ka lang. Matutuwa sa iyo yung Ghanaian mo dahil sobrang tama ka agad lahat ng blades na connecting onto you. The first strike as expected, tama ka nga, level 4 ang magiging ikot dito ng Lao towards KSA dahil medyo hindi pa nga ganun. So pressure si Muath or ang Lian po ng KSA na samahan ng jungler or umikot ng mas mabilis sa lahat ng parte ng mapa ngayon.
Yes, ang problema ngayon dyan with that first strike and the blue buff. Flash in! Kaya lang medyo malayo pa. Sa lahat, sa halat, medyo na pa, siya dun ha. Talagang gusto niya lang magamitan ng power word control si Mohamed. Pero nakatakas. Going back to what I am saying earlier, naku, na solo kill, solo strike, mga kaibigan sa baba ng ating mapa. And next, after that, is going to be the Tyrant uncontested. Hindi! May nasupsup to the moon, mga kaibigan. Hindi pa naman salamat kasi nandun pa rin sa loob. Si Kuya Velak won, naka-1, and now, ang next target na ay si Muath. Namuhat sila sa katotohanan.
Naku, mukhang maalat ata ang naging resulta doon ng KSA. Knowing that with the 1v1 outplay na ginawa ng Lao doon, it was a clear sign na hindi na sana pumalag. Kaso with that opening, merong objective na pwedeng makuha ang Lao plus yung turret. Currently, Lao is winning the early laning stage at yung KSA mukhang sila ata nag-respond sa bawat patibong na ginagawa nila dito. So kailangan lang muna magregrupo, maghanap ng pagkakataon para magkaroon ng extra damage sa mga laban na sinisimulan nila.
Problema rito, Erp. Sabi ko nga kanina, naorasan na, no? Yung blue buff. Pero yung taas, Paris! Ay, hindi natin nakita. Off-cam strike na nagawa ngayon ng Laos. And this is how you utilize
tama.
Aliyang, no?
Tama, correct. The off-cam strike.
Off-cam strike. Yan lang. Kita, Erp. Higup-higup lang tayo dito, guys. Kuha lang.
Andiyan na ba? Dumating na ba? Dumating na ba yung kape?
Dumating na, Erp. Bumalik na, Wapa 2, Wapa Li, Wapa C.
Yan, tama. It's the second series of the day.
Hindi na ako Wapa Kapi. Pauhuli! Ay, nakatakas si Focam. Ito na, mga kaibigan, ang next target nila ay si Faris. Naiwasan mga couple blades, pero ang basic attack, di mo may iwasan yan.
Ayun lang, si Faris na burnout din yung flash niya dito, so wala siyang takas on the next possible 100 seconds or so. So Lao ay may pagkakataon na magbigay pa ng continuous pressure. Mid-lane, turn it! Oh my God! That streak! Init mo!
Aray ko po! Tumagos sa screen ng damage.
Ganon mo things talaga.
Ang ganda ng ginagawa. Ito naman yung paano yung pestuhan nila dito. Binabantayan nila yung jungle ng kalaban. Sinupsop mga kaibigan dito ang isa na ultihan, na palo, and rampage na ang kuya mo, Southik Say, and going for the high ground tower. 6 minutes on the clock. Blazing Brilliance, ninagawa lahat para madepensahan, sabay titulak, palayo, and a couple blades with a few minions with them. Dalawa ang buhay, yung isa ay nasa baba pa. Mukhang gusto nilang tapusin. Fatty going to defend. Mamamatay pa ni Bayata siya. Pero nawala na ng minion. Naiwasan niya pa yung couple blades. And here comes Muath. What can I say except you're welcome? Natapusin na nila ang laban na ito. Just like that, Game 1 goes to Laos.
At 7 minutes, as an expected result, kitang-kita sa mga mukha ng mga player ngayon ng Lao. And that was a dominating performance. They got only 1 kill out of that situation. Intimidating naman talaga yung naging lineup ng Lao doon. Ganon mo pa lang on that first pick. Ganon mo, walang makakalapit. Every time you stand alone, stand still. It's an open target para sa Lao para makuha ka. So automatic bursted ang mga tumatayong member, especially Dalian po na kailangan na kumuha ng setup. And with that, ang naging casualty talaga palagi is yung Angela. Napakahirap pumwesto, napakahirap kumuha ng magandang Blazing Brills or Chaos Cinders. Kaya kinakailangan nilang i-address ang game number 2 kung paano palabanan to. Ayan.
Yun.
Uy, may pa ganon, may pa-TikTok. May pa-TikTok si Kuya. Ginawang TikTok dan sulat pipido.
Alam mo talaga, magaling talaga ang mga tropa natin sa Lao. And I would say, hindi man tayo, again, aiming for the fastest game in this series, but we see how strong Laos right now. And you mentioned kanina yung struggle ng isang Angela, no, pag ganun yung kanilang kalaban. Ano gagawin mo kahit saan may pwesto sa kalaban mo dito, no? So you just can't connect yung mga skills mo pretty well. Chaos Cinder, Blazing Brilliance, Diba? Mahirap talaga patamahin kasi parang 360 back and forth, may laban, merong kalaban kang nakakatakot, may threat on your opponent.
Yeah, I think kahit na yung the nature of the Angela is the crowd control immunity, hindi naging ganun ka-effective. I think matutuwa pa yung ganin mo kung may crowd control immunity ka, sige tumayo ka. Every time na may ulti, freshly forged, couple blades, swak na swak, doon nagkaroon. I think the first level 4s of the game, hindi nga nagkaroon ng early attempt for a first blood as we expected sa isang ganin mo or merong isang liyang. They took their time. I think level 4, as you said, doon nga ang simula ng ikot and napaka-dominating. And for me, I find it very intimidating to have that lineup na may Nesha ka pa. may Nesha ka pa. Tapos may Charlotte. There's no safe angle na pwede kang makaiwas or makatakas considering na you have crowd control. Yes, kaso medyo pressured lang naging labas ng outcome ng lineup. Tingnan natin yung post-game stats on what happened in that game. 0-1. KSA.
Wala yatang nabuo. May nabuo. Meron silang Acts of Torment dito. Even Doomsday para kay Anas. Actually, nakakuha sila ng first item nila. But again, you still see the difference or the how they build their items as well. Diba? Stuff of reverberation pa si Mohammed dito that right now, even some of the players actually don't opt to get this stuff of the reverberation right now because of the difference right now pagdating sa kanyang effect and damage overall compared to some of the items that you could use also na mas better pa sana. On the other side, kita mo naman, kompleto na kaagad. Dalawang item na, no? Si Fokam, naka-Doomsday, and the Sparkforged Dagger na siya. Just shows how they were dominant in this particular game. And solido, no? Wala tayo gaano pwede masabi dito kasi nandun na eh. It's diretso lang eh. Kumbaga sa SLEX, nandun ka na kagad sa exit.
Correct. I think once nakabayad ka na, naka-RFID, hindi mo na kailangan pumila sa cash. At yun ang ginawa ng Lau eh. Parang ayoko na pumila sa cash lane kasi sobrang tagal talaga pumila ka talaga doon kung nagmamadali ka pa. At sabi ni Lau dito, since madami kayong pang-abot, madami kayong panghuli, they took advantage of their lineup as expected. The burst potential, the reachability of the backline, walang naging ligtas. Parang psychological threat din talaga yung Nesha. Mapapaisip pa talaga kung sino mahuhuli. I think dumarating yung time na rin, Erp, na kada mag-ulti, hindi nila naabot ang buhay yung kalaban. So either na-outplay na ni Fokam, si Erin sa baba, tapos yung ibang mga member nahirapan na mag-respond kagad.
Parang na lang din, parang tawag dito, yung ult yung Nesha is just the insurance nila eh. So they have that Skyfall just in case hindi maging enough yung finisher nila. And that's going to be their final finisher, kumbaga, no? The insurance that they have in case may makatakas sa mga attempts of Laos to go for those strike. And at the end of the day, nakita natin kung gaano ka-effective talaga. It's a matter of how, the gap right now in terms of strength, it's just medyo too much, I would say, for Laos. But it is what it is. Saudi Arabia still put up a good fight in this game. And that's the graph straight to the finish line.
I think meron dito konting hila from minute 5.
Simula pa lang, no?
Kaso napakaaga talaga ng gold graph na to. Kung iisipin mo, napaka-dominating talaga na naging galaw dito ng Lau. And for this kind of dominating lineup na meron sila, very deadly first na pwede mong ibigay sa KSA. They have a choice to actually make things quicker at nahirapan dumipensa agad ng KSA. I've seen the responsibility ng Lian po na nadagdagan na kinailangan ng dumipensa, kailangan niyang humarap at every time na lumapit ng Lian po sa harap ng isang Liang, automatic the suppression is in. Hindi din makalikot yung Nakururo 2. So parang it was a struggle for them to find that perfect kill. Balikan natin yung mga highlights. This was the struggle isang Angela. Perfect opportunity para kay Southeast Shea para magamit yung couple blades agad-agad. Every standing hero ng KSA dito is a clear target na secure strike coming in from that gun and mo.
Kumbaga early game, pagdating sa pag-clear ng mga jungle camps and for minion farming, medyo pumapalag po yung KSA eh. Pero the moment na level 4 na dito, itong sa halat, yun na yung opportunity niya na mag-roam around, wait for that cooldown of the power word control, go together with the Southeast Shea and get for the strike. Every strike na nakuha nila, talagang naging beneficial for them. And that's it, Pansit, no? Game 1.
Mas mabilis pa yung mas mabilis pa to sa order ng kape na dumating no?
Tama. Oo,
napakabilis.
Ayan na.
As expected, ang ating MVP ng game number 1, walang iba kundi si Southeast Shy ng Lao. That's a 403 gun and it was really a deadly force to be reckoned with dahil sa burst na meron ng isang hero na to add to the positioning na ginawa ni Southeast Shy dito. Lahat ng importanteng pagbawi ng Team KSA, and I'm talking about the burst, which is yung Angela, hindi nakakahinga kaagad every time na nagre-respond. So every follow-up na pwedeng gawin ng Lian po automatic negated. So Southeast Shay here commenting how he was moving around quicker at pabilis yung laban with the damage na binigay. It was too much for KSA na depensa na agad-agad.
Dikit na dikit, no? Kumbaga, talagang didikitan lang nila yung kanilang kalaban kanina sa mga team fight situation and yung ating mga yung kanilang duo, no, always together. And that's just how they secure this win. And right now, medyo talagang mapapalaban ang mga tropa natin sa Saudi Arabia, pero okay lang yan. Sabi ko kanina, they can also this is something that they can parang earn as an experience, no, for more upcoming tournaments pa in the future, especially international, kasi we're slowly expanding, no, more of tapping also different regions that we have right now in the world. Kaya naman, di ba, we have India recently nag-release na ng HOK.
Dumadami na.
Diba? Parami and expanding further pa yung horizon ng mga pro players natin, not just the opportunity but also the potential of them winning the upcoming tournaments of HOK.
It's always about the starting point o yung mismong yung origins. Dito magbibigay ng ng pinakamahalagang experience. So I believe kahit yung Team Pilipinas had a fair share kung paano sila nagsimula back then, kung saan sila din naging representative ng ating bansa sa bigger stage ng Honor of Kings years ago. So who knows, baka mamaya ito ng simula ng kanilang papunta sa kanilang mga pangarap. Yeah. So pasalamatan natin ang ating official venue and hotel partner, Marriott Petaling Jaya 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers of Honor of Kings. Sila po ating official venue and hotel partner. Sana may experience. Nandito lang po kami, PM nilang. Yan. PM nila kami.
Sana may experience ko yan. Para naman makaranas ng 5-star bed.
Yan.
5-star breakfast. Yan.
Importante sa esports yung gising no? Kung esports player kayo yung gising.
Siyempre, mahirap pag malang gising, boss.
Correct. Diba? Yung gising. Tama. Yung gising, yung... Nako, yung breakfast. Importante. Back to the draft. Few seconds from now, malalaman natin kung ano ba yung magiging adjustment ng KSA. Red ngayon Red ngayon ng KSA Prayo ang Lao.
Sila ang pumili ng red, no? Sabi nila, counteran natin yung mga perspective nila. Medyo masaya na mga tropa natin Kumbaga, masyado na kayong umaabuso. Kami naman ang babawi sa inyo.
I think kayo na gusto nilang gawin dito. I think yung red side, mas may pabor na magandang alternative response kasi syempre may kayo may second may follow-up kayo na dalawang hero kaagad. So, they would know what to address. But for Lao, I think they're on a momentum. Still, this team is the highest ranking point sa kanilang group. Going back to the group stages, sila po ay Group C.
Yun, oo. Tsaka, pag nasa red side ka, syempre, aside from you have the chance to do a counter pick. Ikaw din yung huli. May last pick, yes. No? Sa'yo yung last pick. So, talagang counter sa 4 punto yung pwede mangyari dito. Pero, ito na mga kaibigan, ban and pick, mabilis pa sa fast, mabilis pa sa tanghali ang ating laban dito. We are now moving to our game 2. Unang pick agad ay si Fang.
Wow. Something that we don't see every day.
Pero ito no? Ay, wala. Hindi siya prior pick nila. Parang baka din to, Erp, yung ginawa ng Philippines nung isa sa mga match nila na fast game push lineup. Kasi naalala ko, may Fang, Milady yan. Milady, may Luban. Meron din silang, sino pa ba yun? Ayan, Lucian.
Lucian Milady Fang. Mukhang ito ata yun, Erp. I think
push strat.
For the information of everybody, Fang has been picked 4 times sa Asian Games Qualifiers. I think, since I mentioned ni Gigi Spear yung paggamit nito ng Team Pilipinas, no surprise na gagawin to ng Lao to make things quicker. They're gonna do with the push strategy. But for KSA, ginamit yung mga power picks nila, ginamit yung power picks rather ng heroes dito sa Honor of Kings, which is yung Okyo tapos yung Chano. Going to the first 3 picks, mukhang natutuwa ngayon ang Lao on the decision na meron sila being on the blue side.
Tinanggal si Fuzi, no? Kasi yan din yung ginamit ng Philippines para makompleto nila yung kanilang lineup. But remember, we still have a lot of different options for the push strat. Like for example, si Lee Sin, pwede yan. Pero usually kasi late game si Lee Sin nagiging effective sa pagdating sa push niya. But Lee Sin is also an option as someone that they could use for the push. And if possible man, baka luban ng iba nila dito just so to reduce the potential attack speed damage na pwedeng ibigay sa tower.
Luban number 7, will we
Fatty.
see the choice? Fatty, great option. Bilis din naman talaga umikot being
Teka
on the
lang,
clash lane.
Ba?
Yan
lang, binabalikan ko lang.
Ito,
meron
Fatty
may Lee tayo hindi siya nakaban Inisip ko kasi baka mamaya nakaban siya
Hindi,
Hindi siya, pwede siya, available siya. So baka yun na pwedeng gawin nila dito for their clash lane. But we'll see. Kasi aside from Fuzzy, siya lang yung nakikita ko pwedeng gamitin to push yung kanilang push strat. Kinuha naman nila din yung Chano, Erp. So that's usually one of the marksman as well na pwede mo rin gamitin because of yung kanyang mga Chicho dogs.
I think the laning phase, panalo talaga yung Chano in terms of that. So, up against, ito may TikTok na naman. Iba talaga.
Want to break it up. Oh, yeah. Have to break.
Okay. Pala TikTok, iba talaga yung the confidence is speaking through. Ikaw ba naman yung camera mo, Obsbot? Sunsundan ka talaga. Erp, ginamit nga. Ay! Luban!
Ayan na. Lee Sin at si Luban.
Totoo ako yung nag-pick ng Luban. Ginagamit ko yun Well, sa atin kasi sa competitive natin sa region natin, we rarely see it, but now Lao is actually ready to go all in with this picks. I think Luban has been picked once sa Asian Games Qualifiers, now making it 2. Pati na rin ito, you mentioned about the Lee Sin.
Rank game na lineup. Pag yung rank game na gusto mong matapos agad yung game, ganito, Erp.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect way to say it. Right now, if you were watching.
Talaga.
Mabilisan talaga, guys. Comment down kung ito yung ginagamit nyo. Comment down kung may nakakalaban kayong ganito sa mga madaling araw na mga RG. Mga prime time ba? So ngayon, Lao, on a match point, 1-0 and it's best of 3 KSA with the lineup. Mukhang seryoso kanilang picks dito. And they counter out the push and the faster strategy na meron ang Lao ngayon.
Tignan natin if they can break the fastest game record. Pero most of the time, we're always seeing the struggle na pagdating ng mga 6 minute mark, parang doon na yung mahihirapan yung isang team to finish up the crystal, no? And even the high ground towers. Kasi mabilis yung that timer So that's something that they have to also look forward to at least defend later on.
I think with that, I think 6 minutes could still be the time na pwede nilang agapan dito. But looking at this, Luban being first, love the skin by the way, yan yung ginagamit ko. Share ko lang. Lao onto ang ganda nito. I mean, lahat na pwede mo maipong token. Nako, kunin mo na. Hindi lahat.
Kunin mo na.
May lumabas pa naman na Luban ngayon na galing sa isang figurine. Yung parang Game Boy.
Yan,
so, parang ako dapat baka sama nga ako sa RG, baka mabigat.
Buksan mo, papasukin ako. Yun yung gagawin doon pag pumasok talaga Pero, konting stun, CC, okay lang. First strike goes to Laos agad. At this time, we are at 1 minute and 30 seconds. Ay to push sa bot lane pero tumalon sa loob si Yuhuan. Laos sa lahat kailangan mag-out pero nakapag-shield. Mamba out indeed. Flash out, flash in, papasok, lalabas. Ang daming nangyari pero walang nakuha kahit isang strike sa laban na yon.
Sabi nila, since dumami kagad ang mga tropa nila sa baba, sila ngayon nagpo-push ng unang turret sa clash lane. Habang binawasan nila ang depensa dito, naging busy din sila sa pagpo-push. Knowing the push strategy ang gusto nilang gawin sa lineup nila, why not take advantage kung saan nagkukumpol-kumpol ang mga member ng KSA?
Yes, ang problema dito, Erpa, nakagawa agad ng first strike ang Laos, and that's because, syempre, hindi mo pa rin, we cannot deny the fact na malakas talaga ang damage pa rin ng isang Fang. Hindi lang siya pang push talaga, but also the skirmish power. Pero 1v1 sa taas, labanan mga kaibigan, Lee Sin versus Adon. Nanambot, nawala ng tigas ang isang Dan dito, talagang sustaining lang. Pero habang nangyayari yun, merong nakuwang strike sa baba. And that's going to be 1 for none in favor of Laos. Going for the first tower. Samon-samon lang ng mga baby boys, ng mga minions, itong si Milady. And nakuha nila kagad yung first tower in his 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Ito, may expect mo kung meron ka talagang Milid tsaka Luban na iwas. Oy, mukhang makakaiwas pata dito. Inahabol! At hindi secured.
Yun lang, nadali si Villa 1. And alam naman natin na importante sa kanya na makuha yung kanyang mga jungle buff dito. But with that, let them cook! Sabi ni Lucian. And because of that, walang makakapigil sa mga bebe boys ng Laos. Unbridled outburst, hiniwa lahat ng kanilang daanan. Pero naiwasan indeed. Ginamit ang ulti. Meron ditong unending sorrow and mournful tempo para masisi ang mga miyembro ng Laos. Pero dadali yata si Sahalat. Nakatakas, nag-shield, na-comeback play na ginagawa ngayon ng mga Laos. Another strike para sa kanila. Faris is down. Ang next target ay si Yusef. And that's a double strike para sa Laos.
Double strike at may follow-up ng clear ngayon. Luban hindi umuwi, walang pinauwi. Si Hasalat lang ngayon maghihintay para makabalik sa laban na to. But may minions. Meron ding push, meron mga robot ang Milady dito for this game. And Lao, second turret sa baba. Nakuha na rin, mukhang the push strategy is slowly working. Agaw din ng mga buff dito sa jungle ng KSA.
Not even 4 minutes mga kaibigan. Dalawa na ang nasirang torre dito ng Laos. And now the position is in the advantage of Laos. They can potentially get this Tyrant uncontestedly. Mohamed, oops, too late na para sa kanya. Para sana i-contest yung ating Tyrant, but that's just it.
Si Camping, oh.
Oo.
Si Camping, nagpo-push yun sa taas, may sarili ding trabaho.
Si Camping, oh, kinakamp niya na yung taas.
Nagka-camping doon sa ano.
Si Camping, oh.
Sa Clash Lane. Hindi ko nakuha yung skin na to. Yung Bidak ba? Wala kayo talaga ni Lucian sa skin na to.
Oo.
Hindi pa ako nababasbasan ni Zia nung time na yun eh.
Oo,
sa Bidak.
Bidak man. Oy, tumalon! Para saan? Para lang manakap ang kanilang mga kalaban dito. Pero sa likod, si Villacwan, tahimik lang sa umpisa. Nag-teleport sa gitna ng kanilang laban. Si Camping, ginamit na rin yung kanyang unbridled outburst para pigilan sila. Pero wala makakapigil sa mga baby boys. And now, pushing the third high ground tower dito sa ating baba. Walang makakapigil. Wala silang pake kung wala silang minion. Nangalahati na ang buhay na kanilang tower dito. Pero pinipigilan pa rin ang rest of the members of Saudi Arabia ang kanilang kalaban. Pero push kung push, trying their best to stop them. Here comes Mohamed. Tumalon sa loob pero hindi siya confident enough. Nasa loob ngayon si Buat. Namulat ang kanyang mata and he will fall down into the hands of KSA or rather ng Laos. -1 pero tower is still here. Yun ang kanilang gustong targetin dito. Kaya lang hindi na nila masira kasi depensa hanggang dulo ang ginagawa ng mga miyembro dito ng KSA. Pero tapos,
na-push na naman. Third turret na to from KSA sa bottom side. Inhibitor turret yun. Na-push lang ng push. Walang umuwi. Negated lahat ng damage dahil sa Lucian na to.
Depend tayo sa baba. Kailangan mag-out, na-start, nasisi, full tempo. Kaya lang mali, unending sorrow, trying to kill, to get the strike sana against dito kay Southix High. Namatay si Southix High. Ang next target ay si Mohamed. Pero the job is not done yet because 6 minutes, hindi pa natapos dito ng Laos ang game.
Buhay pa rin ang T1 mid. So sobrang dami nangyari naming buhay dito ni Yusef. Balikan natin yung replay. Walang umuwi sa Laos sa lineup na to sa baba. Kanina ba na bumababad? Pero yung cut dito na ginawa ng Yuhuan, naging uncomfortable dito ang posisyon ng Luban, pati na rin ng Fang. So kailangan niya munang bumalik at hindi na nagbigay ng casualty sa ginawang pagbawi doon ng KSA. May buy time sila ngayon para depensahan pa ang Tier 1 mid turret.
Akala ko hindi nila pipigilan eh. Kasi pag hindi nila pinigilan yun, pwede talaga nilang i-push yun. Buti na lang, may nag-cut sa kanila towards the farm lane. Pero wait lang, hindi nila kailangan magsama-sama. Trabaho lang, walang personalan. Pasok sa loob, kailangan mag-out, coming in, pero na-shred ng sobra. -1 dito mga kaibigan. Going for the 7 minutes game. Dinabas na lahat ng kanilang mga minions. Kailangan nilang ma-wave flare kagad ang minion dito pero wala silang magawa. Kasi ang crystal lang, ang target, trabaho lang, walang personalan. Kinuha ang crystal sa mukha ng KSA.
7 min.
Sabi nga ng Laos, let me be the one to break it up so you won't have to make excuses.
Pati si Kuya tumawa na. Pati yung isang player ng KSA tumawa na lang doon sa game. Sabi nga tapos 7. Nakangiti pa rin sila eh.
Sabi nila, yari pa boss. Bakit? Ganun boss. Expected na mga kaibigan.
Respect.
Pero indeed, nagpakitang gilas pa rin dito ang Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
Sabi ko na Lee Sin talagang mas Gucci dito eh. Pag ganun strat.
Push lang ng push.
Kasi yung Lee Sin pre, pag nakakapi mo yan sa rank game, hindi mo yan makikita sa mga team fight. Nasa tower lang yan. Tower ang kalaban yan.
Tatrabaho mag-isa. Hindi kasi, ang daming naging yung mga tropa ng Laos sa I mean the players sa si Luban, si Milady, si Lucian, sila kasi yung nagiging point of attention doon sa baba. So habang lahat doon sa KSA, oy, solusyonan nyo yung sa baba, nakalimutan nyo yung clash name. And tutuwanan pag iwanan nyo ako dito. So exactly, yun nangyayari sa mga rank games natin na nakalimutan natin na may trabaho din yung nag-iisang clash lane hero na push lang. So, I think they were aiming to break a time record. Sabi mo kanina, GDSP, meron ba na break or
wala.
7 minutes kanina eh.
Kasi ang as far as I remember, the shortest game pa din is 6:46 and that's PH, no? Na nakatapos ng game before 7 minutes. So, compared dito, medyo napatagal ang laban napatagal ang pag-push ng Laos. Kasi hindi sila umuwi, parang sinustain lang nila yung kanilang mga HP and yun yung nakitang butas dito ng KSA na sabi nila, not today my friend. So yun nangyari.
I think napakaganda ng yung pag-cut siguro ng Yuan doon, yun yung pumigil. Feeling ko hindi nag-cut yung Yuan eh. Yung babad kasi nila doon na I think that was also in a way malalim naman talaga yung ginagawa nila. And with the minion na ginagawa na or pinoproduce na isang Milady, parang alternative habang wala pa yung minion wave nyo. Kaso nga lang, since malapit nga sa base yung KSA, pwede lang mag-regen. Kaso nga lang, Yuhuan yun, automatic, pwede ka talaga, kaya talaga mag-survive at the very end. So, kung di sana na-cut, record breaking, but still Pilipinas ang may hawak ng pinaka-fastest game today sa qualifying natin.
That's a nice game. Nice game indeed. And ginawa nila lahat na kanilang makakaya para mapigilan sila na matapos yung push strat na yun. Pero wala, mahirap talaga. Medyo iba yun. Ang ganda rin ng combo kasi isipin mo pag may Lucian, pwedeng i-disable yung tower eh. Diba? Tapos ang dami na nilang mga minions pa dito. May support coming from Milady.
I think
ito
looking at this, it's a very dominating series for Lao being top of their group. It's showing how their preparation went, how they wanted to be clean at this very last game in the qualifying day dito sa Asian Games Qualifiers ng Honor of Kings. They went with the push strategy. Yung mga two heroes here were only picked once during the first day of Asian Games Qualifiers, but now since confidence has been established and momentum is still running sa Lao, tinuloy lang nila sa KSA despite having this lineup. May Yuhuan ka, may dun pang actually napaka-seryo. Kung iisipin mo seryoso lineup din talaga. May Jiangfei, may Yuhuan. A better way to actually start their game. Pero yun nga lang, what was missing sa statistic na meron na isang team back on our head-to-head, the first strike percentage ng KSA is not really showing just yet. For this, may advantage yung Lao to take control over the laning stage at magkaroon ng magandang posibleng attempt to take the defenses slowly, but this time, mas early nilang ginamit sa KSA.
Yun na nga nakita na natin, no? At talagang, again, the overall strat din talaga dito ng Laos is naging head-on lang na push. And there was an attempt from KSA and I believe ito din yung kanilang gusto sanang gawin is to just go for the clear ng minion wave, but it's not just enough even with a Yuhuan. So it is what it is, guys. pakita natin yung graph natin dito, straight din yan eh. Parang alam mo na eh. Na talagang ang way lang sana para mapigilan nila is to aim for that much faster wave clear. But even Mohamed, Jay, had a hard time, no? Nag-lane soft na pala sila, kaya pala nag-iba-iba yung mga ano. So parang nag-try nila na, ako naman mag-roam, sige. So just to experiment also, no? Na maka-experience sila ng iba't ibang role as well in this game.
Yes, I think that kind of scenario we know already na yun yung pinaka-resulta na gusto nilang gawin, a faster way to see it. I think no game number 1, 7 sila, 7 flat, 7 minutes. Hindi ako nagkakama. I think that was 7 minutes. Sumobra lang ng 2 seconds dito. It was a complete, totally push strategy na ikita sa mga rank games nyo para mas makuha nyo yung magandang tempo. I think it's all about how you take the attention out of the team, especially yung KSA kanina. They have no answer for the Lucian. Ginawa talaga yung Lucian para sa Torre. Ginawa talaga yung Lucian para sa Torre, na the only hero sa Honor of Kings na kaya mag-negate ng damage ng Torre ng game at kahit tangkihin. And with the addition of Milady, it was a complete reinforcement of minions na kahit wala pa yung wave ng Lao doon, pwedeng bumabad ng Luban. Kaso dito natin nakita na ang strength pa rin ng KS onto the line na kung seryoso talagang usapan onto the execution, may pagbabawi naman talaga, but it's not just yet for them to actually bounce back. But looking at this, it's a complete uphill na nasimula ng Lao all throughout minute number 1. Umabot tayo ng, ito, I think this is the final number, 7.1. 7.1 minutes yung duration ng game na yon. And they tried to pull it down nung nakaramdam ang KSA na teka lang, masyado nang babad yung sa bottom side of the map, and they wanted to deny it by cutting out the lane that the U1 made para mahuli yung Luban number 7. But for that, medyo I think it's too late na para makasagot on the defense kasi push na talaga sila ng push. That's it. Wala na kami pwedeng ibigay sa na yun, sa laban na yun.
Kumbaga kahit kayo, kaya niyang i-analyze yung nangyari.
Oo nga.
Talagang it's a straight push strat na ginawa nila. And we even see the counterplay, no, that KSA is also trying. Well, nakita naman natin na syempre na medyo naging sobrang lalim nila sa pag-attempt to go for the invade and potential push as well. Pero yun lang yung mga small hiccups na pwede mong ma-experience talaga in this particular lineup. And sometimes, pag ganito, as you can see, ito yung highlight natin, no? May mga instances na nagkakaroon sila ng mishap as well sa mga team fights. Because again, medyo marami din talaga pwede maging butas pag napabayaan, no? Kaya kailangan medyo swift din, and kailangan maayos din talaga yung overall strat ninyo and the coordination of your team to be able to make this work para sa mga team fights. But it is what it is, guys, no? Just showing how dominant right now ang Laos in their group. And I'm really looking forward as well for them na sa mga susunod pa nilang laban, especially in the upcoming playoffs, no, sa ating Asian Games.
I think that would be a great sight to see kasi hindi ba nga nakikita yung mga best of the best sa kada group, and now we're just seeing the groupings and also kung ano man yung kalaban nila sa kanilang respective groups. Actually, KSA and Lao, this is under Group C. Lao is on top of the lead right now, pero still it's a qualifying stage pa lang naman. But for this, si Villa Cone ang naging MVP, 3-1-6, picking up the Fang for the 5th time in the HOK Asian Games Qualifiers. It was completely push. Guys, alam niyo na yan. Push tayo ng push. That's the lineup.
Vilak won with the Fang 21.1 yung percent ng damage siya dito, no. I would say na hindi lang kahit sabi ko nga kanina, no, kahit na push lang yung strat talaga nila dito, we cannot deny the fact na malakas din talaga ang damage sa isang Fang. It's one of the best heroes that you could use sa solo game, sa mga rank games mo na solo ka, no, kasi pwede kang mag-jungle, pwede kang mag-farm lane, and even if you go toe-to-toe with a lot of different marksman, malaki talaga ang pwedeng ilamang ng isang Fang 1v1. Kaya niyang mas malaking chance na mananalo siya sa mga skirmishes na duel, no, against a marksman. So, that's one of the best heroes that you guys can use, and syempre, well-deserved para sa MVP.
Yeah, I think it's more likely the strategy like nakikita. I'm also happy na makakita ng Luban, pero sa mga ganitong pagkakataon lang yan. Kung qualified tayong team, it's really hindi na ganun kataas yung bearing, parang yun na yung nagiging strength na to actually use those lineups. Pero minsan pag talaga pag seryoso ang big stage at nagkita na yung mga best of the best sa kada group, iba na yung naging resulta. So, that has been another sweep in series number 2 by Lao. So, dito natin makikita yung kada experience sa kada group lumalabas at nagpapakitang gilas pa rin naman. But let's hear it sa ating main stage kasama si Mara Aquino interviewing the winning team. Ano ba yung mindset nila into this game?
Finishing strong at number 1. Congratulations!
Thank you.
Thank you.
We saw different strategies in game 1 and game number 2. What we noticed, game number 2 was slightly different. Instead of focusing on strikes, Team Laos focused more on the objectives, map control, towers. What made this shift in the strategy? What happened?
ตอนเกมแรกนะพวกโตโฟกัสเรื่องค่าเรื่องคิวอะนะแล้วก็มาเกม2พวกโตเปลี่ยนแผนไปเรื่องแมปคอนโทรลแล้วก็ไปโจมตีป้อมอย่างเดียวเลยเป็นอย่างคือเปลี่ยนเกม
เพราะที่จริงก็ตั้งใจว่าสิเฮ็ดแบบสถิติแบบจบไว้สินะแต่ว่าแบบมันกับบ่ทันนี่สิ
As the plan they want to make a new record for the fastest game and then they plan change to fight the tower only. Yes.
Oh, that's why. Okay. Were you aware that you now have the second fastest game of the tournament?
Thank you.
But your aim was actually to have the fastest.
เป้าหมายแมนอยากได้ที่1แม่นบ่
Man, yes.
Why is this record so important to Team Laos?
เป็นอย่างเรคคอร์ดนี้คือสำคัญ
ก็อยากให้เป็นผลงานที่ดีของประเทศอยากให้แบบว่ามีสถิติดีๆที่เกี่ยวกับรายการแล้วก็เป็นแบบผลงานที่ดีของประเทศไปนำ
because he want to make a new record to be the proud of Lao people and then to be the proud of the HOK game.
Oh wow, so you wanted to make a statement. But you know what, regardless, you guys are already making a statement because you are number 1 in your group. How does it feel to be number 1 to show the strength of Laos?
รู้สึกจังได๋ที่ได้เป็นท็อปของกลุ่ม
ก็ตรงตามเป้าหมายที่เราตั้งไว้แล้วก็แบบก็รู้สึกภูมิใจในทีมทุกคนและก็ทีมงานทุกคนที่เฮ็ดเวียกมานำกันอย่างหนักก็รู้สึกภูมิใจ
he is very proud of everyone that working together with him and the team that practice with him all the time and for the family that support him as well. He is very proud at the moment.
And you can also give a shout out and a message to your supporters, your family, everybody back home that's watching you.
อยากว่าอย่างนำครอบครัวทางบ้านและก็ผู้ชมที่อยู่ประเทศลาว
ก็ขอบใจทุกคนที่ตามเชียร์พวกเรามาตลอดแล้วก็พอเทศให้ดีที่สุดต่อไปในเมนสเตจที่ญี่ปุ่นแล้วก็เลยขอบใจ
He said thank you for supporting him and then also thank you for supporting Lao team and please focus on the next main stage in Japan for Lao team as well. Thank you.
Once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
It's okay that you didn't get the fastest record. Second is still great, but what matters even more is that you're number 1 in your group and you're heading to the Asian Games.
Yeah, thank you.
Now we'll head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
That was a good interview coming in from Lao and napaka-importante pala yung oras sa pagkatapos ng Games Honor of Kings, giving a greater and prouder moment sa kanilang bansa since this is an Asian game qualifier ng Honor of Kings. Napakalaking magiging example kung makuha nila yung record breaking ngayon.
Yeah, for sure. Kasi again, this is Asian Games and a lot of different region went here to fight for their honor, and yun nga, together we shine yung ating parang gusto nating i-highlight dito, in which we would like to give different shining moments also from for different regions, and with Laos talagang showing off in this game, when their groups being number 1, it's just super huge for them na maabot yung ganong klaseng fit dito. But syempre, biggest shoutout once again to our official gaming phone. Wala iba kundi ang IQ, para lang sa ating mga players na ginagamit ng kanilang mga phones right now. And even Shinbu, showing off yung kanyang IQ phone as well na maganda rin talaga sa kanyang na ginagamit daily,
Yeah, daily. Sana naman, Erp, ano tayo niyan? Zia, baka naman, basbasan mo kami ng ng mga ganyan, no?
Ayun, no?
Parang solid yung ganun, yung IQ.
Solid talaga yan.
Solid, sa feeling ko. May may logo pa ng Honor of Kings sa likod. Tapos yung notification mo, yung voice over ng, baka mamaya, voice over ko, pwede ko gamitin Yung alarm clock, yung mga ganun. Parang solid din, Erp, The IQ is the way. Guys, yun yan ang aming official gaming phone. Napakabilis ng laban. To be honest, showing how dominant that team is. Group C, that's
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. I think may goal din ata ngayon yung mga tao. Kung gaano kabilis tapusin ang mga laban sa Asian Games Qualifiers for today's video. Ano talaga I think we've seen also India and Saudi Arabia sa Group C na they're at the bottom part of the groupings. Mamaya masusubaybayan din natin ang mga susunod na mga na groups. I'm looking forward to actually know kasi ano nga ba yung third series natin kasi 2nd and 4 and 5 although may konting bearing in terms of the performance and the pride. Of course, the pride is always there sa kada laban. Kaso nga lang with that na hindi na bearing, will they experiment pa ba? May itatry ba silang bago? Or parang, will they still use the same consistent lineup na ginagamit nila from the beginning of the qualifiers?
Yes, and so, to answer your question, the next series is Singapore versus Syria. Pero, that's game 2, mga kaibigan. Babalik kami after a few minute break. Make sure dyan lang kayo dahil next game, alam nyo na.
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
They're gonna use it, golden tide slows that Tatsumi.
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia. This is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Legendary.
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Don't engage. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our high ground tower is under attack. Amazing. Unbelievable.
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain. Rampage. kill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
They tried.
The new Spritling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu kontrak kita. Relax bro. Phone aku. Jom kemana? Mountain View.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back
strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers starts to
What is up, Pilipinas? Nagbabalik muli tayo sa Asian Games Qualifiers ng Honor of Kings. Ito nga ang match number 3. Tuloy pa rin ang ating laban ngayong araw, kaya papunta na tayo sa exciting part. But for now, it's series number 3. It's the battle of the double S. Singapore and Syria. Representative sa sa anong group to, Gigi Spear?
Group number, I love the I think group A yata to, D. Hindi ako nagkakamali. Medyo
Tama,
na tayo dito. Salamat na. Tama.
Tama yun.
Tama,
Guys.
yan. Eto na guys, no, ang laban sa pagitan ng dalawang team na ito, enlighten mo nga kami, RP Derp, no? I-konting recap lang natin, no? Ano bang current standing ng ating dalawang teams dito sa kanilang group?
For Group D, since we are now heading towards their last series, no, I think tonight maglalaban ulit ng isa pang serye ng Group D, which is yung South Korea, Republic of Korea and Hong Kong, China.
Hong Kong.
Yung Syria and Singapore naman, sila yung number 3 sa third place, pareho sila. So
laban sa ano pala to, sa LCQ.
Parehong record. 1-2-2-4. So habang nangyayari lahat na yun, pwede kayo sumali sa event para makakuha ng chance na manalo ng physical prizes, special items at redemption codes at iba pang malulupit na rewards habang nangyayari ang ating bagong season ngayon sa Honor of Kings. Sino mo yan, Annihilator Kaiser.
Ganda, oo. Di ko pa nakikita yan eh. Pag nakita ko siguro yan, baka mapalatan ko na yung skin ko na malakas na Kaiser.
Talaga ba? Wow.
Medyo di ko kabisado yung mga skins na pangalan, pero maganda ang ating Kaiser dito. Maganda. Pag nagkaroon tayo ng Annihilator Kaiser, nako. Katapusan mo na Eugene. Pero, ayun na nga, no? At, guys, we're about to see our third series for today, Singapore versus Syria. Fighting off para sa ating last chance qualifiers not tomorrow.
Yep.
So, kung kailangan nila, kung sino tatagos dito, lalaban ko sa LCQ. Against other groups naman that are also number 3 sa kanilang mga rankings.
Yeah, I think you had the question at the beginning of the match na ano ba yung standing ngayon ng Syria and Singapore. Both of them are in the third spot. Kasi yung pinaka-last Sri Lanka, they're now -8 na talaga. But for Syria and Singapore, they have the same result, 1-2, 2-4. Actually, -2 in general. So Hong Kong, China, and Republic of South Korea are the ones on top of their group right now. So Syria and Singapore, meron pang pagkakataon na humabol. Hindi pa tapos ang lahat. But for today, pwede yung mag-expect ng kakaibang performance or pag-adjust sa dalawang teams. So, pareho yung naging naging run nila eh.
Oo, malaki ang at stake dito, no? Kumbaga, now or never ang ating labanan dito sa dalawang team. And malaki ang indeed at stake in this particular game between these two teams kasi nga ito na yung go home or go next. Yan, Pero, ako, ready na ako para sa laban to kasi talagang really looking forward ko anong gagawin dito ng dalawang teams. Lalo na, pareho silang pantay sa kanilang score.
Yep, malalaman natin ngayon. Dahil tatawagin na natin ang mga teams na punta sa stage. Let's now welcome them sa kanilang laban. Let's go!
Eto na guys, wala nang mas tataas pa sa kung ano ang at stakes ngayon sa laban nila. Patay sila ng puntos kasama ang kanilang kalaban. At isang crucial na panalo ang maglalapit sa kanila sa kanilang pangarap. Focus, determined at handang-handa sa hamon. Singapore, mga kaibigan, from Group D.
Wala nang safety net na natitira. Bata sa standings at lumalaban para sa kaligtasan sa last chance stage. Bawat team fight ay napakahalaga. Ang kanilang tadhana ay nasa kanila para mapatunayan na kaya pa. Narito na ang Syria! Buhay pa rin ang pagkakataon para makakwalify. Make no mistake na talaga, ito na yung pagkakataon na muling makakuha ng slot. May nag-iisa pa doon kanina sa qualified team, Sir P. Ito na nga ba ang pagkakataon ng team na to para makabawi?
Indeed. Nako. Parang handang-handa na mga kaibigan. Unang-una sa lahat, Team Singapore. We have Yanzi, Yuming T, Yihui C, si Kayang G, and syempre si Wikiat C na ready to go against Syria para sa ating LCQ tomorrow. Kung sino manalo dito, Erpa, again, pinag-uusapan natin kanina, sila ang may chance pa na makahabol para sa ating playoffs.
Yeah, I think hindi pa talaga tapos ang lahat para sa dalawang team na to. Ulitin lang namin. They had the same fate, they had the same result. Kung titignan nyo lahat sa standings natin, into their group, Group D, pareho yan. Pareho number 3 ngayon at mag-aagawa ng punta yung dalawang to heading towards their final battle. Habang ang Singapore naman, we've seen some promising results, pero into the head-to-head malalaman natin kung saan talaga sila lalamang. Now, this is the Syria lineup. We have Bashar onto the clash. We have Amar onto the jungle. Abdulazais for the mid lane. We have Ali A for the farm and Ibrahim for the roamer. Matindi rin ang kanilang naging journey all throughout their groups, pero pareho pa rin talaga ang resulta. We're saying it again, they have the same result. So kailangan nilang patunayan to dahil wala nang safety net ang team na to moving forward, kundi bukas ang kanilang huling pagkakataon depende sa resulta ngayong hapon.
Ang another potential 3 games for today, aside from the next upcoming na series natin, the rest of the series for today, ito pang isa dahil malaki ang pinaglalabaran nila. But head-to-head stats, we're seeing that Singapore has more numbers, higher numbers compared to Syria. Kung kaya naman pagdating sa ating crowd favorite, or I would say in terms of the comment section, leaning towards talaga tayo sa Singapore dito. Pero we cannot deny the fact that andito pa din talaga na nasa number 3 din, na lumalaban ng Syria dito. Kaya naman pwede pa din nilang kumbaga mabigyan ng lason effect ang Singapore. 61-71-167 versus 35-64-89 na KDA. And the hero pool, medyo may konting kalamangan lang ang Team Singapore.
Yeah, they're not afraid to try what they can actually utilize some most pick heroes ngayon sa Asian Games Qualifiers ng Honor of Kings. At the first strike rate na 67%, it's all about their early game momentum. Doon nagsisimula yung micro nila at doon magdidikta ng ikot na dito all throughout the map. Since they have this similar result. Ang magkakatalo na lang dito, yung palawakan ng hero pool kasi we've seen the difference of the head-to-head on our past matches. May kalamangan talaga at nakita natin na yung experience, yun ang lumalamang sa kani-kanilang mga series. But now, pwede natin makita na may potential. 3 games ang mangyari sa laban na ito dahil kailangan nilang kunin ng puntos para makuha ang rankings to get to that qualifying last part of qualifying ng Asian Games Qualifiers. So ito pa lang guys, we're still headed to the exciting part. So ngayon, ano pa lang to, we are merely here to see and observe kung ano nga ba kanila naging adjustment all throughout their journey sa Group D. Actually, 2 Group D maglalaban today na tuloy-tuloy eh. Una yung Singapore, Syria, followed by Republic of Korea and Hong Kong, China. So ngayon we have the head-to-head with the farm lane kung ano nga ba kanila naging division. Napakataas ng agwat sa average KDA and the gold per minute. Ito talaga siguro yung pinaka-ano nila, fire starter for the early game dahil mataas nga yung first strike rate ng Team Singapore.
Oo, kita natin kahit sa individual player stats pa lang. I believe they are the marksman, no? So in this particular match, head-to-head, we're going to see how they're performing actually with regards to their farm lane role sa ating mapa. It's 6.7 KDA para kay Kayang G. That's pretty huge already considering we have a very very big numbers kanina sa ating team head-to-head. But individual, makikita natin dito natin mas masusukat, no, kung sino yung mostly nagkukuha or nakapupunta lahat ng kanilang mga numbers or yung kanilang mga stats pagdating sa mga team fight. And even the kill participation, we have 80% para kay Kayang G and 68% for Ali A. So it's all about a matter of maybe how they're going to win their respective lanes, and at the same time, the kiting skills or the kiting that they can do pagdating sa mga team fight later on sa ating laban.
I think that's one way to look out for ngayon dahil nga we're looking at the similar result on their group stage run. Now we're looking at the 2 possible breakout players sa series na ito. So we will actually know what could be the better adjustment and the side selection now. Si red side, si Singapore ang kukuha and sa blue naman ay si Syria. Considering that the red side is more favorable right now sa Asian Games Qualifiers, getting that most pick heroes that we're talking about, the Chano, the Lapu-Lapu, the Ata. Pero onto the blue side naman, if you have the priority, you take it away laban onto the fight na merong exchange sa blue side.
Iyon, nako. Medyo makikita natin dito yung labanan pala pagdating sa ating drafting, no? So whoever picks their mostly comfort, because again this is just a standard banned pick, no, so we're not going for the global ban. Game 1 pa lang naman, but obviously we already have seen, considering this is the last game of our qualifiers before the last qualifiers tomorrow, mas makikita mo na kung sino yung mga usual na pinipili ng mga teams natin. So with regards to that, we have for Singapore, di ba, top picks, and for example, Don, Mai Shiranui most of the time being picked also. We have Guan Yu, Erin, Mozi, and Dia. And with that, Mai Shiranui first pick kagad for Syria. It could be a counter pick against your opponent, but Singapore on the other side, kinuha kagad nila yung most pick nila na marksman and roamer, which is Guan Yu.
I think the idea of having that ultimate from the back and the peel from the front ng Singapore, yun yung pinakamagandang capital nila dito, knowing na merong may aggressive mid lane hero ang Syria coming to the point na mag-exist ang Mai Shiranui dito. We would like to see kung mag-aggressive pa ang kanilang start dito from Singapore, since ang highest first strike rating nila from the team head-to-head most relies on this, kaya siguro pinili nila din ang Garuda to get that amplification, the frontline peel. Kaya I think naisip ng Sir, tanggalin na rin ang Neja para wala nang disruption sa backline at pwede maging open ang safety spot ng isang BRNG.
Yeah, and also, yun, tinanggal nila si Nakororu. We all know how effective a Nakororu can be when it comes to the rotation and how they can effectively control different places pagdating sa ating jungle camps. Kinuha nila ngayon si Mozi. That's Mozi for the roamer support. And this is a clash lane Guan Yu pala, no? Since we already have a Mozi para sa nilang roamer. Syria right now, thinking of what's going to be the next pick, we still have Ata. Ata is already picked. I think Okyo para sa jungle.
Pwede
Since
maging
still,
Okyo Tachibana for Syria, no? I think that would
unless jungle na tong si Ata or Parang hindi na yata. Oh. May Fatih pa sila. Fatih, Charlotte. Those two picks they can still get for this lineup.
I think that would be a great balance kung if will they go for the utility. I think Dharma would be wow.
Dharma, oy.
Dharma ang kanilang clash lane ata jungle nga mapupunta ang choice ng Syria dito, and for the chance na pwede ma-cleanse lahat ng crowd control, Swansea is the perfect way to seal the deal. But kanina mo pwede maging effective to, although may maliit naman na crowd control mula sa Mozzie. Think inside the box, yes, but adding the Doom to the last pick, pwede na maging effective ditong ikot ng isang Swansea, especially for the team fight sa malapit, dahil may Guanyu nga na pwede umabot sa likod ng Syria.
Medyo feeling ko hindi ganon ka-beneficial ang pagkakaroon ng isang Swansea considering sa lineup na meron ang Syria dito, no? So could have been, or rather Singapore could have been more effective if they opt to a different hero for the roamer. Kasi sino i-cancel out mo dito? Guanyu? Mozzie? With taking inside the box? Yeah. If yung Dharma is on the side of Singapore, then that would have been, yes, sige, goods yan.
Bagay no?
Or even Zhang Fei, di ba? Or Lianpo, no? But with that, we'll see how they're going to make it work with that roamer support that they have. But remember, in terms of stats, lamang ang Singapore dito.
I think I would still agree on that part, Mr. GG Spear, dahil yung oras na kailangan din natin tingnan na will it be then. But you have the CDK right now on your screens. Kunin mo na to get that 50 Dragon Crystals guaranteed. Walang joke yan. Legit po yan.
Yes. So, walang labis, walang kulang.
Correct. Kuha ng rewards right now. Nakakabago pa lang ng Honor of Kings season. But for this time around, Singapore onto the lineup. They have great control for poke, high survivability in terms of the comeback team fight. Pero for this, pag-usapan namin ulit yung Swansea. Kanina ba maging effective yung pinaka-cleanse na dito? Dahil madaming pwedeng i-effect kasi isipin mo lang for Singapore, yung Garuda has been the great way of peeling the front line. Dahil may kakunata ngayon yung Syria, so kailangan din sila mag-react agad-agad doon.
Yun ang kailangan natin maging kailangan bantayan, no? But we are at the 1 minute mark pa lang naman, so medyo slow pa yung ating laban dito, no? So considering we're seeing a lot of movements obviously coming from mid to rotating towards spot lane or yung ating farm lane dito. Still the same. But right now, we'll see. Going sila sa clash lane dito, no? Get that teleport spriteling para magkaroon sila ng early lead also in terms of gold. Pinipigilan niya ni Kuya Yanzio. At medyo natatakot si Bashar dito, no? Kasi pag nagkataon, that could have been a first blood against him. Right now, still the same, no? Talagang ano lang just going for the laning phase. Really looking forward kung paano nila magagawa ng paraan na ma-counter out ang Singapore dito with the current lineup of Syria.
I think with that, kailangan din tingnan kung kailan nila i-take advantage yung high positioning na isang Maishu na Nawiya. Then a flash!
Nakop, sabay gamit ng Choshi na Bibochi. Kaso kulang pa din. Medyo nag-miss yung kanyang Kachosen. So kind of forced siya if you look at it closely.
I think it's also forced. Flash still remains open. Kind of confused kung ano yung naging call niya doon. But with that, yun yung may-expect ko sa isang Mai Shernui. Abdulzai is missing that important hit. But looks like Singapore right now, kuha pa rin ng tamang oras at timing para mapagana ang kanilang lineup. The amount of feel ay mangyayari in the next few minutes and maybe sa objective. Tamang nakakaw lang din dito ng Boar ang Mai Shernui ng Syria, kaya kailangan mo na tingnan ang coverage na iniikutan ngayon ng Singapore.
Maliit man sa inyong paningin, nagalaki pa rin na pwede niya makuha with that stolen Boar. Ginamit na rin ang ulti sa baba ng ating mapa, kayang G. Binigyan ng damage dito against kay Ibrahim, pero not enough to get that first strike for now. But the damage is there. We are 3 minutes into this game. So, if patagalin pa ni Ibrahim yung kanyang pag-recall dito, that's going to be problematic later on, lalo na pag nag-up yung ating mga Tyrant.
I think tama ka dito. Ang taas ng peel. Automatic may attempt na naman ng Mai Shernui.
Wings of Judgment, nakapag-flash out. Hindi na nakatakas dito mga kaibigan. And that's going to be the first strike. Goes to Abdulazaiz. But we are at the 3 minutes and 30 seconds mark, so pwede silang pumesto kaagad for that Tyrant.
Despite the peel na sinimula ng Singapore dito, as you mentioned, na kailangan na mag-recall ni Ibrahim, looks like yun yung naging way para magkaroon ng vision si Abdulazai sa pagbabad ng Singapore at mukhang may laban pa ulit. Hindi natin pinapauwi ito.
Wala. Alam nila makakatakas, no? Hindi nila Finors.
Yeah.
Pero up na yung ating mga marksman, even with the first strike na nakuha ng Syria. We are about to see the Tyrant fight right now. Nagkakaipitan, Amar versus Yuming. Pwestuhan lang, tamang bato lang, then ang kanyang cannon blast. Pero walang tinatamaan na kahit na isa. Or rather, tinatamaan pala, pero the CC immune is always there. Pwesto na ngayon ng rest of the members of Syria, preparing for this upcoming Tyrant fight. Wings of Judgment to stop them, pero Yuming securing this one. Narangan siya sa likod, medyo napalayo yata. Gumamit na rin ng Truth Patra, nag-miss sa kanilang kalaban, pero okay lang yan. -1 para Abdullah Zais. Pasok sa loob ang ating Guan Yu, kaya na nakatakas pa. Na-secure ng Singapore ang Tyrant, pero nabawasan sila ng isa with a 2-0 score.
Medyo awkward ang magiging labasan na ng resulta doon for Singapore dahil alam nila wala pang flash na available for the 3 members of Singapore, kay Kayang, kay Yihui, pati kay Wicked, kaya medyo hindi kaagad bumabad ang team na to. It's because of how strong ang reachability. Di pa tatapos, may follow pa sa likod.
I like this, ha? Ang ganda ng aggression na ginagawa dito ng Syria. Munti ka na makatakas si Wikiat with the use of kanyang thinking inside the box. Pero kulang pa rin ang kanyang damage. And the follow-up coming from teammates because andyan lang naman si Yanzi. Anong gagawin nila? And mukhang with that, tower will fall into the hands of Syria.
At habang nakita natin dito ang second tier third na tumutumba for Syria. Ngayon, Singapore ngayon na kailangan bumaylo at least nakikipag-agawan sa buff. 2v3. Nakipag-ano nga talaga.
Nakuha niya pa rin, Arp.
Nakuha niya pa rin. Team Singapore habang nangyayari, lahat na may 3v2 din sa baba. May kanya-kanyang ano dito. May kanya-kanyang
buhay.
O kanya-kanyang buhay, kanya-kanyang team fight. Pero one thing remains open ay ang tier 1 mid protection. Ang taas ng poke na binibigay ngayon ni Wicked. The Mozzie of this team Singapore giving so much opportunity sana. But the follow-up na ginagawa ni Syria, napakataas ng dive potential nila dito na may burst na sila.
Yes, and we'll see kung ano pa ang next step ngayon ng Syria to keep this up. Right now, they have the lead in terms of the strikes, no? Pero nag-miss na naman yung kanyang knock-up. But here comes the ultimate. Ginamit na rin yung Wings of Judgment para napalayo sila dito. Nag-miss yung kanyang ulti. And nawawasan na naman dalawa mga kaibigan. Ngayon, Singapore taking the lead of this game after that particular team fight. But here comes Yuming. Nabawasan na naman ang isa. And the consistency of Singapore right now, this opportunity for them is giving them the lead.
Ito, it's giving a lot of vibes of a comeback ngayon for this team. Balikan natin yung replay. What went wrong? Ganda ng abang sana dito. May nag-miss na naman sana. But with that, yung Wings of Judgment ang ginamit nila para pang peel. Pero was that enough? It was para makahawak ng magandang frontline kill or strike rather from Syria para hindi na makabawi agad. Ang gandang turnaround doon. Plus may Torre pa sa baba na ang Singapore. Imagine the back and forth of this game at 7 minutes. Kanina hawak ng Syria to pero ngayon Singapore ang napakaganda ng outplay na ginagawa nila once magkamali ang Syria.
Doon naman nakikita naman natin na ang medyo lamang dito ng Syria is in terms of team fight na 5v5. And yun na kailangan iwasan ng Singapore dito pero nakabawi na sila. Ginamit ang Wings of Judgment. Buti ka na mamatay itong si Yuming pero nabuhay pa rin. Nasecure ng Singapore ang ating blue buff and ginamit na rin yung ulti. Tulog sila muna dito, the butterfly effect. That's so they can get the shield and immune sa ating crowd control. But then again, job's done. Kayang secured the blue buff.
I think dito natin makikita kung paano magiging malakas ang depensa ng Syria ngayon. They would actually rely sa ultimate na pwedeng i-combo mula kay Dharma.
Malalim.
Pero malalim masyado yon. Walang flash ngayon si Bashar or si Dharma. Kailangan nila mag-rely sa kulong ng ghost ship ni Amar. Dahil Ibrahim can only do the cleanse but onto the side of Singapore, madaming initiating factor. May Unruly Blade. Tapos meron pang Cannon Blast automatic, pwede na i-sequence to. Add mo pa yung peel na ginagawa ni Yihi onto the mid lane. Todo protect ang dalawang kuponan na ito sa unang mid lane turret habang naghahanap na pwedeng ibawi dito in terms of the lost gold and EXP.
Yeah, sa ibang lane dito, no, medyo napuruan na ng husto, lalo na yung baba. After that trade-off na nangyari. And it's really important for Bashar! Bashar na makakuha sana ng mga pick-off pero grabe naman, naligtas siya ng butterfly effect but that's a cooldown lost right now. Amar going in, hinuhuli niya si Wihiat pero buhay yan, Mozzie yan eh. Wings of Judgment is going to be there, giving so much damage para kay Ibrahim. With the low HP, kailangan niyang back off ng konti, kailangan nilang depensahan pa rin ang ating mid and at the same time, the Tyrant is being taken by Singapore.
I think successful yung attempt doon ng Singapore by using that Wings of Judgment tapos yung hesitation ng Syria ay gumana for them to take the objective away. Dahil wala muna sila intention na kumuha ng kill dahil may hesitation ngayon ng Syria to fight back. But with this, dumadagdag ang potential ngayon ng Singapore para kunin daan-daan ng mga Torre ng Syria habang binabantay nila isa-isa. May knock-up!
Pasok na naman, chosen si Nabibachi para magkaroon sana ng unang strike in that particular team fight. Pero nabuhay siya. Nakatakas na pang trade dito ay si Ibrahim. The damage is there. Nakuha niya yung kanyang truth mantra na hinahanap. Yun nga lang, naging 2-2 trade pa din. And that's a double strike for Ayihui.
Kakaiba yung IGN talaga nito. Pero one thing is for sure, balikan natin yung replay. 2-2 trade pero napakaganda ng pagkulong din dito ni Amar with the go ship para kay Bashar. With that kind of exchange, nagkaroon talaga tayo ng mainit na pick-off and trade-off potential kung saan yung dalawang team na to ay hindi magbaback down sa challenge ngayong araw. One more slot ang kailangan nilang kunin or posibleng ilaban para bukas, but this scoreline 5-5. GG Spear, this third series of the day, tumatabla at umiinit ang ating laban.
Oo, parehong gusto talaga mapunta sa last chance qualifiers eh. Kumbaga, ito yung last chance nila, papunta last chance qualifiers. So the last chance is yung last chance para sa last chance
Correct.
nila.
Walang sinabi
so, talagang laban na naman. Last chance. Pero mahuhuli na naman mga kaibigan. Delikado ang buhay dito ni Kiyayang. Nasayang lang ang effort nila doon. At dahil doon, natamaan sila ng crowd control ng truth mantra ni Bashar K. And this time, the opportunity of Syria is finally here para makabawi sa ating laban.
That was probably the best 3-man truth mantra setup na ginawa doon, paving a hot streak para kay Ali A. Balikan natin yung replay. Napakagandang pwes, the quick reaction coming in from that Dharma. Tatlo agad ang nahuli and with the shield being aided by Ibrahim. A perfect opening para sa Direnji na ito na mag-free hit na lang. Full stacks, full on damage. A take back on what was missing few minutes ago, and Syria may opportunity na makuha ang Overlord sa kamay ng Singapore.
Maganda yung shield din na ibinibigay dito ni Ibrahim. Kahit na sabihin natin na wala siya ganun, na nade-deflect na crowd control coming from their opponent, the shield itself is just giving them the huge advantage no, pagdating sa mga team fight dito. But despite that team fight, no, the clash na ipanalo dito ng Syria, the gold is not that far pa rin against Singapore. So it's still close at the moment. Pero if this keep up, no, if Syria keeps this up, then kaya nila talaga makahabol sa team fight natin. Makuha nila yung red. Yes, nakuha nila. Pero at what cost ang pwede mangyari dito? Ginamit ang Winds of Judgment. Tinamaan ng Cannon Blast. Pa rin yung butterfly effect, pa rin yung magamit niya para magkaroon ng shock sa kanyang mga teammate, pero hindi mo na for now. Okay na yan eh. Nakuha na yung red, out na tayo.
I think the little things would now matter for Syria and Singapore habang naghahabulan. Kailangan din may coverage at may pwesto ngayon ng Singapore. Napaka-tight ng laban na ito. 12 seconds para mawala ang primal bond ng Syria. Will they commit to this objective? Pero mukhang nababahayan na ng Singapore ang area na to para makuha sila ng magandang push. Enhance Overlord available. Pwede dumikta ng laban, pwede kumuha ng magandang pressure, but lalapit pa ang Syria dito. Half HP on this. Wings of Judgment, sinimula na.
Pamasok na, tatlo'y tinamaan na kanya, nakap na naman once again. Chosen sa Rimonchi para magkaroon ng follow-up. And nakuha nila ang isang miyembro dito mga kaibigan ng Syria. Namang na naman ngayon ng Singapore. Hinahabol nila ang rest of the members of Syria. Can they disengage right now? Yes, they can. Pero open pa rin yung Overlord. But instead, they're just going for the tower right now para lang mas tumuwag yung kanilang pwesto dito. And finally, just one team fight ang hinihintay ng Singapore para makabawi in this team fight.
That fake objective plan na ginawa ng Singapore, nag-react doon. That was the plan, napaka-successful nila na napareact nilang Syria na lumapit sa area ng Enhanced Overlord considering na open pa doon ang Wings of Judgment. Hindi talaga nagkaroon ng pagkakataon na lumapit. Low on HP yung dalawa, kailangan na mag-back away. Pero yung pagkakataon ng Syria dito. The back and forth. Init ng laban na to ha.
Ganda pa nun, no? Kasi habang nandun sila sa mid, si Kayang G ay nag-clear ng isang wave in the bot lane in which they were able to push the second tier tower without anyone defending that because of the pressure na kailangan nilang depensahan dito yung Overlord. Right now, nakauwi na yung ibang miyembro ng Singapore, pero kailangan nilang dumepensa sa baba.
Ayun lang, pinabayaan yung pero with this, may wave na kailangan i-counter out ang Syria right now. Napakagandang stronghold ng Singapore. Isang magandang huli dito. Ito, napaka-deadly talaga ng combo kung isipin mo. The Dharma, the Truth Manta Flash combo plus may Ghost Ship. Pwede makulong. O, teka lang, minus Matanata dito. Dahan-dahan mag-attempt. Enhance Overlord.
Go! Hindi kinaya. Wings of Judgment. Nagkakalayuan na. Inaabot nila mga kaibigan dito sa gitna si Ibrahim. Pero nadali mga kaibigan. That's -1 into the hands of Singapore. With a Shadow Vanguard into their hands once again. They can potentially push a lane. Sinamon nila sa baba ng ating mapa. So na-clear yan. Because of that, mas mabilis na makakapag-push siya ng mga minions. Dalawa ang kailangan depensahan ngayon ng Syria.
Nasa kamay ngayon ni Bashar, isang malupitang Truth Manta Flash combo. Buhay pa din naman ang set na pero kaya man nang gawin to. May peel na naman nagagawin. Si Yihui ngayon ang kanyang Wings of Judgment. Peel na naman, high ground nakuha.
Nakuha nila dito pero tower going down to the hands of Singapore. Habol sa isa, nakataka si Yuming. Alam mo naman si Yuming, medyo matangkad yan eh. So kaya dito talaga makaiwas kagad.
Lamang sa height. Delection.
Oo, mahirap. Medyo abot yung ring eh.
Abot yung ring pero abot na abot pa rin ata ni Syria kanilang game-changing counterplay. Bashar hindi ginagamit yung flash. Walang ginagamit at Truth Mantra at flash. Si Bashar ngayon kailangan talaga ng magandang position. So kailangan mag-check muna ng vision dito yung yung Team Syria para hindi masayang yung ultimate na to kasi mukhang nakabalik na rin si Amar. Yung Ghost Ship is still back for Syria. This is still anyone's game despite the 5k gold lead.
And I would say na medyo malaki yung win condition dito ng Syria, no. It has to be them initiating the team fight para makapwesto si Bashar. Pag kasi sila yung humahabol, sila yung hinahabol, mahirap umanap ng magandang pwesto for Bashar. Right now, Bashar naghahanap ng target. Nakuha ng Syria ang Tyrant. Makahuli nga ba? Na-Truth Mantra niya si Kayang. Pero gumamit ng Splendor. Nakapag-flash out pa. Nagkanakap sila. Sinusubukan nila magkaiwalay dito mga kaibigan because of that. Yung mga Singapore, hinahabol nila ngayon si Bashar. Bashar disengaging. Turns out the members of Singapore is chasing them down. Nakuha nila si Ali A.
Hinahabol!
And that's a triple strike. Nahabol nila ng dulo. May mga baby T. Nakasama dito ang mga membro ng Singapore with the crystal open for the taking. Minion wave coming in as well. Kaya bang depensa ni Amar. Lalabas siya ang kanyang barko. The Ghost Ship. Naku, pinigilan niya ang isa. Pero yung isang malaki, yun ang hindi niya napigilan. Kasi eto na mga kaibigan. Nag-isa lang sila pupush dito sa ating crystal. And with that, 15-minute mark, Singapore goes for their first win of this series.
That was probably the tightest game that we've seen today in series number 3. Singapore laban sa Syria. They have shown the similar results sa kanilang groups. But now nakita natin kung bakit. Is this the growing rivalry na pwede nating makita sa Asian Games not unless may isang mamaalam ngayon?
Yun yung kailangan nating matahin dito, no? Dahil again, the last chance qualifiers, papuntang last chance qualifiers, dalawang team na ito. Maganda yung laban. Sobrang dikit.
Ganda.
Sobrang dikit. Back and forth.
Nag-exchange, man. Galing.
Even in the early few minutes of the game, we are seeing them going toe-to-toe, no? And then eventually, doon lang nakahanap lang ng magandang footing yung Singapore and tinake advantage nila yon to win this game.
I think with the camera being panned sa players ng Syria, I think they weren't expecting na medyo na-disappoint sila sa pwede pang mabawi doon. But that last team fight specifically, yung disengage na nagkaroon pa ng extra chaos right around the corner, ang hirap din talaga labanan. And with that kind of scenario, mapapaisip ka na lang talaga what went wrong. It was a close team fight from the beginning, like 5 minutes. Walang humahawak, lahat sa nagpapasahan ng bola, which is so exciting to see. So potential 3 games ang pwede mangyari today, guys.
Yes, mukhang ito yung isang hinintay natin dito. Game 1 na itong game din na to is the first ever na pwede mabot sa game 3. And then susunod din dalawa later on. But again, itong game 1 natin just dictates how strong these two teams are and gaano ka-intense yung kanilang group, no? With Singapore and Syria going to simula pa lang ng ating laban, umabot tayo hanggang mid-game na nagkaroon ng opportunity ang Singapore na i-take advantage yung pagkakaiwa-hiwalay nila. And in that last team fight, we saw na yung attempt coming from Bashir. Kailangan niya lang mahuli dito yung marksman nag-Splendor. Alam niya kasi na siya yung tina-target.
Galing.
So Splendor, napag-out siya kagad. And Bashar with the attempt, medyo hindi gumana sa kanya this time. And hiwa-hiwalay sila, no? Kalat-kalat sila. But here comes the scoreboard and yung ating mga items.
Sobrang pabor talaga sa Singapore pag kalat-kalat yung naging disengage yung nangyari for Syria kasi the moment that they have lost control, yun yung pinaka-strength nila dito. Ang pinakalakas talaga ng Syria, guys, from the beginning of this match is the heavy crowd control. You have the aggressive initiating burst potential na gumala sa Mai Shunui. Tapos yung mga pwesto ni ni Ayla, si Ali A, yung direnja. Actually, maganda yung naging resulta, to be honest. Nagkaroon siya ng hot streak at the 10 to 12 minute mark. At ang naging maganda lang dito is they have a way to actually recover quicker in any attempt na pinipil off sila ng Garuda, which is si Hihui. So with that kind of scenario na pinipil off sila ng Wings of Judgment, kinailangan na layout plus yung mga ganung pangyayari para makahanap ng magandang play. Si Bashar, napaka-disciplined din hawakan yung kanilang combo, which is yung Truth Mantle and Flash. So with that situation, kinailangan na talaga makahanap ng magandang pwesto para paganahin yung combo na yon. But with that scenario, ang daming pang gulo ng Team Singapore from the front to the back, and the sustain coming in from this Dune. Si Yuming, hindi talaga nagkaroon ng pagkakataon na wait, okay na ba? Secured na ba yung strike? Walang naging ganong resulta. But the more na sinusustain nila yung laban, na doon natutuwa si Kayang. Hindi man siya kasama sa laban, nagtatrabaho sa baba.
Yes, kumbaga napag-aaral nila ng isang beses yung ganong lasting combo, no? But for the rest of the team fight, medyo nahirapan na sila. But well-deserved sa ating mga marksman dito, no? Pareho yung head-to-head natin, talagang nakita natin how good yung dalawang marksman natin with regards to the skirmishes and the duel of these two players. Pareho silang highest damage dealt. Nakita natin sa board natin kanina or yung graph natin earlier while on game, na nakita natin kung gaano talaga na pantay yung damage dealt nila. And that is a roller coaster ride.
Diba?
Konti na lang, parang 360 na. So pwede lang mag 360, nag 360 talaga.
Pwede, I think kung mag 360 ka, pwede kang habulin pa rin ng ng camera nun. Pero dito,
bumabalik yung oras.
Tama, men. Isang ikot. Tinan mo, ang ganda ng pagka-spike na ginagawa dito. Up, down. Lumalim dito ng konti yung Syria. Dato sa siguro yung time nakaramdam yung Singapore, teka lang, parang mali na yung ginagawa natin. And with that opening na nilabas ng enhanced objective, doon na nila tinuloy-tuloy. So, in that situation, naging pabor sa Singapore lahat na magkakamali. Once full commit na lahat ng ulti, lahat ng combo na pwede gawin ng isang Dharma end ng Ata, doon nawawala ng potential for a comeback yung Team Syria. But it was still a hard-fought match for them.
Oo, sabi niya, mali na to, Kuya Eddie, dito maganda. Kaya nag-out sila agad.
Napakasakit.
And again, the early team fight, early skirmishes favor of Syria. And I would say that's because of the aggressiveness coming from Abdulaziz. Maganda yung pagpasok niya palagi. Wala siyang hesitation to go for that initiation. Every time he finds an opportunity, he goes in. And then nakadepende na kung paano baback up yung rest of the members of Syria. There was a miscommunication at some point or sometimes, pero yung kailangan lang talaga kanila, yung kasi yung mahirap sa ganitong lineup, the win condition that they have to fulfill is kind of heavy. Again, may Truth Mantra, yung Ghost Ship, pwede mong magawa yan. Ito lang yung time na nakita natin yan, pero the rest, kailangan conditional, kailangan nasa pader sila, kailangan may magandang follow-up, kailangan may magandang shield tayo para manalo tayo sa mga team fight. And yun yung nilamang ng Singapore.
Ito, this specific last and final clash. Ito yung Splendor play na ginawa nila dito. Napakagandang disengage coming in from you with the crucial crowd control na ginawa ni Yuming. They were trying to hold this off by having two members pero hindi ata din nalampasan yung ganitong barricade na ginawa ng Team Syria, and that was a very tight spot to be in. Either if you're a Syria or Team Singapore, and the MVP of this game, walang iba kundi si Kayang. 7-2-4 KDA.
Kayang Chi, mga kaibigan, talagang nagpakitang gilas sa kanyang marksman role, surviving the crucial attempts of Syria to go for him, to target him sa mga team fight. 7-2-4, safe talaga siya sa mga team fight natin. And at the same time, ang sakit ng damage na ibinigay niya sa buong game with that Erin, no? It's also hard to accomplish that pagdating sa marksman role, kaya naman talagang maganda yung kanyang ginawa dito. And aside from that, the support also coming from his teammates, talagang well coordinated. And with that, MVP sa game 1 natin, Kayang G.
Kayang-kaya. Iba yung makikita natin today. Like, both of these teams kayang-kayang lumaban. And it's no surprise kung bakit pareho ang kanilang resulta, and slowly growing that point into this group. A follow-up to ng dalawang group guys. This is currently Group D. One of which, Republic of Korea and Hong Kong, China is still on the first spot right now, 1-1. Wala pang 1-2. Pero again, may qualification na sila. But for Syria and Singapore, it's a growing points. Exciting to see and witness kung ano nga ba yung magiging steps nila moving forward. Kasi coming off from that match, nakita natin na frustrated yung mga mukha ng mga player din. I would also be onto the same feeling as them. Kasi syempre, hawak nag-exchange na ng hawak ng bola dun So either way, it could still be in their favor kung hindi sila nagkamali.
Yes, yun ang talaga. Kumbaga, it's just a matter of executing well, properly, yung kanilang mga strat dito, especially pagdating sa mga team fights. Pero nangyari ang nangyari. Kumbaga, malalaman natin kung anong adjustment na gagawin dito ng Syria sa next game. Pero biggest shoutout muna sa ating venue partner,
Hey!
Ngayon, we're telling Jaya. Nandiyan ang ating mga players right now. Diyan sila nag-stay, diyan sila. At hindi ako nagkakamala, diyan din yata nangyayari yung ating games right now. So parang studio na yun.
Yep, I think it's a better way to experience. Thank you so much for our partners. Mario at Petaling Jaya would also look forward to experience the hospitality pag nandiyan kami. So balikan natin ulit ang naging simulado ng ating laban. With this, we're heading for the second game. Side selection tayo. GG. SGP chooses red and si Syria naman chooses blue. So mag-respond ngayon ang Singapore sa kada priority na kinukuha ng Syria.
Same lang ng game 1. Ganun pa din. Singapore goes for red. Pinili ng Syria na sila naman ng blue. Sila pa din ng blue. So, at this time, they would like to prioritize their heroes. Same with what happened on Game 1, in which they picked Mai Shiranui. If hindi maban ng Singapore ang Mai Shiranui, that's going to be a first pick prayo for sure ng Syria because alam nila na maganda naman talaga yung galaw ni Abdulaziz doon sa paggamit ng Mai Shiranui. It's just a matter of, coordination and the follow-up for their team. But, nangyari. We'll see how they're going to adjust on this one. Really looking forward for this upcoming drafting na naman na makikita natin. This is a standard ban and pick. So, alam mo na, wala tayong mga extra bans dito. Talagang 4 lang ang pwedeng maban.
And,
Binana Earth.
Ayan na, Binana. Wala na silang sinayang dito na So, they really want to secure their prioritization onto this area in exchange gift muna ngayon. Ang Team Syria on the priority. Angela and Zhangfei on the other hand ay gagawin nilang combination dito on the farther end of an initiating setup. But for Singapore naman, they have the open opportunity to take the gun mo. But for this, since merong crowd control, automatic insta-strike burst rather, ang pwedeng manggaling sa Team Syria, kakailanganin ng U1 for the healing and the evade, especially sa mga ganitong klaseng mga labanan.
Oo. Nako, medyo mainit ang picking seat natin dito ngayon, So tinanggal lang Musashi para mabawasan yung imperil, na pwedeng ibigay ng isang duel to the death for a Yuhu-1. Pero tinanggal din naman si Ata at the same time. So just removing the potential junglers of Syria right now para kay Amar. But we'll see sino ang kanila magiging fourth ban. Looking at the marksman right now, inuubusan nila ng marksman si Kayang G.
I think the respect is now on to the kind of shortening out. DRNG, Arlie, Marco Polo. Marco Polo ba? Marco P ba ang pwede? Ang Arlie is not
Chano.
Chano.
Ay, wala din.
Chano. Tinanggal na nila lahat. I think lahat ng strong picks dito ay nakuha na rin nila, not unless magma-Marco pick sila dito or will they go for Lady Sano. Hindi naman ganun ka-effect.
Show you.
I think it's a better way to poke, I believe, for Singapore. Madaming reachability as well and for vision na pwedeng ibigay in their own lane. Pero you think okay din
Oo, pero medyo medyo may malaki ang chance na mga two position, so it's important for Kayang to look for the right positions at pagdating sa mga team fight dito. Very risky that they have to go for that Shoyue just so in this game, but I believe Shoyue is one of the most picked heroes also pagdating sa competitive scene ng China, so this is not something new that in this scene, pero I believe this is new dito sa ating Asian Games. Imagine removing the potential marksman, and that's a job done para kay Kayang G kasi they wasted all of their ban for the marksman dito.
I think now we would have a better idea kung saan nga dito papunta ang kanilang mga picks. Baichi and Nakororo, may pang-abot din sila. And with this, what could be...
May Dolya eh. Pero
may Dolya.
Pwede niya kasi ma-reset yung kay Yuhuan, ding Soro. Roamer pala Yuhuan.
But wow, Kong
ano to aggressive play style, damage. They would like to go talaga na head-on collision ang pwede nilang gawin dito, no, against Syria, because they know na kailangan natin nasabayan talaga yung damage nila, and the aggressive play of Syria is something that they have to stop right away pagdating sa team fight natin. So really big pressure para kay Amar and Abdulaziz with their heroes, no, considering they're the one going to set up properly. Could be them defending or could be them going aggressive.
Yeah, I think now would be the great time to actually adjust kung anong nawala from game number 1. If you are team Syria, nakakailanganin i-address lahat ng naging problema nun. Malapit talaga, they're in the same caliber, pero ang pinakamaganda na kailangan nila maging consistent is the little mistakes right now. Considering na merong Baichi at merong Nakororo dito, ayan, nakipag-agawa na kaagad ang Team Singapore. Pokes receiving in half HP na wala na nakuha dito ni Kayang G.
Yun lang ang talagang maganda rin sa isang Shoyu, no? Oops! Nakatakot. Pwede ka magpatama ng skill shots mo dito. Pero here comes the support coming from Abdulaziz, going in. Tumama yung Chaos Cinder sa wala. -1 nga ba sila? Hindi. Kayang G, free hit lang, no? Hindi natatakot. Hindi siya natitrated sa kanilang mga kalaban dito. Tinamaan na naman ng isang skill shot, mga kaibigan, ang miyembro dito ng Syria. So nag-reset na ulit yung HP ng ating Ibon.
So agawan lang muna ng objectives, mga small objectives, small wins. Slowly Singapore, dahan-dahan nga din binabahayan yung kampo na to. Wow, they're making Sira react. First strike na baka agad.
Yes, first strike goes to Singapore. Pero trade na naganap dito. Pero okay lang, nakuha na yung blue buff eh. So trabaho lang, walang personalan para sa SGP.
I think now kailangan nila kunin lahat ng pwedeng mapareact dito sa Team Syria, and that for 1-to-1 trade. Na burnout ang flash down ni Bashar. Wala pa naman siyang opening for the level 4, but looks like ang pinaka point of pressure na binubuo ng Team Singapore ay nasa farm lane. Sasama pa na isang poke. Ay nako, totoo lang masakit yun eh. Kung tamama yun, masakit talaga pwedeng mabawas dito. No wonder, lagi sinasabihan ni Hihoy ang mid lane to bottom lane para walang maliligaw. Kongming burst nga naman ang pag-uusapan, may follow-up talagang sakit yun dito sa mga game na to.
Tsaka first item yata ni Kayang G dito, Eternity Blade kagad, no? So the more damage, more crit para sa kanya. So gusto niya lang i-force talaga na maging parang pressure dito si Ali. Dito mama yung mournful tempo. Harap ng target ulit. May nag-aabang sa Gedli. Yuming, kukunin yung red buff. Na-stun. Hindi tumama yung kanya ulti. Pero okay lang. Nakuha ba yung red? Yes, nakuha ni Abdulaziz. But again, that's a problem for Amar because he's the jungle and without red buff, medyo mahirap, mabilis ang kanyang clear.
Medyo manenegate ngayon yung pwedeng maging counter vision or invade na pwedeng gawin ng Kongming sa baba. So kailangan mo nilang bawiin yung mga nawalang buff dito. But Yuming on the other hand, trabaho pa lang din naman. Ang dami pa lang nagagawang hold dito ni Kaya. Meron siyang control for vision, meron siyang mga traps, meron din siyang pwedeng ibigay. I think there are two things. You can do a poke, pero may damage, pero nag-iisa doon, no crowd control.
Blazing Brilliance, sabay ulti, double strike, mga kaibigan, para kay Yan Zio. Singapore really going for a dominance right now, getting the blue buff and a double strike.
Nako, now we're looking at the start of this team na kung saan ginagamit nila ngayon ng blue buff ng Team Syria, kung saan doon pwede mapalapit ang mga nagkukulang na naman talaga ng objective dito ang Syria. Kaya naghanap sila ng pagkakataon para gumawa ng pwedeng sundan from what's missing, and slowly the lead nagbi-build up na ang Singapore.
Ito rin yung maganda talaga pag yung lineup nyo parang full blast aggressive eh. Kasi you can always dalawang ulti ginamit nila. Ano lang, kinripukan lang sila, no?
Ay,
tawag doon, Ay, meron pang susunod mga kaibigan. Yuming, masyadong malalim. Mali ka doon. Insan, di yata yun ang magandang strap dito, no? Because of that, wala silang jungler ngayon. Mabarating na Tyrant fight.
I think now na walang jungler ngayon ng Singapore, this is the advantage of Team Syria para mabawi yung mga pagkukulan nila from game number 1. They could actually turn this around. Dahil wala nga dito nga jungler, will they attempt to get this objective? Okay, Red, sino kuha? Binigay kay Ali.
Pero kapalit niyan ay ang tower dito sa baba. Tapos saktong nandito na si Yuming going in. Teleport kagad si Yui papunta sa taas ng ating mapa. Sabay gamit ng teleport ulit papunta sa mid. Ang ganda. Beautiful wave clear. Beautiful gold management.
The gold management right now ay talagang gusto ituloy-tuloy. Ay, nako! Nakuha na ni Kayang Tyrant. May damage ngayon ng SGP ha. Kanina may open opportunity din yung sila pero hindi nila kinuha pare.
Oo, inayaan nila na makuha rin dito yung Tyrant. Sabay trade lang din for that blue buff para sa kanila. And right now, medyo umahabol ng kakunti lang itong Syria but still the lead is in the hands of Singapore. And with the Tyrant buff that they have, malaki yung potential nila to win the upcoming team fight dito. Unending mournful tempo kumonek pero walang follow-up muna for now.
Okay, magiging defensive reactive ngayon ang lineup ng Syria considering that this is Jump Fate at meron din silang Baichi on this lineup. Meron silang, ay naku maling boss!
Hindi na umabot. Alam ko ang ginawa niya yun para alam niya kasi may unending sorrow siya. Pero hindi na kumagat. Na multiple CC siya. Ginamit na rin ng build outburst sa puntang mid ng ating mapa. That's a one strike sabay isang tower sa kamay ng Syria.
At doon nakuha ng opening ang Syria. Hanap na pwedeng maligaw. Automatic talaga na pwedeng makakuha ng kill ang isang Angela. Kuha na naman ng red buff dito. Hindi ka agad kumagat ang ulti ng isang Yuan for that possible check bush. Pero with this Singapore, they're still holding the lead with 2K. Pero still madami pang pwedeng mangyari dito pagbawi ang Syria. Holding off to tier 1 mid tower. Iikot muna sila, hanap ng possible point of pressure. Clash lane, susubukan i-push dito ni Yanzi. Habol muna na pwede makita dito. Tatlong na iwan, enemy na stun!
Pakahuli na naman, delikado ang buhay ni Kayang dito pero nakatakas siya. Again, yun yung magandang aggressive play na ginagawa dito mga kaibigan itong si Abdul Sides. At alam nila lahat na yung damage output na pwede niyang ibigay is something na hindi pwedeng i-ignore ng Singapore. Because of that, nakakuha ng tower sa taas pero nasa loob si Bashar na medyo makunat na Baichi. Ganoon din naman dito mga kaibigan si Yanzio. Sinasalo lahat ng damage pero nakuha ni Yuming yung blue buff. All that for a drop of blue buff.
Ang ano nun looking at this control na ayaw bitawan ng Singapore. Kanina pa yung blue buff na yan na ginagamit na counter trap for Syria imbis na sa kanila yung pagkain. Doon sila mismo nakukuhaan ng kill. And with that, they're struggling to find the resources para makabawi dito. Looking at this, ang tore na nakukuha pa lang ng Team Syria ay nasa gitna. Kailangan pa nila i-address ang kanilang global or ang macro play na gagawin nila ito knowing na kanina pa pinabantian ni Yanzi ang dalawang offlane natin into this game.
Munti ka na. Tumama yung mournful tempo. Kinamitan na rin niya ng kanyang ulti. Pero naharangan dito nitong si Ibrahim. Body block lang, no? But right now, looking at the position na meron ng Singapore, they're leaning towards going for the second tower dito sa baba ng ating mapa.
Dito natin makikita ang dahan-dahang control. T2 bumagsak na rin sa baba. And we're looking at this position na gusto makakuha ng Singapore na magandang landscape of a view. Pero ito yung position ni Amar, Position ni Amar na nakabantay. Nakabantay si Amar sa likod, Ay, nakakuha ng kill.
Nadali. Oo, nakultihan mga kaibigan na one shot kagad. Now, open opportunity for them to take these first tier towers sa mid lane, giving them more leeway, movement na pwede nilang gawin in this jungle camp of their opponent. Second tower, next target. Kailangan umuwi ni Yui. Meron naman siyang teleport so he could just use to respond once again if magkaroon man ng aberya.
Ang aberya dito ay pwedeng isang pagkakamali kay Syria. Once again, another blue buff taken away by Singapore. May nahuli ata, may pick up ata dito. Ayun, unending sorrow, mournful tempo, ginamit sabay-sabay para makaiwas. And Syria right now, they need to counter out the pressure pero nakapag-push ba si Amar?
Okay lang naman yun Ganoon din naman talaga ang kanyang pwedeng gawin dito, So, ang mabilis ang rotation na ang ginagawa ni Huey. Ginagamit niya yung kanyang teleport and then teleport from the clash lane para lang makapag-responde and get multiple minion camps, Outburst tumama kay Yuming. Delikado ang kanyang buhay. He will fall down. That's a strike na binigay dito nitong si Amar. Crucial initiate indeed para sa kanila. That's -1. Free hit si Kayang. Humahabol sa loob itong si Yui. Kailangan nilang iwasan yung mga Chaos Cinder. But tower into the bot lane ay pinupush ng mga minions.
That was a quick reaction coming in from Team Syria. Si Yuming ang naabutan doon sa harap with that initiating follow-up. Napakaganda ng investment doon ng Syria looking at those flash combo na wala kagad ng isa. So kumukunat na rin ang Team Syria ngayon. Despite the kills that they're trying to counter out, Singapore nanguna pa rin sa ekonomiya by 5K. Still and counting. May control pa naman sa vision dito si Wiki at still on a flash cooldown. Meron pa naman siya ultimate to actually save himself onto the tight spots. Pero pantay na lang muna na pwedeng maligaw. But Syria dito kailangan i-counter out. Wala pang torre na nakukuha sa baba at sa taas.
Aray ko!
Ay, nako!
Iyan na yung sinasabi kong late game mga kaibigan itong si Kayang G with the Shoyu. Basic attack lang, walang problema para sa kanya. Kaya niya makakuha kagad ng mga strike na hinahanap niya dito. Nanlambot ng sobra si Abdulaziz and without his flash, hindi siya makatakas dito. Considering meron pang red buff. Tignan mo, red buff lang and basic attack para kay Kayang G is more than enough to make Ibrahim's life on half HP.
Katimin, ang hahapdi na rin. Pakataas na ng damage output na binibigay ni Kayang dito. This is Shoyu. Ayan, sakit. Ay, naku, pwedeng pagbabanti naman. Pwedeng may mastan dito. Nakabantay, high inhibitor turret.
Albert Alvarez pero walang follow-up. Delikado mga kaibigan. -1 yan. Z is down. Pero buhay na buhay si Kayang G. Free hit lang sa Gedli. Ito na ngayon si Nakororu. Nahuhuli yata siya. Hindi naabutan. Isang one hit lang sana pero nabuhay pa. Itong si Kayang. That's -3 sa kamay ng Singapore. They're trying their best to clear the minion wave. Pero ang gusto nila gawin dito ay kunin yung tower sa gitna. Habang sa taas, mayroong mga minion na nandyan din naman. Kaya lang kulang pa. Na-clear agad yung wave ditong si Abdulaziz.
That was an attempt for Syria to hold off the members of Singapore pero medyo costly yon dahil dalawa ang nawala and that was an opening for that enhance over. Balikan natin yung replay. Ang gandang huli dito nung ginamit yung outburst, nung naligaw yung dalawa, it was still an open opportunity para kay Kayang na gumamit ng free hit. Out of angle na rin ang paglapag ng Blazing Brilliance. So it was a troubled burst na pwede sanang i-counter out for SGP at naging open pa dito ang Enhanced Overlord. May clear sa baba, continuous pressure, wala pa rin Torre na kuha ang series sa taas na sa baba. Mid lane pa lang ang nawalan dito.
Shadow Overlord sinamon sa baba, mabilis ang mag-clear kaagad. Alam nila na pwede namang ma-push yung mid ng mag-isa lang. Kaya nila sabayan lang yung mga minion wave dito pag dumating. Pero sa ngayon, damage lang. Kalahati na naman ng boy ni Abdulaziz dito. Imagine wala pang teamfight na nangyayari pero namagana kagad ang kanyang HP. Teleport para lang mabuhay yung tower, yung dragon mismo, no? Nakasama nila. Kasi tatagal yung buhay ng dragon. Immune yan sa damage pag nag-teleport doon. So saktong-sakto yung ginawa nila dito. Ngayon, upos, pati pantupos, lahat ng high ground towers na meron ang Syria.
Dedicated destroyer ngayon si Yuming sa lahat na pwedeng depensa na pwedeng i-hold ang Syria. Will this be it? Unbridled outburst. Napalayo lang pero will that buy time for Syria ngayon habang nandito ng Singapore sa kanikan nila ang mga pwesto sa base?
Nag-a-attack, ginamit ang ulti, naiwasan, dinarangan lang ng bagya itong si Ibrahim. May heal pa siya, ginamit niya kanina mga kaibigan. Full tempo will connect. Pinihit lang si Kayang sa may Gedli. Tamang trabaho lang, walang personalan. Nasa loob, nagkakaibitan. Yanzi, going in. Pero Bashar, pinipigilan sila with a sustain coming in. Medyo makunat. Kailangan makatakas si Kayang G dito. Yung kristal lang ay sapat na para sa kanila. Ginagawa na paraan ni Amar pero di pa rin sapat para sa kanya. And that's going to be it mga kaibigan. Singapore will proceed sa ating last chance qualifiers tomorrow.
The rivalry is on pero pinakita ng Singapore dito kung paano tapusin ang best of 3. Game number 1, it was an in and out situation but the sportsmanship is still here para sa kanila at para sa Syria. Buhay pa rin naman din pero that was still a frustrating defeat coming in from this team. Kaya sanang i-push but nung game number 2, there was a lot of angles na pwede sanang mabawi but for this, they need to come back stronger.
GGWP, no? Erp, magandang attempt dito from Syria.
Yeah.
Then I would say, maganda talaga yun. Uy, smiling lang. Smiling lang.
Ayos yun ah.
Smiling lang sa camera, boss.
Okay na. That's new.
Oo.
Para kailangan para siyang streamer.
Maganda yung ipinakitang performance dito ng Syria and Singapore. It was a close match. But meron lang talagang mga small things na na-utilize ng Singapore to win this game. against them. And yun, yung nakita nating dilamang talaga ng SGP dito. Such a good game coming from these two teams. Pero numbers pa lang, numbers don't lie, number stats coming from them. Malaki lamang ng Singapore. Kaya naman talagang ipinakita nila kung bakit sila ang number 1.
I think they've shown a great amount of display and performance. Considering going back to the story kung paano nagsimula yung series na to, dalawang teams have the same result sa kanilang group, sa kanilang magka-group sila ng Hong Kong, China, and Republic of Korea. That's Group D. But onto the same side na pareho ang resulta, today, it was a different outcome. Malapit yung game number 1. It was an in and out, a change of ilang beses sila nag-change court to actually fill in the missing pieces. Pero for game number 2 on a momentum na ang Singapore, despite having that many hiccups, mas control nila yung mapa this time around.
Yes, kumbaga today is the day, di ba? Para sa kanila dito. And pinakita nila talaga na sila ang well-deserved for that last chance qualifiers tomorrow. Syria, maganda talaga pinakita nila dito, guys. No doubt they are one of the contenders in the group. Nagkataon lang na sila napunta sa group na to. And going against Singapore is really challenging for them. I would say notable players dito, no, sila Abdulaziz. It's always good with regards to his mid lane performance. Ang mahirap lang is parang nakita din ng Singapore yung weakness dito ng Syria, which is yung to counterplay the jungle of Amar.
I think yun yung pinaka-key factor nila dito. Speaking of the jungle domination na sinimula ni Ukyo Tachibana or ni Yuming, ilang beses binahan, ilang beses binantayan ang blue buff dito para lang mapareact yung Angela. The 134 KDA also cost him the next possible item build-up. Nakakuha din naman automatic -1 from the Chaos Cinders plus the Blazing Brilliance. Ang problema lang talaga, naging point of attention yung blue buff camp ng Syria at yun na ginagawang point of start ng ikot nila. Once mawala sa ikot or mas nasira ang galaw dito ng plano ng Syria, it was a slowly growing win for Singapore. Hindi ka na nadaplisan yung kanilang tower from top to bottom, and this explains why the team fighting participation or yung team fight rate ni Abdulaziz, one of our notable players for this game, ay nandun para kailangan sa -1. But kinailangan na ng more extra effort to put through the problems na binigay ng Team Singapore.
Yeah, tsaka kung isipin mo, if you shut down the jungle camps of Amar, hindi lang si Amar yung affected but also Abdulaziz, even si Bashar is being forced to respond immediately dun sa blue buff just so they can secure and help out Amar. But the thing is, sabi ko nga, kahit sabihin natin na maganda yung performance si Abdulaziz dito, he's one of the lowest gold earned pagdating sa kanilang team, and that's understandable, and because of the situation that they have, especially on how na talagang lumalaban dito sa pag-attempt na makuha yung kanilang jungle camps, the blue buff. And at the same time, kung i-compare mo kay Yui, syempre, that's Kong Ming. May teleport siya. So every time you rotate somewhere in the map, the job is just to clear the wave and then rotate immediately para magkaroon ng maraming gold resources.
Yeah, speaking of the goal, ito nga yung graph natin for this game. Hindi nga to umabot sa ating middle line to actually bounce back from serious loss. May chance na hinihila nila pataas yung gold graph for their favor, pero it was too late for them para mahila na ng tuloy-tuloy. Since lumabas na rin yung Enhanced Overlord, it was a complete call or a complete go signal for SGP na ituloy-tuloy na kanilang momentum. And with that, I think yung Shadow Overlord was one of the things na gusto nilang i-contest out of a Team Singapore. But for Syria here, parang kinailangan nilang hawakan yung sarili nilang camp. And with that, they have been establishing two problems from the beginning of the game. Hindi makaikot ng maayos yung kanilang jungler. Sobrang distracted na kanilang rotation coming in from the clash into the bot. Napapareact din dito si Bashar. So there's so much time taken away for Syria's early game phase na talagang nagkulang sila sa item build-up.
Yes, and it happens, no? Talagang in some crucial situation, you would have a hard time to defend your blue buff. And how effective talaga yung support overall ay binibigay ng Singapore with regards to their teammates. And talagang in terms of macro play, they really have this lead also, at the same time. And to think that they also tried to shut down itong si Kayang, with his marksman rule, hindi pa rin gano'n nagumana. Because parang in this game, mas naging pabor pa sa kanila because ang lakas ng damage niya. na kailangan niya lang mag-basic attack. He didn't have to worry about too much about executing some skills, but rather yung kanyang kiting lang. Oops, matigan pa yun siya kanina, no? Magandang iwas and magandang performance overall from Singapore.
And with that, yung game number 2 was a bit more clean than their performance from game number 1, which was a tug of war laban sa Syria. No turrets taken from top to bottom. Objectives was totally in control. And Yuming, siya lagi ang kumukuha ng mga depensa out of Syria's defense. Kaya napakahirap. But with this, Kongming in this game, MVP 515. The damage at 29.6%. Totally gain control of the map, pati na rin sa mga finishing burst, GG.
Yeah, with all of his rotation na ginagawa dito, the immediate clear of wave and then teleport, utilizing the teleport sprites and at the same time teleport din niya mismo, talagang well-deserved with this MVP. Yung rotation, that kind of rotation is something that you cannot do na madalian lang. So it requires also the timing, the precision with regards to controlling the lane and at the same time the fast wave clear that you guys can do on a certain lane dito. So good job para kay Yehui. And yan ang kanyang Kongming, guys. 5-1-5, but the overall impact na pinrovide niya sa game na to is talagang effective na shutting down also yung mid lane ng Syria.
Ganda ng tag team na ginawa nila dito. Poke na nagmumula sa Shoyu, umaabot na ng half HP. And then pag nalaman nila na half HP na lang, follow up na lang ng burst. Yung isang annihilation na lang na kill. So with that, there's a lot of vision is being done sa farm lane pala. Hindi sila nakakuha ng turret out of the Shoyu position. But for that, Singapore ngayon ang kukuha ng points at may pagkakataon for the last chance qualifiers bukas.
Yes, tomorrow is the day. No, and I believe with that result, they will be fighting tomorrow against Vietnam yata, kung di ako nagkakamali. Because we already have the semifinals match tomorrow. That's going to be Uzbekistan versus Kazakhstan. And then we're going to have Vietnam versus Singapore. Uy, parang brothers din, no?
Oo, pareho lang din eh, no?
Brothers to. Medyo ito yung mga magkakalapit, no? Sa ating mapa. Sa totoong mapa.
Pwede lang bumisita ka agad eh, no? So with that, na-update na ang Diamond Draw, Dragon's Horde skin pool at limited time token skin pool. Kunin nyo na yan. We have it right now. Kaka-refresh na ng season. Pwede na kayo magpapogi ng mga skin nyo.
Yan, tama yan. Ako din, papogi ng mga skin. Marami pwedeng makuha dito. Guys, and with the new update, ang dami nyo pwedeng gawin. Pwede kayong mag-treasure hunt. Pwede rin kayong mag-grind ngayon because of the rank reset that we have. So, just a matter of, enjoying kung ano yung pwede pa ninyong magawa sa mga upcoming, sa new patch that we have. Even the new heroes that we have as well. Na you guys can also use during the ranking. So, talagang, enjoy tayo ngayon maglaro ng HOK.
Tama. I think right now we're down to our last 2 series of the day. A lot of you, pwede ding ma-excite, pwede rin kayong tumambay later as we also do a broadcast for our representatives para sa Pilipinas. Matindi ang mga kalaban, by the way. So followed up with another Group D. Makakita natin itong laban mula from Hong Kong, China. Plus, meron ding Republic of Korea yung mga susunod na laban. But for now, let's hear it from our winning team. Kasama si Mara Aquino. How did it go for Team Singapore? Pakinggan natin sila.
Here's third place with that win, Kayang. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There was a bit of a difference in game number 1 and in game number 2. In game 1, you guys had an early deficit. But in game 2, it seemed like you were more aggressive, taking advantage of your gold lead, completing your items. What happened before the start of today's match? And something seemed to click right after game 1 that ultimately gave you a confident win for game 2.
I think game 1 we were more nervous coming to today's games because it's quite important since it's the last game for the LCQ. So I think we were just warming up our hands in game 1, and then game 2 onwards we were more calm and more aggressive.
Now, coming into tomorrow, it's going to be the last chance stage. A lot is on the line. There's no more second chances. 1 slot remaining. How ready do you feel Team Singapore is for tomorrow? Or do you think there's still some things that your team needs to talk about before stepping on the stage?
I think there's still room to improve for us as Team Singapore, like for today's games, especially in Game 1. So we'll go back to our hotel room and review as much as we can for LCK tomorrow against Vietnam. So we'll put up a good fight and hopefully we'll win for tomorrow.
A lot of hope for Team Singapore. There are people looking out for you, supporting you. What would you like to say to them?
Thank you again for supporting Team Singapore, and we will try our hardest for tomorrow. Hopefully we will qualify for Japan.
Good luck for tomorrow. MVP game number 1 with his hopes really high. Let's keep continuing to support them. Now we'll head back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
Ramdam mo pa rin yung yung respect coming in from Team Singapore, and I believe there's still more things to be fixed after the series. I think with all of the things that they faced today, masaya sila sa resulta. Na may pagkakataon pa sila, GG Spear, para makapag-qualify bukas.
Yes, kung magkatulog lang ng konti, sabay go back to the drawing board. What we have to do tomorrow. Remember, kakalaban nila dito sa semifinals tomorrow sa ating last chance qualifier is Vietnam. So that's going to be very hard for them as well to go through. Kasi Vietnam right now, if hindi ako nagkakamala, they're also one of the top contenders sa kanilang current group. It's just that medyo fell off short lang sila because of how strong the group that they have. So again, magandang laban din yan for sure bukas. No? Actually, mainit yung mga laban tomorrow pagdating sa ating last chance qualifiers. Remember, we only have 1 slot remaining, and that's 4 teams going to fight for that 1 slot bukas.
I think that will be the most icing on the cake bukas kung sino makakapag-qualify pa. Isang slot na lang ang pwedeng maiwan dito, guys. So they need to also be careful and also be ready sa mga kanigan nilang mga preparations for tomorrow. And with that kind of interview, I believe Singapore, feeling ko seryoso pa rin sila to actually fix what was missing. Game number 1, medyo naging in and out. But dahil sa naging panalo nila, malupit ang kanilang official gaming phone. IQ, the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings official gaming phone. Maraming salamat po. Baka naman
Indeed, no? Makaisa lang para solido, no? Tsaka feeling ko din kumbaga yung laban natin kanina saktong mas umilit lalo kasi mainit yung ganda ng phone nila. Ganda. Nasa kanila yung init ba. So, overall, such a good game again, and really looking forward kung ano magiging performance tomorrow ng Singapore against Vietnam kasi maganda na yung pinakita nila dito sa game natin dito eh. So ang problema lang syempre may chance din yung nagkaroon ng chance yung Vietnam to read yung how play style meron dito yung Singapore. But we'll see, no? Tomorrow pa naman yan. And I believe they both have the chances to review all of the matches that they had this game.
I think we look forward to one of the action-packed games today kasi nga itong huling araw sa qualifiers. Meron tayong may kita mga non-bearing matches, pero we will also see teams such as the third series na talaga nakipaglaban dahil nga sa kanilang parehong naging resulta onto their group stage. Pero now, expect nyo na magiging posibleng mainit or pwede maging pareho lang. Pero may konting pagbabago because our next series, it's gonna be the 4th series of the day. Ito ang Hong Kong, China, and Republic of Korea, followed by Indonesia at ng Philippines for the last 2 matches. So that's the last group. Okay, I think that was the last group for Group D. Mamaya ang dalawa. So and then next tayo, Pilipinas laban sa Singapore. But for now, we're heading in for a very short break. Kung muna kayo ng pangmerienda, magbabalik muna ang Honor of Kings Asian Games Qualifiers.
stage. Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide has turned.
1-4-4. Just siya nakakuha dito. Kagason. It is Rosa Maker to the ball. Astis in front. They're gonna use it. Golden Tide slows that Tatsumi. Goal! Victory!
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree! Double kill! Triple kill! Spectacular kill!
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Double kill!
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage and slain. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our light round tower is under attack. Amazing! Unbelievable!
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
They tried.
The new Spritling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu bukan track kita. Relax bro. Phone aku. Jom kembara. Mountain.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
What is up, Pilipinas? Nagbabalik muli ang Honor of Kings Asian Games Qualifiers. OSX, kasama rin si GG Sphere. Mr. Magandang hapon na sa inyong lahat. At ngayon, mayroon tayong masusubaybay sa namang bakbakan ngayon for the last 2 series of the day. Now, we're back to another match sa Group D. Ito ang Hong Kong, China laban sa Republic of Korea. One thing that stands out here is yung kanilang kakayahan to actually be dominating sa kanilang group. Same result, yes, 6-0, 6-0, 3-0. Pareho lang din pala. But this is still the last match for Group D bago tayo mapunta sa Group A, which is Philippines versus Indonesia.
Yes, and alam natin lahat na ang Republic of Korea is one of the strongest region right now considering they've been going to international tournament, and then we also have Hong Kong, China na medyo bago-bago lang sa ating scene, pero alam natin na dominant pa na kagad sa ating group stage. Pero available na ang bagong hero si Tivara mga kaibigan at may free trial pa ng classic AOV heroes. Kaya limited time lang yan mga kaibigan. Pagkakataon nyo na gamitin ng yung mga hero na ito para sa inyong ranked games.
Go ahead and try it out. Ako, personally, favorite ko na si Annette being the roamer. Totoo lang OP siya eh. Literal man, OP talaga siya. I find it
OP.
very... May steroids. Totoo lang.
Yan. Sobrang OP pala.
Totoo lang. So parang it's something that we look forward to see na you guys also trying since bagong season. Updated bracket may kita natin sa mga susunod, sa mga ganitong pangakato ng mga hapon. I'm hoping na meron kayong mga meriendang dala. Kamusta ang kape natin?
Pengi.
May mga merienda ba kayo dyan? Kamusta ang mga ano nyo?
naman.
Pahingi naman. Nako.
Pahingi naman kape dyan.
Kape guys. Cheers tayo sa kape.
Kape at tinapay.
Kape at tinapay.
Yun, kape.
Kape. Importante ang kape.
Grabe yung baso mo ha. Hindi pang kape yan ha.
Pangkape.
Iba.
Pangkape para ano lang. Swabing inom lang sa ice. Ito, bukas magkakape tayong dalawa. Sure ako magkakape tayo. Virtually.
Yan. Virtually.
Let's go.
Excited na ako dyan. Pero mga kaibigan, once again, this is going to be the match between Republic of Korea versus Hong Kong, China. Kaya sinasabi ko kung gaano kalakas ang dalawang team na ito. Republic of Korea, right now, again, they won multiple times, even during the international tournaments that we have for HOK. They are well formed in terms of their overall performance at the same time during the group stage, and Hong Kong, China as well, na talaga namang binabantayan ng sambayan ng mundo. Pilipino at iba.
Tama! Mundo.
Matik. Iba't ibang lahat yan.
Correct. Mundo at Pilipino. I think feeling ko magsisimula na tayo in a few seconds from now. You can also see let's slowly welcome the team to our stage right now for the second to the last match of the day. Let's call on Republic of Korea followed by Hong Kong, China.
Mabilis, agresibo at walang preno. Isang team na dumurog sa kompetisyon gamit ang kumpiyansa at presisyon. Tuloy-tuloy na ang win streak nila at ang alam nating lahat dito mga kaibigan, bawat kalaban kung gaano kabigat ang haharapin nila against Republic of Korea. Simulan na agad ang laban natin.
Disiplina at tibay, dyan binuo ang kupon ng patuloy-tuloy lang na umaani ng tagumpay. Bit-bit ang malupit na nilang win streak at nagbabalik sa entablado ang kasing kalmado lang ng dati. Ito ang Hong Kong, China.
Yan na.
Ito.
Peace bump na.
Ang ina. Ito na.
Magkakilala sila dito guys, no? At alam nila lahat kung ano ang parang naging performance na ng mga bawat koponan na ito. Kaya naman talagang kabang-abang itong laban na ito mga kaibigan. Ito na ang lineup ng Republic of Korea. We have Yoon Ho Jae, Ji Hoon H, Seong Bin Jae, Illusion mga kaibigan, Hoon Min L, and Seong Gyeon H. ready to go against Hong Kong, China. Alam mo, talagang excited ako dito, Erp, kasi sabi ko nga, ilang beses ng parang nagiging finalist minsan sa mga international tournament ang team natin from Korea, no, Republic of Korea. Kaya naman dito, with actually isa sila sa mga regions na hindi din nag-i-import, no?
Yeah.
Kasi talagang batak at mainit ang team na ito.
Now, we have their opponent for this series, Hong Kong, China. We have Chikin for the Clash Lane. We have Kahin for the jungle. We have Hoa for the mid. We have Sumki for the farm lane. At sama natin si Kahin for the roamer. Ito ang Hong Kong, China. They remain consistent. Napakatalino ng approach nila. They're very methodical. They're very systematic in terms of their macro approach. So, small and steady, but if you see the bigger picture, yun ang kanilang goal. Hong Kong, China, madami ng cases na nakita natin all throughout the the Asian Games Qualifiers ng Honor of Kings na kung saan ito ang naging specialty nila. Kailangan mo tingnan kung saan talaga sila papunta. Ayan napakapantay ng hero pool. 18 head-to-head stats right now ang dalawang na team nito. They remain consistent still on their own strength sa mga hero choices nila.
Doon lang sila na iba sa sa kanilang first strike rate, pero the rest of the numbers is mostly the same. Even the KDA is konti lang yung kanilang gap. But it just shows how aggressive Hong Kong Hong Kong China more in terms of their play style compared to the Republic of Korea. So they're more leaning towards going for that parang blood for blood na labanan na pwede nilang gawin against Republic of Korea. And meanwhile, on the side, the Republic of Korea is more composed and heavily reliable sa kanilang macro play.
And with the macro play being present here, merong possible similar execution ang pwede nating makita dito from these two teams. But one thing remains consistent is how team Hong Kong China remains strong sa kanilang macro game. But with the strength of Republic of Korea, pwede rin magkatalo sa kanilang microplay. So madaming pwede magkaroon ng same tight spots or contention points sa mapa as far as the mid-game goes by. So malalaman natin kung saan ba talaga magsisimula. First game, first strike rate, yun talaga yung nagiging simula ng Republic of Korea. While on to the other hand, mas rounded ang nagiging approach ng Hong Kong China. Team head-to-head, napaka-liit ng agwad sa kill participation, 86%. A team mas rounded yung approach ng Hong Kong China for Kahing, and for the hero pool, they remain with the same number, 4.
Nako. Pero magkaiba yan Magkaiba sila ng mga potential picks dito. I remember si Yonggyun, one time he used a Kui na tanggal. But in terms of his most pick hero, nandyan si Kuya Mozi. So that's something that Hong Kong China has to look at as well, dahil medyo mainit pag nagkataon na mapalaban sila sa mga magagandang heroes or sa flex pick or talagang favorite hero nitong si Seonggyeon. And on the other side, si Kahing Erp, wala, halos iba-iba lahat ng mga heroes niya dito. He has used Zhang Fei, he has used Liang, he has used Diadia.
Yep.
So, the versatility of this player is more parang different compared to what we have with Seonggyeon. Again, this is standard ban pick naman. So, there's nothing wrong with that. And usually, right now, it's more of going for your best heroes talaga and with your strategy that would fit well on your composition.
I think doon talaga magkakaalaman, man. The strategy and composition, the perfect word to describe this match is more onto the smaller things that will matter. Sobrang logical din na nagiging approach ng Republic of Korea in handling their opponent now. With a team who has also a clean, systematic approach of Hong Kong, China, malalaman natin saan magkakatalo. Dito pa lang sa draft, malalaman natin kung ano yung magiging nila approach. With the same consistent number of their hero pool choices dito moving forward into this match, how will they know kung ano yung magiging priority? But for Korea, sila mismo ang magiging responsive or mas responsive ang kanilang approach dito dahil sila nga ang nasa kabilang side. Ano kaya magiging solusyon nila? Will they go for the global approach of the map or magiging micro ang kanilang galawan in the first few minutes of the game?
Malalaman natin yan kasi iba talaga yung, kumbaga close man yung ating numbers in terms of the head-to-head. Still the approach of these two teams is quite different from each other. So that's something that we would like to see, considering they're both the top contenders or top teams of their respective groups. top. And then dito, ito, hindi lang to basta-basta whoever lost in this game or in this series will be the number 2 of, but also, di ba, this is something that would also affect their potential strategy or yung kanilang standing pagdating sa ating playoffs once we proceeded there. Remember guys, these two teams qualified na sila for the playoffs or sa ating Asian Games mismo sa Japan. Pero malalaman lang natin dito kung sino yung magna-number 2 at talaga magiging undefeated on their group.
Gabi, ano yun? That's battle for pride. Wala na tong contention sa points. Both secured na ang pagpunta sa main event, but for now, magkakaalaman nga kung paano nila ikutin ang laban na to. Securing the most possible way to enable the backline position and make things uncomfortable. Guan Yu, nakita natin kung paano nila ginamit to. Now, they're going for the stronger ones. Lapu-Lapu and Arlie with a quicker response. Pagtanggal ng Jaja, pagtanggal din ng Liang dito, automatic, walang makakahuli sa Arlie once lumapit. And also, the sustained game na pwede gamitin ng Hong Kong China laban sa kanila, pwedeng maging free hit area or space ng Arlie na pwedeng gamitin to continue the pressure for Hong Kong China.
Musashi? Nope. Kala ko Musashi. Kasi yun ang magandang way to counter out itong Arlie considering they don't have the Liang anymore. But with that, Xiao Qiao and then si Direnji. So sabayang pagbigkas, sabayan dito sa bottom lane. Earlier, we've seen a counterplay in which they used a Haino or Heino compared going against a Direnji na feeling nila mas naging effective with regards to the pag-clear ng minion wave. And I think it worked, no? But at the same time, medyo naghinahirapan na nag-fall off na siya dito pagdating sa late team. Nakuroro, third pick ng Republic of Korea.
With the third pick right now, it's mostly the assassin that could come quicker and a response for Korea. Ang Nakuroro, we've seen some great plays in and out, 50 to 100% win rate with this hero pick alone. Good ban on the Mozi, walang pwedeng humuli sa Arlie since wala pa kang considered or dedicated tank yung Direnji na ito since meron din namang high lane survivability. Kailangan na lang safe passage para sa Arlie. Will they go for the Jiang Fei this time around? Pero I think they will not dahil may Lapu-Lapu na rin to be the great frontline protection ng Arlie na to. So will they possibly go na for the possible roamer or protection ng Direnji onto this farm lane side? Ano pa bang pwedeng available dito? Let's look at the picks na pwede pang makuha. We still have the Garuda, we still have the Dudun or Lian po by the way na present, pero ayun, tinanggal na nga yung Jiang Fei.
Removing the equation right now, yung mga potential roamers that could be used against them na pwede sumabay sa isang Lapu-Lapu. But with Direnji, one of the best right now, I would say, is if they can at least have actually, naban na pala lahat ng mga picks dito ni Kahing. So, right now, he's being forced to pick a hero that he's not really comfortable with or at least he haven't used yet.
Yeah.
Sa ating Asian Games.
Share ko lang
Still a lot of options. Yes.
Or sinabi mong best si Direnji, sinasabi ko lang yung rating ko Share ko lang sa'yo. Obsessed yung title ko kay Direnji, by the way.
Obsessed. Ano yun?
Yung sa refresh na Honor of Kings, siya lang ginagamit ko talaga pag wala na akong pwedeng mapili.
Oh my!
Ayun share ko lang Most kami ni Direnji. Direnji. Baka naman.
And OSX, pag pinagsama mo, obsessed.
Yan. Zia, baka naman. Pakiibas-basa naman ako.
Walang kapantay na kamandag.
Yay, grabe ka, boy. Grabe.
Oy, yan na. Charlotte, mga kaibigan na kinuha ng Republic of Korea dito. Pinag-iisipan ngayon ng Hong Kong, China kung sino kanila magiging counterplay. Right now, we're looking at the potential roamer and jungler of their team.
Lian po ba?
Ukyo is still around. Pwede yan pang counter sa isang Nakuroro. Unless they add for...
Ukyo. U1 ba naman?
Touchy Baby.
Ayan na. Lian po nga. Si Lian po nga talaga. I think there's no other way. Since wala naman Lian, walang pwede makakapag-suppress sa Tremor Smash ng isang Lian. Walang makakapagpigil sa kada attempt ng frontline for Republic or for Hong Kong rather, Hong Kong China. Sa kada attempt for the farm lane. So, open space for the Lian po para makapagbigay ng crowd control. So, with this, medyo kailangan maging on ng presensya ng isang Lapu-Lapu all throughout the attempts na papasok ang Hong Kong, China sa farm lane side. Last pick for Republic of Korea. Ramdam natin, mukhang ready na sila dito.
Nag-ano na eh.
Ayan, Lady Sean.
Nag-battle cry na si Coach. Sabi ni Coach, Habang, let's go, fighting!
Yan! At men, pareho tayo iniisip. Yun yung mga sinasabi din nila yan, no?
Yan,
Fighting!
Let's go, fighting!
Yan. Hong Kong, China.
Ang sagot ng mga players, fighting!
Fighting. Totoo lang. Ayan na po ang face bump ng malupitan natin. Again, pinag-usapan namin to nung day number 6, this possible non-betting game sa mga qualified teams. Will they fall? Will they rise? Will they still be lax on the part na they're qualified already, or talagang hindi pa nila papabayaan na mas magasgasan yung run nila dito in terms of points?
Yan. Ladies and gentlemen, mga kaibigan, the fourth series of the day, Republic of Korea versus Hong Kong, China. Group D, fighting for the top 1 spot. Tignan natin kung sino mas mainit sa dalawang team na ito. Abangan kaagad sa gitna ng ating mapa.
Abangan nyo na rin ang pagkuha ng CD key, Wind Rack 3, Fast Track Your Progress, Unlock 1,000 Honor Pass XP. Instant yan na, instant. Sobra pa yan sa Pansit Canton na pwede nung gawin ngayon.
Yun.
Ayan, bago yung refresh yung season, hawk na kayong lahat dapat.
Yan. Kumbaga, ready na kaagad.
Let's
Dagdag
go.
XP din yan. 1,000 yan sa ating Honor Pass.
Tama. Solid ang susunod natin collab Maganda yung skin na collab natin
Hindi ko na nga naabutan yun, Arp eh.
Talaga ba? Grabe.
Ngayon ko lang narinig. Pero maganda.
Maganda ang signals ni Daddy Hawk dito sa ating mga collab.
Sana, tignan ko baka nasa Netflix para masilip ko.
Oy, grabe. Share ko lang, kumakapal na yung space ng Honor of Kings sa storage.
Ay, kumakapal na.
Kumakapal na, pero gumaganda ang performance.
Gumaganda ang performance.
Malupit.
Pero, ngayon, eto, nagkakainitan yung clash lane yung farm lane natin dito. And we all know that right now, in terms of the duel, laging lamang talaga ang isang early. Lalo na kung naka-frenzy.
Yeah.
Kailangan niya sabayan. Pero, nakahanda na espada nila Lapu-Lapu. Yan na to lang.
I think yung frenzy na gamit na rin ni Hunmin yung early na for the farm lane. Okay. Ang daming nakuwang tama doon ni Kahing coming in from Hunmin sa basic attacks. Kailangan mo na mag-back away. Knowing na yung Lian po may nature to regen HP, hindi muna nagbigay ng pagkakataon para maging first strike sa laban na yon.
Nag-shred talaga eh. Yun yung pagkakataon niya sana. Kaya lang, since wala nga siyang frenzy, not enough vitamins, kulang sa kulay. So sa ngayon, still, tamang chilling sa tayo dito, no? Chilling like a villain, pero level 4 na. At ito yung isang lamang na pwedeng makuha ni Sumki dito, no? Because of his Imperial Order, yun yung pwede niyang ilamang against kay Hunmin. Kasi pwede niya sabayan yan. Yun nga lang, requires precision. Kasi paano kung ma-dodge, paano maiwasan, yun yung problema niya pag na-dodge yung kanyang Imperial Order, which is the stun.
True ka doon. I think it takes a lot of games. Kahit ako yung matches played ko with Direnji, it's really hard to master kung pwede lalapag yung Imperial Order. Kasi kung malapag mo yun, automatic, sure kill talaga yun ang pwede mo magawa. Kahit na-nerf siya, yung may changes kay Direnji. Although, looking at the rotation, I stated a while ago na yung rotation ng Hong Kong, China could actually come for the bigger or the macro side of things. Hold that thought, 2v1.
Ang ganda naman ng paggamit ng Ocean of Tears, pero hindi pa tapos. Not gonna be enough to finish the job. Pero eto na si Ji-hoon with the first strike. Siya na ang tatapos ng unang strike sa laban na to.
Mukhang hindi ata naging ligtas ang pwesto doon ni Sumki despite having the flash, despite having that cleanse. Napakaganda ng respondo ni Ji-hoon. Automatic dis na kung narinig yung pito.
May harang na pader.
Pag nakarinig ka talaga ng pito, medyo either kakabahan ka kasi 20 seconds papunta na yung first objective mo. Kailangan muna kumuha ng resources na nawala ng Hong Kong, China sa ginawa ni Ji-hoon.
Magandang lead ito para sa kanila. But remember, that's his first strike and the gold is not that far away for now. But still, alig sa lead. Malapit nang mabuo dito nitong si Hunmin. It seems like it is leaning towards going for either a Shadow Reaper or Spark Forge Dagger.
Yep. Okay lang.
Pwede yan. Malapit
pwede yun. Pareho lang, parehong SF.
Yan. At saka na-tyrant pa sila ng Hong Kong.
Correct. So may damage dito ngayon. So Primal Bond onto Hong Kong, China right now. Tamang bantay din. We have the ultimate available for the Lian po. Yung flash online din. So may at any point in time merong combo tayo na pwedeng makita dito. Now may isang item pick up si Yunho onto the clash lane. Umiikot ngayon ang Republic of Korea. No attempt for taking of the turrets ng Hong Kong, China. They need to see the most smallest mistake na pwedeng mawala. Pero right now, I think nakikita na ata ni Hunmin yung baba. Walang bumibisita, walang tumatambay doon na Direnji. Sumki busy gathering up the reasonable possible resources na pwede niya makuha dito. Leaving Arlie alone sa farm lane.
Ayan na, pareho silang may Spark Forge Dagger na. Oh, di ba? Yeah. Tapos Road to Doomsday, yata itong si Hunmin. And with that item option para sa isang early, alam mo na mas kailangan niya dito. Alam mo na mas preferred niya or mas prayo niya na makapag-wave clear at masabayan yung push potential nito si Sumki. Sumki, hindi niya naagaw yung armadillo dito pero mahuhuli ang isa. Ang ganda naman ng Ocean of Tears. Ang dami niyang naiwasan dito. And because of that, makakapag-counterplay pa ang Republic of Korea. Pero wait lang tayo dito. Dumating na si Kuya Silkin. Papasok ka ba sa kanila? Hindi, inabangan lang, nagkakapwestuhan. Andito rin si Yunho para mag-counterplay. Pero kulang pa rin, hindi mo na sa ngayon. Wala pang follow-up after that first strike kanina.
It's going to be very logical right now sa ating game number 1 between Hong Kong, China laban sa Republic of Korea. Good utilization of Songbin using that Ocean of Tears. This Lady Jean knows how to use the passive. Alam talaga nila na pwede siya mabugahan dito ng ultimate. Pero that was a great burn coming in from Republic of Korea. Walang flash. Although mabilis naman ang cooldown ng isang ultimate ng Lian, but without the flash, hindi pwede maging unpredictable ang lapag ng Tremor Smash. So may pagkakataon ngayon looking at the Republic of Korea, pwede mag-push, hindi na deny ang wave dito ni Sumki at hindi pa nadadaplisan ng Torre sa farm lane. Pero on the other side of things, Republic of Korea on the clash lane, pwede nang hipan.
Oo, yun ang napapansin natin dito, no? Mas lamang dito pagdating dapat si Sumki, no, or Direnji with regards to the potential push. Pero with the rotation of Republic of Korea, medyo mas lumalamang sila dito. Mas mas pressured ang Hong Kong, China.
Ano niluluto mo, Erp?
Ayan, pressurized. Siyempre.
Ano niluto? Baka ba yan?
Mga tuna yan, tuna.
Ay, ang gusto ko yun, yung mga luto.
Walang tinik.
Ayan. Guys, tandaan nyo guys, pagkakain kayo ng mga sabaw or anything na kinailangan ng kalambutin, kailangan ng pressure cooker. Kailangan ng pressure cooker ng ng Hong Kong, China dito sa lineup ng
Tama. Ay, teka lang ha. Delikado si Hoa K! Hoa K! Mahuhuli! Ang ganda naman. Nag-pay off ang paghihintay dito ni Gion. Pero hinahabol sila ni Sumki. Meron din naman nanggaling sa likod na isang Guan Yu para may bigay na damage sa kanila. And a little bit of a strike for whom? Sumki! At nagbunga lahat ng inaantay ni Gion. Pero may kapalit para sa Hong Kong, China. But for now, that's a 2-for-1 in favor of Hong Kong, China.
Slowly winning the game onto that side. Sumki, ang ganda ng pwesto ng Direnji na yun. Umi-free hit lang sa gilid. Balikan natin uli Prey. Tinan mo yung pwesto dito ng Direnji coming in from the south side of the... Tinan mo, naka-red buff yan, no? Free hit lang ng free hit. Ginamit lang yung cleanse. Habang lahat, ayan, no? Habang lahat umiiwas, siya mismo, kada disengage, isang panalo yun para sa isang Direnji. May mawawala, may maliligaw, may laban pa pala ulit.
Laban, dalawa, isa laban sa tatlo. Nakulangan ng vitamin si Kuya Yunho. That's going to be another strike for them. Pero may follow-up na naganap sa may gitna ng ating mapa. Yun lang. Naging 2-1 na naman in favor again of Hong Kong, China.
Wow.
What is this?
Grabe. Nagkakaroon na ng exchange. What is this talaga ang nangyayari dito? Sumki, despite having that great strides on that previous replay, siya ngayon na nawala sa ating mapa in exchange of 2 for Yunho and Jihon. Republic of Korea nakakaramdam ng dahang-dahang sakit. Slowly but surely, si Hunmin gusto magtrabaho dito. Kuha lang ng first turret sa clash lane habang pinapalit ang mapa dahil nawalan nga talaga ng torre sa taas at sa baba ang Republic of Korea. But now, Tyrant secured ang Hong Kong, China. May damage output, nakabantay, gandang pwesto para kay Kahing. Hindi pa online ang ultimate, pero ayan na nga. Pwede nang i-combo dito. Looking at the items right now onto the standard build. Meron na ring Venomous Staff din at Mask of Agony pick up rather than Venomous Staff for this Lady Jean. Looking forward to the burst contribution and any team fight sa ginagawa niya laban sa Hong Kong, China.
Oo, medyo nagkakaipitan dito mga kaibigan. Mahuhuli nga ba dito si Jion? Pero nasustain niya lang.
Uy!
Kain! Nail niya lang lahat ng pinawa sa kanya. Pero na-secure yung red buff. Kailangan mag-out ni Hunmin. And because of that, he was forced to back away. Yun nga lang, naipit sa Gedli. Si Kuya Xianggyun. Oh my glove. That's -1 once again. Despite securing the red buff. Anong what's next dito ngayon, Erpiderp? Nakapesto ang mga miyembro dito ng Hong Kong, China sa jungle buff ng kanilang kalaban.
Nako, ginagawang trap ata dito yung kampo nila. Ito, medyo sacrificial na ginawa ni Song Jong doon. Imbes na yung kasama niya ang makuha ng Hong Kong China, inalay na yung sarili niya. Good check push mula doon kay Song Bin. Ang bilis mawala ng Torres sa taas. Ang bilis ng ikot dito. Mukhang Sumki. On to the other hand, items are also online. Tinatapon lang ang flowing. Grabe naman yung lapag ng mga flowing side ng Lady June na ito. Lahat pwede talaga mag-rip. Wala, yun eh. Tinan mo. Yung flowing sa ilaw, parang check push na rin eh, no? Ayun na nga.
Na-smite diff doon. Medyo nalamangan dito ni Jihon ng smite. Si Kahin, napaaga ng bahagya. Actually, hindi siya nakapag-smite there. At now, Tyrant fight. Here we go again. 5v5. Mayroong naipit sa may Gedli. Nagkakaabangan mga kaibigan. Si Chisky, nakita dito nitong si Juno. Yuno, abangan lang. Labanan ng mga clash cleaner mga kaibigan, pero nasa mid sila. Hunmin naman nag-clear muna ng minion wave sa may baba bago siya pumunta sa ating Tyrant. So maganda ito para sa kanila. Once na mag-clear yung wave, pwede silang magpunta ngayon sa ating Tyrant. And now, pagkakataon na naman ng Republic of Korea na makuha ang ating Tyrant. May pwesto ba? May ito contest ba? Sinubukan? May Radiance? Pero namang dito ang Republic of Korea kasi mayroon silang damage. Dalawa na nakap! Nilabu-labu! Nakakuha ng isa! Nabawasan sila dito ng damage dealer pero hinahabol si Sumki sa kabilang banda. May naglalaban sa taas. At dahil doon, -2 ang Hong Kong China in favor of Korea. Aray ko po.
Nako, mukhang nag-overcommit doon ng Hong Kong China na the isolate play na ginawa ng Republic of Korea kay Sumki. 3 laban sa isa into that advantage take.
Oh no!
Nako, mukhang pwedeng tapusin ata ng Republic of Korea. Makiklear pa ba to?
Pauwi pa si Kuya Chicken. Dumating na. And then the members of Hong Kong China will try to respond right now pero maka-1 sila. Okay na. Manidepensa na. Nabuwasan na. Ang babawi ng mga taga Hong Kong China ay nandito na mga kaibigan. That's -2. And because of that, well defended muna ang ating Tower Crystal.
Good recall mula kay Hong Kong China. Kung walang bumalik doon, hindi talaga madidepensa ng Lian. Pabalikan natin yung replay. Ginamit din ng bodies lang para mahulog. Ganda ng pasok. Ang kati talaga ni Hunmin ngayon with the damage, but with the recall and the AOE na meron si Hoa, it was an advantage to zone out the Republic of Korea para hindi muna mag-push forward. Kasi kung sila man mismo ay nag-overcommit, it's slowly becoming a win. Tinaming pwesto dito ni Hunmin. Nasa bush. Kailangan mag-check ng Hong Kong China dito kung may tao. Wala nag-check mo sa taas ha.
Wala nagkaka-checkan mga kaibigan. Pero that's Hunmin. Medyo malaking pwedeng open din niya na target para sa kanila. Raging Sea. Not gonna connect to anyone for now. Back to the ball game. Kamang clear muna ng mga minion wave sa magkabilang panig. Nakuha nito ni Hunmin ang kanyang gustong i-clear sa taas. So pwede sila mag-take ng ating Overlord. With that, medyo malayo lang si Gion. Pero syempre nakururo yun. Mabilis lang yan. Kasama niya si Mama Haha. Natutulong dito pagdating sa ating Overlord. Pwestuhan. Medyo namang dito ang Republic of Korea. Pag nakuha nila ito, mas maganda at maluwag na naman ang kanilang mapa because of the Overlord.
Nako, kailangan ata mag-clean up ngayon ng Hong Kong China in terms of the pressure na may makukuha nilang sa Republic of Korea. Item check muna tayo dito. Slowly looking at the Sparkforge Doomsday at may Daybreak na rin pala si Sumki. But looking at Arlie's build, Makate na rin. We're looking at 4 items dito. Yes. 4 na pala to. Sparkforge, Eternity Blade, Daybreak, and Doomsday. Makati at ramdam nyo ang basic attack ng isang Arlie na to kaya napaka-aggressive ng Republic of Korea right now. Kaya napapansin nyo yung Guan Yu naghahanap ng gandang flank sa likod. Tingnan mo sa minimap guys. Tingnan nyo yung minimap. Naghahanap ng magandang pwesto yung Guan Yu na ito para makakuha ng magandang flank sa likod. But looks like wala nag-check bush. Ang ganda ng ikot na ginagawa nila.
Si Yunho nakapwesto rin sa likod para in case someone will try to maneuver and go for the backline. Nagkakabangan sila dito. Baka magkakasalubong sila. Jihon, nakaabang ng konti. Nasa bush lang. Hinahanap nila dito mga kaibigan itong si Tsikin. Alam nila kasi na may potential backline attempt na pwedeng gawin dito. Si Tsikin. Kaya naman talagang depensang marino ang mga tropa natin sa Republic of Korea.
Kailangan talaga ramdamin kung saan manggagaling ang kabayo. Sobrang delikado talaga kung nag-attempt sila doon. It was a great call for Republic of Korea na hindi muna lumalim sa inhibitor turret sa taas because they know wala yung Guan Yu. Wala siya sa mapa, walang nakakita. But for this side, kahing naghahanap ng gandang pwesto, I think Hong Kong, China right now, kailangan muna i-counter ang pressure na nasimulan ng Republic of Korea.
Dalawa kanya kalaban dito pero delikado ang kanya buhay pa nagkataon. si yung Bin na maganang bagay ang kanyang HP. Buhay na buhay pa rin naman pero almost half of his HP is gone right now. So kailangan niya maging maingat sa pwesto kasi pwede siya pasukin ni Chikin. Gamitin lang yung kanyang sprint. Pero sa ngayon, naghihintay si Jihon. Kaya lang makikita niya si Kahin. Alam niyang medyo disadvantage siya dyan pag nag-1v1 sila dito. Tyrant, open for the taking. Walang clear wave na naganap sa ating mga towers. Pero sa likod, nagbabadya si Yunho.
Ayan na.
Eto na naman ang kabayo. Rumaragas ang kabayo mga kaibigan. Pinakain na ng maraming damo para magkaroon ng mabilis na movement speed. Pero Tyrant, lapas na sa haplang HP na mataga. Uy! Delikado si Yowa! Howa inahabol dito mga kaibigan. Pero sa kabilang punta, nagkakaroon team fight naman as well. Minus 2 ang Republic of Korea. Chicken kailangan mag-out. Now it's Tyrant, open for taking. Pero here comes the response of Republic of Korea. Low ang HP dito ng mga Hong Kong, China. Another kill or another strike para kay Kain. Sumki, free hit lang sa may Getty. Pero yung base nila dito, malaking chunk of minion wave is coming in. Kahin secured the life of Seongbin and itong si Seongyeon.
Ang cost of Howa's life habang lumalaban 1v1 labanan dito, 2v1. Ito na si Sumki, 2v1, ma-outplay pa ba to laban sa Charlotte? Tatlo na nakaabang, pinapari pa rin. Pero hindi na talaga makakaligtas. Yunho, an ace for Hong Kong, China. Plus the Tyrant na ginawa lang puppet to na ginawang bait. Balikan natin ang replay. Dito nagsimula ang lahat sa attempt na isang guwani mula sa likod. Isa lang ang target at isa lang pina-isolate nila dito si Hyunmin. Inalisa siya laban at habang si Ho ang naging casualty dito, natuwa ang Hong Kong, China na wala nang pwede makapag-free doon sa likod. Yung reset naging favor dito kay Hong Kong, China na hindi lang talaga mag-aattempt ang Republic of Korea to contest for a possible smite battle. Si Omjon dito sinubukan mag-buy time but for this, si Yunho gumawa ng possible a cleanup crew doon sa bottom side of the map. Medyo kinulang na rin para i-divert yung attention but Hong Kong, China into a very smart move. Kinailangan nilang i-isolate si Hyunmin sa team fight na yon.
Item natin mga kaibigan, kompleto recados na halos ang item dito ni Sumki. And remember, nakipag 1v1 siya dito kay Jihon because of that, without Jihon, wala nang malaking threat na burst damage siya pwedeng ibigay ang Republic of Korea dito and pwede nila kunin ng Tyrant but instead of going for the Tyrant immediately, talagang minake sure nila na lumamang sila sa team fight na yon. And because of that, ngayon, naka-up na rin yung ating Sages Sanctuary for Sumki. So mas kumakati panalo yung kanilang damage output dito and survivability para sa kanya. Now, Shadow Vanguard Overlord na kanilang next target. But sa taas ng ating mapa, Kunmin, delikado ang buhay mga kaibigan ko. Kahin, inaabol siya. Walang kawala sa kamandag ng mga taga Hong Kong, China. And ginamit na rin niya yung kanyang, kulang pa rin yung damage and the survivability coming in from Jihon. That's minus 2 once again. Tower open, pwede nilang kunin. Pero Shadow Vanguard muna, Overlord ang kukunin ng Hong Kong, China.
Kinailangan ata mag-cut din ni Yunho para hindi makapag-continue ng pressure dito. So sinasabayan na lang Hong Kong, China ang kanilang wave sa taas. So may opening dito si Sumki. Tatlong member ng Hong Kong, China dito. One Lady Jean, one Lapu-Lapu to defend. Tremor Smash, pero matatamaan. Knock up, nakaiwas pa!
Wala follow-up pero okay lang yan para sa kanila kasi tower lang ang kanilang target dito. Nakapag-splendor para buhay pa mga kaibigan. Itong si Hoa K. And because of that, minus tower ang high ground dito ng Republic of Korea.
Nako, napaka-intense ng defense right now. Despite the lead ng Hong Kong, China na simulan ngayon, they're at 7K. They have the waves pushing. Kailangan mag-counter clear ng Republic of Korea right now. Ang daming vision na nakuha ni Tuskin onto this Guan Yu pick. At napakahirap talaga habulan ng data ngayon. Kung ikaw ay Republic of Korea, medyo costly kung si Songjun na magiging check bush dito sa kanilang mga tropa. I think with the combination of the Charlotte and the Lapu-Lapu, yun ang pwede maging rason para makuha ng data. Pero at a cost na magiging vulnerable yung early sa kada team fight, dito mananalo ang Hong Kong, China. Wave clear sa baba at pwede magtawag ng laban ngayon ang team na to.
Yes, kailangan nilang i-force tong team fight na ito mga kaibigan. Because again, despite the Republic of Korea destroying the early high ground tower na meron sa farm lane, itong Hong Kong, China, hindi pa rin nila ma-close yung gap right now because of the consistency and the lead in terms of positioning na meron dito ang ang Hong Kong, China. And Kahin, with this positioning, wala siyang problema dito. He's always going for the right target. Sometimes he goes for Jihon, sometimes he goes for Hyunmin. And eto na, sa likod ng ating mapa, nakikita si Tsikin na matahan nila dito na may kabayo na nagbabadya sa may gate. Tinamaan ng stun, inaabol sa loob, ginamit ang ulti, tamang sustain, and tamang damage na para kay Yunho. Alam nila lahat ng pwestuhan ginamit ang kanilang mga ulti, humabol sa loob, ginamit na rin yung kanilang pampabilis dito. But because of that, medyo nakulangan sila sa vitamins, napigilan sila ng Ocean of Tears.
I think na-aware of ang ultimate. May laban ka agad, 2v3. Laban ka
Naku,
agad!
Kain is down! Ang inintay ngayon ng Republic of Korea, mga kaibigan mo, mga kabawi mo dito, Sumkin na huli. Kailangan mag-flash away. Pero ito nakapsila sa gitna. Sumkin is down as well. Yun naman si Hon Min. And now, tatlo ang nawala dito sa Hong Kong, China. Pwede sila makabawi. Pero malapit na mag-up yung ating Tempest Dragon. Hinahabol lang si Chicken. Maapat ka ba mawawala, mga kaibigan? Rumuronda na ang Korea. Republic of Korea, mga kaibigan, to potentially end this game right now. 15 seconds pa bago mabuhay si Kain. They still have the minion. They have the super minion. It's an ace, mga kaibigan. Republic of Korea going for the first win in this miraculous comeback.
Another tight match na napanood natin dito in the 4th series of the day. Republic of Korea laban sa Hong Kong, China. Napakagandang display on how the experience was speaking through the game from early to the ultra later stages of the game. Pero doon natin nakita ng Hong Kong, China nagkaroon ng pagkakamali. I wanna commend how the Nakororo or Jihon was really onto the backside of the map. Parang kumuha din siya ng tactic sa ginagawa ng Guan Yu onto the side na kailangan nila makakuha ng information kahit sila din mismo nagkaroon ng relief in winning that scenario. Sa disbursement na ginawa doon ng Hong Kong, China, nagkaroon ng pagkukulang in terms of the firepower kaya kailangan nilang mag-disburse. Pero at some point na buhay pa rin ng early, panalong-panalo yon sa kanilang pagbawi from the early stages.
Very crucial game. And that crucial pick-off as well nung nangyari yung skirmish na yun in the jungle blue buff, no? So overall, again, as you mentioned, maganda yung pwesto dito ng ating mga ng clash laner and the junglers. So it's just a matter of sino yung dapat nilang i-prioritize earlier on. Naging yung strength na meron ng Hong Kong, China is yung binutasan ng Republic of Korea na alam nila na pagdating sa positioning kahit tayo na mga ng team na ito, so kailangan natin silang hulihin na magkakaiwalay sila. And that moment when they saw the Renji, yun na yung naging call nila dito. Nagkahiwalay ang team of Hong Kong, China, and that was the opportunity for the Republic of Korea na makabawi.
It was a twist and turn sa ating buong laban from the beginning of the game. A very similar logical approach coming from these two teams. Napakagaling, napakataas na recovery rate ng Republic of Korea, knowing that they know how to play around with that Nakororo pick. Alam talaga nila na kailangan nila ng backline vision. I stated earlier na kung mag-check bush yung Charlotte or yung makukuha ng vision is yung Lapu-Lapu, it's gonna be a costly way of getting information rather than using the Nakororo. Napakaganda utilization doon ng Republic of Korea to actually bounce back kasi with that kind of flank position with no intention to kill, mas mataas yung coverage nila kung saan nanggagaling. Pero nahiwalay na sila, napakabilis mag-react ng Republic of Korea to bounce back and having that win for their side dito sa best of 3 na to.
Yeah, patience is the key. From both teams, no, we've seen them positioning on going for the right position every time that there's going to be a team fight about to happen. But looking at the items right now, obviously nakita natin dito na naka-full item na ang ating mga marksman. Nag-proc din yung Sage's Sanctuary nitong si Sumki, and even he was forced to buy a Destiny as well just so he could survive the pressure coming in from Songyeon. Yung last team fight natin, talagang nahirapan sila dito. And there was also a misplay na in-attempt dito ng Hong Kong, China, no? I think yun yung isa sa mga naging problema nila dito when they tried to chase down itong sila Hunmin and Seongbin in that moment na na-counteran sila ng Ocean of Tears lang, isang ganun lang, no, isang harang lang dito, and naging cost na nung overall game against Hong Kong, China. Right time talagang sobrang solid na compared na sila dito, just a matter of execution.
And the execution really mattered the most at the very crucial moments of the game kung saan si Jihon kinailangan butasan ng lineup dito ng Hong Kong, China into that farther end of that game. Akala makakaabot pa tayo sa Tempest Dragon, but it was a different scenario. Kinailangan na nila patagalin para malaman kung saan manggagaling dito si Guan Yu. The Okyu Tachibana and the Xiaoke really paved out so much great counterplays dito. At habang nakita natin kung saan sila dapat pumwesto, mukhang nakabasa na rin dito si Songbin, pati na rin si Hunmin na hindi magpakita agad-agad. It was a great read coming in from Republic of Korea, but still in this best of 3, I think we could see a possible 3 games or an additional 2 games from this moment dahil napakataas ng nagiging caliber ng dalawang team na to. We can't count out Hong Kong, China just yet. And guys, to tell you, wala nang bearing yung laban na to, but looks like parang nakikipaglaban sila sa sa qualifying spot. Still, tignan mo yung goal graph na to.
Sobrang hindi siya ganun ka one-sided. And we've seen it naman during the game, no, na talagang back and forth situation natin. And mainit yung laban na to. And there's always this window of opportunity for both teams to take advantage of na talagang magpapadala sa kanila. Pero nangyari mga kaibigan. And like you mentioned, this could be a potential game 3 because at first we were expecting that it's a smooth sailing for Hong Kong, China, but nakitaan ng Republic of Korea ng butas yung kanilang playstyle in which nag-aabang madalas sa isang Guanyu.
With that, Abang, it took more than extra data and information because Republic of Korea saw through the possible snowball ni Hunmin at the early stage of the game because they know ang posible na pwedeng makahuli dito is si Lian po. But on to the side na kailangan nilang pagganahan yung kanilang microplay at maiwasan ng mga takedowns na pwede siyang mahuli ni Guan Yu and ni Xiao Qiao. They needed to know on how to outlast Hong Kong, China na hindi basta-basta na mapipick up sa mga laban because pag nawala talaga yung early sa laban na to, it's always a green light for Hong Kong, China to push forward. There was a lot of attempts na kailangan nilang gamitin ng main objective to bait out members either from Korea or for Hong Kong para magkaroon ng opening. But seems like one thing or another, they're looking for that data kung saan pwede maging vulnerable point na kanilang damage output dealer either from Republic of Korea for Hong Kong, China, onto the point na yung Guanyu nila dito is on a hot streak. They have more ways in utilizing the map because Hong Kong, China, and the specialty of the macro play, they can see farther than the distance. But for Republic of Korea, dito sila bumawi. Nung nag-disperse at nag-disengage ang Hong Kong, China, it was a miracle for them to strike faster.
Pero yun talaga, no? Kumbaga, at the end of the day, yung mga small, hindi natin masabing small mistakes na nakakommit dito ng Hong Kong, China is something na na-take advantage ng Republic of Korea. But it's just a matter of them talagang playing around the play style of their opponent. But MVP, Hunmin na nga kaibigan with his early. Kita naman natin yung kanya movement and how he's able to dish out so much damage in a particular team fight considering he's using early na medyo mahirap talaga. Mechanically speaking, that's a hero that will, sometimes yung strength niya will be also a disadvantage of you kasi minsan magpapayong ka, palapit sa inyong kalaban. But Hunmin made it work in that crucial pressured moment para sa kanila. Talagang maganda yung movement ka dito.
It's a great way of showing discipline, patience, and having that right amount of clarity kung sino ka ba dapat umiwas laban sa Hong Kong, China na pwede kang mahuli. That ban out onto that Liang was totally smart at talagang hindi talaga mapipigilan na mahuli yung early na ito. Then the sidestep, it took more than that para gumana sila sa team dahil mawala lang talaga yung early kanina. Yun na nagiging opening ng Hong Kong, China. Ang ganda ng laban na to, Erp. Totoo lang. This group na qualified na sa main sa mismong Asian Games is still showing no window na talagang pwede talaga sila maging complacent heading towards the toughest matches dito sa Honor of Kings.
Yeah, so kaya naman may chance dito talaga na mag-game 3 kasi again, I mentioned earlier na it was almost a smooth sailing for Hong Kong, China, no? Even with the attempt of Republic of Korea to finish the game earlier when they were able to destroy the high ground towers sa baba ng ating mapa, nagkaroon sila ng pagkakataon pa rin na magkaroon ng comeback. And with that comeback, consistent na yun. Pero yun yun, nabasa nila na kailangan nila bantayan kung sino dapat bantayan. They have to spread out in the map accordingly and look for the right target in which yun si Hunmin mismo, no, na nag-target nila dito sa laban natin. Sudbin din also had a hard time to look for the right position. Pero ayun talaga nangyari mga kaibigan. 1-0 tayo ngayon sa Republic of Korea and it will be very parang crucial match again sa parating na next game natin because maganda yung back and forth na laban dito sa dalawang team na to.
I agree with you, man. Like right now, we just like to thank Marriott Petaling Jaya, the official venue and hotel partner of the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers of Honor of Kings. Everything starts with the great morning. Maraming salamat, Marriott Petaling Jaya.
Maraming salamat.
With that, going back to what you said, this is a very crucial match despite being qualified all throughout the group stage. Wala talaga silang binibigyan na pagkakataon na mag-lax onto the situation na kalaban nila ang Republic of Korea. Hong Kong, China, onto the side selection, they're onto the blue side. Mas may prize sila sa puso nilang kunin. And for Republic of Korea, mas maging responsive sila onto the choices of Hong Kong, China. It's been a great pick for them na getting the early right up front onto their choices. Chano was banned out earlier, so makikita natin kung magpa-priority ba ng Hong Kong, China sa marksman kaagad or sa jungler for game number 2.
Grabe no, kahit hindi tayo global ban and pick, ang dami pa rin natin nakikitang hero na nagiging pili dito ng mga teams natin, no? So the versatility is there, and you just at least for now, based on my observation, it's okay talaga is a game na you don't just pick one, kahit na you know that you have this kind of yung pinanaktis nyo is mostly the same heroes or composition, you still will opt for different one na tingin mong mas mag-work depende sa situation. So ganoon yung nangyayari dito mga kaibigan, and we'll see how different it is going to be pagdating sa ating next na series or next game for this second series.
Let's see how this goes for game number 2. Now we're looking at the possible change of the draft. So Hong Kong, as expected, sila ngayon kuha ng early. Ano talaga to? Point of contention talaga yung hero na to, especially that these two teams have the mastery onto this hero. A very high tier hero I consider for Honor of Kings, pero once makadish out ng damage and great positioning, wala talaga makakahuli. No wonder they ban out the Mai Shunui as early as possible na wala makakadisrupt. Although, open ngayon yung Liang if ever mag-assassin pick ngayon ng Republic of Korea onto this game number 2.
Yun. Ako. Arlie ulit tayo dito, Peter. Sabay sa kabilang banda. Nako, mas mainit dito kayo ng ating laban dito, no. Okyo is still there, pero I don't think they will prioritize going for the jungle role right now. Pyron and the Xiao Kiao, we're looking at picking a potential roamer kung sakali man to support out, or maybe a marksman as well, no. Pwede yan for the priority. But they already removed itong si Chano. So Okyo muna tayo dito, no? Like I mentioned, wala pa nag-Okyo in this game 2. So they have that one hero ngayon na magiging effective pa rin. Nakita naman niya kanina, no? Sa kamay din mismo ni Hunmin.
Napakaganda ng pinapakita nila ditong mastery, to be honest. Both of these teams really doing a great job on speaking through experience, and Republic of Korea still banning out the Liang on this one. They don't want that complacent mindset possibly na pwede may makahuli sa kanila in terms of suppression, kasi what better way to get the situation out there is hindi ka dapat ma-crowd control. So medyo for me talaga may daya talaga yung suppression ng isang Liang if ever you are an assassin o kahit na a high mobility marksman. Kaya naging maingat sila dito on their next decisions moving forward. Kaya siguro sabi mo kanina yung Okyo ay pwede pa lumabas for Republic of Korea.
Malakas kasi maka-shutdown ng jungle yan yung kanina ginawa dito, no, sa mga games natin earlier. Pag meron na talagang power word control, that's something that very threatening sa mga junglers natin. Kasi it's an easy -1 kaagad for their team if may Liang. And it's all a matter of executing with a follow-up also, no, na pwede nilang gawin ng team dito. Pero tinanggal, mga kaibigan, ang dalawang support na pwedeng magiging pwede sana nila kunin. Pero sino itong third ban nila? Si Koy.
Si Koy yan, si Koy.
Kasi alam nila yung pwedeng gamitin niya ni Seongyun Kaya tinanggal nila ang isang Koy dito.
Good ban onto the Mozi na rin para hindi din walang disruption sa positioning ng isang early. Hong Kong, China wants that safe space onto the farm lane para hindi talaga basta-basta agad mabisita. So with the Angela being present here, expected na yung ikot ng team na to will revolve around the mid lane to the bottom side of the map na hindi lang basta-basta malulugi even sa wave clear. So I think mabilis iikot ngayon ng Hong Kong, China moving forward kung walang makapigil sa kanila. Jiang Fei on the other hand still present for these two, but Republic of Korea still gets the lapu-lapu for this.
Lapu-lapu muna ang pwedeng ibigay. Ang kunin dito ng Republic of Korea. They've done that before ng ating game 1.
Yes.
So, ngayon, anong counterplay ng Hong Kong, China? Because we already have Lian Po removed. Zhang Fei is still open. Yun, pwede, no? Pero problem is it could be a some turning point na pwedeng i-utilize ng Republic of Korea because they have like Xiao Qiao and Byron as well. We'll see. Last 2 picks ng Hong Kong, China.
Medyo ban na rin si Jaja on this one.
Don?
So, Don onto the Jiang Fei nga talaga. Wala nang choice for them. I believe it's a better partner for the early. They need the space. They need the possible crowd control. They need that major outplay na pwedeng gawin ng unbridled outburst. I think Republic of Korea is happy with the result for this one and for Hong Kong, China. A lot of great stronghold. A lot of there's a good mix of burst and as well as defense pari. I think for Hong Kong, China, they're happy with this. Kailangan na ng magandang possible follow-up ng Republic of Korea for the last pick nila dito being onto the red side. Lapu-Lapu, Okyo, better way to counter out their jungler for this one since nag-utility ang Hong Kong, China last second. And Republic of Korea, what's it gonna be for this? It's gonna be the DRNG. Sobrang taas naman talaga ng crowd control. Kailangan ng cleanse.
Yeah, daming kailangan pigilan dito. Kaya Cinder pa lang. And then, yung unbridled outburst also is something that he has to avoid being caught off later on. Kaya naman talagang, nako, this time di nag-face bump yung mga coaches natin. Parang sabi nila, mainit ang laban. Baka pag game to, wala, no?
Ano yun? Skip intro.
Sabi nila,
panoorin na natin yung next episode.
Magkaalaman tayo dito, boss. The mind games coming from the coaches. But here's the lineup, mga kaibigan. Kita naman natin ngayon kung gaano kainit ang mga bawat koponan dito. Hong Kong, China right now, medyo napapaisip sila ng bagya. Kasi almost na eh. Kumbaga hawak na nila kanina yung one game eh. Pero nagawan sila ng comeback play dito ng Republic of Korea. So we'll see if they can, or we'll see if Republic of Korea can once again do it in this game 2. Simula
That's
na.
a good question. Yeah, that's a good question kasi malalaman natin kung nagkaroon ba ng effect of change of morale from Hong Kong, China ang nangyari from game number 1, knowing na you have the lead at nabawi pa sa inyo. Could be devastating, could be a little bit frustrating, but we will know kung gaano kataas ang recovery rate nila into the emotional side and to the focus na laban ng Republic of Korea na ngayon na naka-match point na. We will see for sure with the adjustment, pero looking at the minimap right now, Songbin, kasama na rin si Songjun dito, onto the counter vision sa clash lane side. Walang may pinapalapit. They're securing the possible camps na pwedeng mabisita ng Charlotte from Hong Kong, China.
To think that they have Charlotte also, no? To go against Byron. Medyo mainit na matchup yan. Sa baba naman, there's a time here and there. Tamang bakbakan lang sa pagitan ng Arlie and DRNG. Ito talaga dalawang hero na ito. Ito yung maganda sa current patch na to eh. Sa 85 heroes. Sa Asian Games patch that we have. Basic attack, tapos the shred that they could do also in the team fight pagdating sa late game. Nako, mainit talaga. Pero yun lang, requires a lot of positioning para maging maganda. Knockup coming in. Dalawa tinamaan makakabigay pero kayo City para mabigyan sila. Sinustain lang ni Gion yung damage sa kanya. So buhay na buhay pa din after that Chaos Cinder connection from Hoa.
Since wala pang ultimate, this what you expect sa ganitong lineup. Hoa, pero na burnout doon ng Frenzy. Look at that, receiving the damage. Direnji hitting that basic attack. Continuous stack development. Pero since wala pang ulti ngayon, si Hoa, may open space pa ang Republic of Korea to continue with the wave and counter out the pressure na binubuga din ni Arlie. So back to the farm lane. Talaga binaban. What a contention with this scaled lizard for Hong Kong, China. Hindi na pinabayaan na makalusot pa.
There was an attempt to steal the Azure Golem of their team, no? Pero they realized na they're positioned well doon sa taas. So nag-back off sila ng konti dito. Back to the drawing board. Balik sa pag-clear ng wave. Sabay punta agad sa red buff after. Let's see if aabot at kakayanin pa dito sa ngayon. Nagkakainitan mga kaibigan. Going for the top side. Gucci lang. Smooth lang ang laban.
Habang smooth ang nangyayari dito for Hong Kong, China, they need to make sure also the laning stage. Sa ginagawa ni Sumgi, back na yung Frenzy, refresh on the cooldown. But look at the hits now, looking at the Hunmin, the Renji pick so far, nagiging impressive din dito yung pag-tear down niya ng HP, yung trading rather, onto the farm lane. Mas napipeel off niya si Sumki at habang merong pagkakataon na ganito, they need to take advantage habang naghahanap ng space yung Hong Kong, China para makuha ng first trade. But looking at this, they're very safe in their next steps. Kaya ang ikot ng Republic of Korea, kakailanganin muna ng first objective para magkaroon ng next approach into this fight.
Okay. Slow phase tayo ulit dito, no? Talagang they're just waiting for the objective to go up. Pero nakikita natin yung early lead that Republic of Korea has right now. Looking at the gold, that's around 2,000, 1,000 gold lead na meron ang Republic of Korea. So that's something that they can utilize on later on sa mga parating nating team fight dito, in which we'll have for sure after that 15 seconds na binibilangan natin yung ating oras.
I think time is of the essence. Kung ikaw ay Hong Kong, China, kung kailangan mo to i-push to a game number 3 despite being qualified, I still feel like parang qualifiers pa rin. Day number 1 nangyayari ngayon laban sa Republic of Korea. Now to the Tyrant has been spawned. I think may better position ng Republic of Korea with no contest. Respeto muna ang Hong Kong, China. But will they go for a team fight? Hindi ata muna. Bawi na lang muna sa resources. With the engage na ginagawa ng Republic of Korea ngayon, they're not reacting.
Grabe yung laban dito, no? Grabe yung mind games talaga na
True.
You will think that someone's going to attempt in getting that Tyrant, pero yun pala bigay lang ng Hong Kong, China. They know for sure. But right now, slow face tayo muna. Tamang chilling lang like a villain ang ating labanan dito. We'll see what's the next step or what's the next strategy that Republic of Korea will try to pull off this time. Pero with this lead that they have, medyo pressured din ang Hong Kong, China, no? Kasi a lot of players, even in the comment section, are expecting that Hong Kong, China will get this win. Pero the Republic of Korea right now is just they're really showing off in this game.
Para talaga naging lason to, no? Parang binalik mo ako, Gigi Spear, sa unang pag-host natin ng invitational sa North EDSA, kung saan nagkaroon tayo din ng representative from South Korea na tumalo sa Team Pilipinas back then. Kino-consider ko pa rin lason ng ang team at ang bansang ito na we can actually consider one of the an underdog or maybe a possible breakout team sa mga ganitong World Stage ng Honor of Kings. Iba talaga nagiging kalibre. And I would agree with the comment section dahil malinis naman talaga gumalaw ang Hong Kong, China at the beginning of their qualifying stage. So kaya with this, parang disrupted na kanilang macro play and macro plan all around the Republic of Korea dahil dinidisrupt nila dito in the form of chaos na kinailangan nilang guluhin at i-distract ang nagiging next possible plan ng Hong Kong, China.
Yes, still may opportunity pa din dito ang Hong Kong, China na maging consistent, no? Or potentially shut down itong ginagawa ng Republic of Korea. We're looking at right now, Chicken is actually going for the farm lane, pero nabasa ni Yunho. Sabi niya, masyado ka na masaya na mag-cut ng wave dito, ha. Teleport ako ngayon sa baba, switch sila dito, swap sila ng lane. Itong si Hunmin ngayon ang nasa clash lane para mas mabilis yung kanila pag-push in the clash lane.
Good observation sa pagkat doon ni Charlotte onto Republic of Korea. Nalugi talaga sa pag-push yung Arlene na ito in par with Hunmin's DRNG. At sinasamahan siya ni Songjun. For me, mas magandang execution na to sa farm lane na hindi basta-basta malulugi in terms of the laning stage compared to a Zhang Fei na kailangan mong tipirin yung ultimate mo. So dito, with the defense na naaambag ng isang lapu-lapu sa isang DRNG, feeling ko masaya talaga sila to just defend this lane. Kaya nakita natin dito na Hong Kong, China wants to have that opening. Uy, na-cancel out ka agad?
Oh, magkakabulan. Munti ka na mga kaibigan. Jihon, no? Naging maingat siya dito. Pero that could have been a strike once again and going to be problematic. But guys, 7 minutes na tayo dito at wala pang nakakuha ng first strike.
Kinancel ka agad ni Hoa yung Blazing Brilliance para hindi lang makuha. I think they knew at nirespeto nila yung damage output ni Jihon back then. I think ito na ata ang first strike hinahanap natin.
Papasok sila, first strike indeed para kay Seongbin. Ako na naman dito mga kaibigan ng Republic of Korea. Kanila tinahanap na magandang peso para sa kanila. Pero crucial talaga ito na ibigay mo para kay Zhang Fei. Oh my God! Nalandag sila lahat. Ito sila mulapo. Hindi pa tapos ang laban kasi buhay na buhay pa rin ng Republic of Korea. That's -3 ngayon ang Hong Kong, China. And 1 lang ang nakuha nila against Republic of Korea. Oh my God!
Oh my gosh, talaga pinareact lang nila. We were waiting for that first strike pero nung nangyari yon, parang ang dami ng naging pagkukulang. So kailangan ang ganda sana dito ng crowd control na sinimula ni Kahing but it was too much. Nung nag-disengage ang Republic of Korea, kailangan nilang i-wear out ang crowd control effect na meron na isang Zhang Fei dahil meron silang damage output at kung sino man naiwan sa harap, yun ang kukunin kaagad. Pero nagkaroon ng first strike, kalbo na yung mga torres sa taas ng Hong Kong, China.
Maling-mali yung pwesto na yon. That's the best position na pwedeng makuha itong si Seongyun with that lapu-lapu. O sige, naiwasan natin dito ng damage, no? Naiwasan natin yung Raging Sea. But yung knock-up lang niya alone is enough na for them to get that lead earlier on in that particular team fight. And because of that, mas lumobo pa yung lamang ng Republic of Korea. We are now at the 5,000 cold lead that they have. Not looking good, mga kaibigan, para sa Hong Kong, China.
I think on a momentum ngayon ng Republic of Korea, getting that advantage from game number 1, napakataas ng twist of morale, boost of morale rather, an off-cam kill right there. Hunmin sa kamay ng si Hunmin ay nawala doon. Sumki getting that kill off-cam. Habang bumabawi ngayon ng Hong Kong, China, looking at this, they're countering out and clearing the pressure sa clash lane, pati na rin sa mid. Hindi pa natutumba ang T1 mid sa laban na ito.
Yan ang sinasabi ko. Pag 1v1 talaga, duel between Arlie and the Renji, medyo mahirap talaga para kay Hunmin if he's alone. So very reliable sa team fight, no, communication together with his duo support, roamer support. Same position what happened kanina. Delikado ito para sa Hong Kong, China despite them having 5 members against 4. So kailangan pa rin nila maging maingat. Nagkakliran na. Nakuha na ngayon ng Republic of Korea ang ating first tower sa mid lane. Pwesto lang, Sumki, mga kaibigan. Free hit sa may Candy. Oh, ganda naman nun! Inabangan mga kaibigan sa kanyang payong mismo. Kaya lang tumama, dahil doon tumama yung kanyang knock-up in a follow-up damage. Republic of Korea, rumaraga sa mga kaibigan against Hong Kong, China. And that's going to be 2 strike for none. Going for 1 more. Tower is going to be in the hands of Republic of Korea.
Sobrang layo ng posisyon doon ni Sumki para makakuha ng magandang pwesto pabalik sa mga kasamahan niya sa Hong Kong, China. Pero napakagandang initiation mula doon sa Biron. Pati na rin kay Xiao. Balikan natin. Let's go back for a replay. Inabangan siya dito. Nasa gilid lang ng ring eh. Ang ganda. Ang ganda ng ano dito. Hong Kong, China. Not looking good in this game number 2 while the Republic of Korea being a menace of destruction habang meron bang enhanced Overlord ang nakuha nila dito with the trade also with that
Overlord Pares
Overload talaga.
Overlord Pares kasi Korea Overlord Pares tayo dito mga kaibigan.
Overlord Pares with chili extra rice.
Extra rice. Lakas talaga ng mga Koreans guys. Republic of Korea doing it in this game. Imagine, there were a lot of people are expecting Hong Kong, China to go on top on this one. Pero Republic of Korea is doing it. Even with the head-to-head score, kanina konti na naman ang kanilang mang dito. Pero what a wow play, Erp.
We are just amazed how this one is going with the Republic of Korea. A lot of people, madaming for sure, madaming ngayon na nasa silence sa mga viewers natin kung paano nangyayari yung laban na ito. Hong Kong, China is on a tight spot to defend the base. 11 minutes in, madidepensa pa rin nila to kasi meron pang pressure ang Republic of Korea sa taas. Nakuha ng inhibitor, isa na lang naiiwan para sa depensa sa base ng Hong Kong, China.
Trabaho lang, wala personalan, no? Mainit na init mga kaibigan, saktong-sakto na nakuha nila kagad yung mga high ground tower sa baba at sa mid. And sakto din naman na nandun yung Shadow Vanguard Overlord. Nag-knock up, ginamit na rin yung kanyang ulti, Raging Sea. Galit na lang wala mga kaibigan because of that sunod na ang ginagawa ng Republic of Korea with the Mamati na kasama nila dito with all of the strike that they were able to get. They are now going to be the undefeated team of Group D, mga kaibigan. That's Republic of Korea. Wow!
Hindi ko ini-expect na magkakaroon tayo ng isang sweep sa laban na ito, sa rivalry na ito, Republic of Korea laban sa Hong Kong, China. A sweep. We're looking at an 0-2. Game number 1 was not looking like this. Pero nung game number 2, titanong ko sa sarili ko, is Hong Kong, China okay to bounce back from this? But looks like respeto pa rin nananaig dito. We're looking at the Facebook, the respect is still there. At alam nila na mukhang inaral din ng Republic of Korea kung paano ang magiging galaw ng team na to in this best of 3.
Smooth as sailing. Game 1, sige, ibigay natin yan. Back and forth na laban. We weren't expecting to see the comeback from Republic of Korea. But I think this game 2, apektado yung moral ng Hong Kong, China dun sa game 1 natin. Sabi nila parang nahirapan tayo dito mga kapatid Dahil dun, nadala nila ang emosyon nila dito sa ating game 2. And hindi na sila nakaresponde ng maayos against them.
Republic of Korea really looking good on that game number 2. The result that they were expecting, mga ito na nga ang gusto nilang makuha at this very match. Again, those two teams are qualified already.
Qualified na,
Qualified na yun pero yung laban nakala mo, teka lang, parang kailangan pa na isang point.
Yeah.
And that's just completely their consistency speaking through. Hong Kong, China on the other hand, that was the beginning. That was my main question in game number 2. Are they looking fit? Are they looking, they are fit, are they looking better to actually answer dito yung game number 2? Kasi nung game number 1, nakita natin yung regroup nila from the pan of the camera dun sa kanilang team booth. Mukhang si coach or kung sino man to na nag-a-address na problema, they need to actually fix it quickly. Kaso nga lang, with the showing of potential sa team na to, na nagpakitang gilas, Republic of Korea still remains strong in game number 2. Napakalinas despite the minimal hiccups. Nahirapan ng Arlie laban sa Derenji into the laning stage of farm lane.
Doesn't matter para sa kanila kasi sabi nila, basta sama-sama tayo dito sa dulo ng ating laban, tayo talaga ang mas mananaig sa laban natin. And it worked perfectly well. Overall lineup of their team, the composition that they have, and the synchronization of their skills and coordination talaga. Overall, perfect synergy coming in from Republic of Korea. They know the weakness and their strength, the weakness of their opponent and their strength, kaya naman talagang mas ni-utilize lang nila yun. They focused on that, and because of that, panalo sila sa laban na ito. Grabe talaga. Lakas!
Ito natin in-expect nila nga resulta sa lahat na prepare nila on to this day. This group, tapos na po ang laban ng group. That was Group D, the last match of Group D in this day of the qualifying with no bearing. Pero Hong Kong and Hong Kong, China, Republic of South Korea talagang hindi nagbigay ng pagkakataon na magpakita or show weakness. But for that game number, sobrang lapit, okay? But for Republic of Korea, they done so well to counter out and silence the ones who supporting. So napakatindi ng laban talaga na yan. A very great showing for Group D. Excited na ako na magkita-kita yung mga to sa Asian Games.
Yan.
Dito pa lang, init na eh.
Init na kaagad, no? Talagang na back-upan ng Republic of Korea yung kanilang early lead. So, with the consistency that they able to do in this game. But looking at the stats right now, ating items and the scoreboard, no? Buong-buo ang lahat ng items dito ng mga miyembro ng Republic of Korea. At the same time, tingnan naman, halos full item na rin dito si Kuya Hoonmin with that Derenji. Despite some hiccups na nakuha dito ni Sumki nung nag-1v1 sila kanina, alam mo pa rin na talagang team play, team fight, lamang sila dito.
I think that's one way to put it, with the team fight and the composition na binuo ng Republic of Korea. Sticking on that lapu-lapu is better for the Derenji to actually pull off a great laning phase compared to the Arlie and the Zhangfei. Magiging dependent talaga sila sa pwedeng ultimate, yung unbridled outburst ng isang Zhangfei sa farm lane, kaya kinailangan nila itong totally rinse and repeat yung ginawa nila for the Raging Sea na pwedeng mapalayo ang Arlie. There were a lot of instances na talagang counter out. Napakaganda ng defense ng Derenji early game, to be honest. And with that, hindi kinailangan bumisita basta-basta ng Xiaoqiao onto the bottom side of the map. Plus meron silang rain over to the clash and rotation, plus mong disrupt ng jungle positions dito ng Hong Kong, China. Kaya in a way, pumapabor sa kanila yung laban, pumapabor sa kanila yung mapa. And to the team fight rate, lahat activated. And looking at this, as expected, Songjon ang laging nandun sa harap, followed by Songbin. An opening, pero nahirapan din ni Charlotte na makakuha ng magandang pwesto or even damage sa laban na ito.
Jihon, mga kaibigan, is the highest damage dealt in this game. Obviously, nakita natin kung gaano kaganda yung kanyang pag-initiate from time to time, and at the same time, the survivability that he's able to do kapag ginamit niya yung kanyang ulti. And with that alone, dun talaga yung naging priority sa kanya. He's always also going for the right target. Every time he goes in, either si Chikin, si Hoa, or si Sumki yung kanyang nahuhuli dito. And I would say na if you look at it closely, it might be a problem with the jungle pick na kinuha ng Hong Kong, China dito, because doon, yes, he's tanky, yes, he has crowd control, pero he cannot go toe-to-toe with a jungle katulad ni Ukyo.
Yeah, I think that's a good observation. Sinabi mo yung kanina onto the draft ng Ukyo dito, ang pwedeng maging edge ng team na ito. Republic of Korea, they had the smooth sailing gold graph, and Hong Kong, China, sinubukang hilahin dahan-dahan, but it was a slope na kinailangan nilang sabayan at itanggapin kung ano yung posibleng mangyari at onto the later stages, especially yung 10-minute mark. The Enhanced Overlord, nagkaroon ng confidence ang team na ito, Republic of Korea, to take 2 objectives at the same time, at doon talaga nagpakita na ito sa go signal sa kanilang mga members na talagang they have more edge over Hong Kong, China to just keep on pushing forward.
Push forward indeed. Nako. just dictates how strong talaga Republic of Korea. Something to look forward to also in the upcoming Asian Games talaga, no? Pag tumating tayo sa Japan. And because of the result of this game, alam natin lahat, alam na natin ngayon na Korea is the top contender of their group. They're the undefeated team. Not just in the whole series, or rather, not just in the whole scoring, but the series alone. Always 2-0. Kahit na yung kalaban nila dito is yung Hong Kong, China, hindi man lang nakaisa sa kanila.
Yeah, I think I wasn't expecting a complete sweep dito. It could be, but still is an hard-earned 2-0. This specific play na nakita natin kanina, ito yung playground ng isang Lapu-Lapu Raging Sea sa mga ganitong mga tight corners. It was the perfect scenario, and to follow up with this kind of play, binantayan lang, inabangan na talaga ito ni Songbin on yung possible follow-up of retreat ng isang early back to the teammates. But for the coverage na meron ng isang hero na to, hindi ka talaga makakalagpas or makakaligtas ng buhay. And with that, tinuloy-tuloy lang nila at 11 minutes, butas na po ang inhibitor turret. There was a lot of initiations na binigay nila Lapu-Lapu all throughout the openings ng Hong Kong, China, kasi hindi talaga makapwesto na maayos si Kahing. They're dependent on the outlet, they're dependent on that backline penetration, pero napakahirap na. On a hot streak, and the base was totally theirs, and Hong Kong was completely struggling kung paano makabawi doon. Siya nga ang ating MVP.
Grabe.
0-0-10. Songjun onto the Lapu-Lapu. 13.6 damage. The damage taken really showed all throughout. Arlie, katapat mo. Great way to seal the deal sa farm lane.
Yes, always going for the right target. Every time he did his job well, zoning out the carries of their opponent. Kaya naman talagang mas nanaig yung kapangyarihan ng isang roamer support dito. And ito talaga yung kit na isang Lapu-Lapu, di ba? Just how you can shut down the damage dealer of your opponent, just zone them out. Nangyari na yung nangyari, nandun yung pressure sa kanya. And that song yun, mga kaibigan, Republic of Korea getting this MVP in this game too.
0-0-10. The result that they're expecting, kitang-kita talaga na they needed the position, that they needed the call. Yung specific moment na yun, napaka-importante yun para sa isang Lapu-Lapu because what we just needed to do, kailangan lang nila i-wear off yung ultimate crowd control effects na isang Zhang Fei at onto that very, very deadly spot.
Oo, napalaban ng gusto ang tropa natin sa Hong Kong, China dito, no? Pero again, we mentioned nga kanina na they are still qualified, no, for the Asian Games in Japan. So, okay lang. Despite them losing, they still have huge room for improvement na they can for sure review, no? Especially in these two games na to. Hindi mo naman pwedeng sabihin na binasta-basta lang to ng Republic of Korea. The lineup that they pulled off in this one is something na talagang kumbaga ready na to, ready for battle dito, no? Talagang ready nila yung ganito klase ng lineup against them. So that's something that they could review for the upcoming Asian Games mismo in Japan.
Hindi pa naman uli ang lahat. This is just the qualifiers, pero ramdam ko yung init ng laban nila dito, totoo lang. So getting towards the qualifying stage, meron pang isang slot bukas na pwedeng pag-agawan for their last chance, but that was the last match for Group D, one of the dominating teams sa ating groups for the Asian Games Honor of Kings. Kaya with that, pwede nating asahan kung magkatapat-tapat ang mga top teams in each group sa Asian Games. It could be a very sight to see. Very good sight to see kung ano yung magiging nila dito performance.
Yan. And also, we just heard the news. Nice, no? Magkakaroon din tayo ng loser interview later on. So, aside from the winner interview, maririnig din natin yung thoughts dito, no, from Hong Kong, China on what happened in that game. Kasi gusto ko rin malaman kung ano yung nasa isip nila ngayon. So, because again, we're talking about a lot of teams or a lot of players looking forward to see Hong Kong, China being the number one sa kanilang group. But the Republic of Korea just shows na being the team that even during the regular season of the tournament, international tournaments that we have, Republic of Korea, they have been not having any import sa kanilang teams dito, no? So talagang yung lineup nila is always that kind of lineup. Kaya naman ready sila na lumaban dito sa ating tournament, and with that alone just shows na their team na to look at dito sa upcoming Asian Games pag nagkaroon tayo sa September in Japan. But tingin Marp, anong with them going sa natin dinakakalam kasi meron tayong waiting teams na, and that's Malaysia and China mismo. So yun yung talagang inabangan din ng mga teams natin dito. Tingin Marp,
Yes.
kaya ba lalaban?
Kaya may palagto. Meron. I think I'm just excited to witness and see how the Asian Games is gonna go. Having this kind of team na magatong klaseng caliber in terms of the highest possible execution in honor of Kings in terms of the micro and macro plays. I'm looking forward to see all of the top teams of each group na makita-kita sa Asian Games. Ito yung pinakamagandang parte. Ano na yung mangyayari kung magkakatapat yun kasi iba yung magiging resulta. Kasi today, who would expect na yung dalawang team na yun in Group D na walang talo, today nadaplisan. Totoo lang.
2-0 pa. No?
2-0 pa yung nangyari dun. So, I think we would like also to know kung ano nga ba yung naging situation or even yung naging preparation ng mga teams na to moving forward or kung ano man ang naging recipe nila for success into this very series. I just wanna know. Let's now hear it for the winning team, Republic of Korea, kasama si Mara Aquino, kung ano nga ba yung naging sekreto nila sa panalo ngayon laban sa Hong Kong, China.
Yes, a great match. Seonggun, 축하합니다. Congratulations. That was so great. Even in game number 1, there were moments that both teams didn't want to give up control of the map. But in the end, Team Republic of Korea came out on top. This was the closest match that we've seen so far for Team Republic of Korea. How challenging was this for your team? Or would you say that this was not challenging for you at all?
이번 경기 진짜 굉장히 접전이었는데요. 그래서 이번 경기는 얼마나 힘든 경기였나요?
이번 경기가 조 1, 2위를 가르는 경기이기도 하고 상대팀이 뱀픽부터 되게 철저히 준비를 많이 해와서 인게임에서도 그렇고 게임 외적으로도 되게 험난한 경기라고 생각합니다.
So from the band pick stage, we can see that the opponent really are prepared, and then in game also it's very tough for us. So throughout the game, we really give all of our best.
A lot of people thought that this match might go all the way to game 3. They felt that you finally found your match. Now, in this matchup, how important was it for Team Korea to remain undefeated? And when did you realize that you were going to dominate Hong Kong, China?
그래서 이번 대회는 진짜 무패로 마무리하는 것이 팀에게 얼마나 큰 의미 있다고 생각하시나요?
이번이 이제 저희가 예선에서 무패를 달성한 게 이제 저희가 본선에 갔을 때도 얼마나 다른 쟁쟁한 국가들과 경쟁했을 때 저희가 얼마나 경쟁력이 있는지 보여주는 경기였어서 이번에 되게 중요한 매치였는데 이겨서 되게 기분이 좋습니다.
It is a really important mission for us, and then this is only the qualifier stage, and then it was able to give us a clear image on how we are going to face more challenges during the real game in Japan. So that's why I think it helps us to prepare more for the future game.
In game number 2, it was a very convincing, dominant win. Now, for sure, Team Republic of Korea, they're all watching you, they're cheering for you. What would you like to say to everybody?
응원하는 팬한테 부탁하면 한국 팬한테 한마디 부탁합니다.
예선전 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 지금 성적 그대로 유지해서 본선 때도 되게 좋은 경기력 펼칠 수 있게 열심히 준비하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
So thank you for supporting us towards the tournament, and then we will continue to support, continue to bring more good games to you guys.
Once again, congratulations and 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Team Republic of Korea dominating their group and finishing at number 1. We'll talk about that a little bit more with our casters. Lead the Gorge.
Kahit na qualifiers pa lang din for Republic of Korea, they still consider each of the preparation na napaka-crucial. At tinitingnan nila parang ito yung pinaka-prepare, parang proving grounds heading towards the Asian Games. Grabe, no? Like the respect coming through from Republic of Korea heading to face or just faced Hong Kong, China ay napakalaking bagay na yun for their experience and preparation.
Yes, and nag-show off naman talaga yung kanilang performance dito, no? Being able to dominate Hong Kong, China in that particular series, and naging solido, kumbaga, no? Well prepared ang team dito ng Republic of Korea. So I'm really looking forward to seeing them again in the Asian Games, no? In Japan, kung paano sila makakapagpakita ang gilas dito. At yun yung isa sa mga abangan din ng mga teams natin or ng mga players din natin na nanonood right now. Considering they're one of the top teams right now na meron tayo dito sa HOK.
Well, with the top teams, madami tayong pwedeng abangan din kung paano babawi ang Hong Kong, China moving forward. So we want to know what happened back then sa game na yun. It was a hard-fought 2-0, but let's hear it to Hong Kong, China kasama si Mara Aquino on stage.
Here we are with Team Hong Kong, China. A lot of people viewed your region as one of the toughest. They consider you as this undefeated giant. How tough was that matchup against Team Republic of Korea? And was there anything that you learned from that you could take moving forward?
今日呢場比賽我哋係有少少發揮得唔好啦，即係我哋係有喺戰術上啊、BP 上都會有充足嘅準備嘅。但係就係我哋比賽經驗比較少，局內調整得唔夠快，反應唔夠快啦。即係有好多平時喺訓練賽會打到出嚟嘅真實水平，我哋今日都係打唔到出嚟嘅。所以第一場我哋出到優，但係冇辦法拎住呢個優勢去結束個遊戲。第二場我哋係直接係出唔到優，即係有好多平時打到出嚟嘅嘢，今日打唔到。
So even that we had prepared a lot for this game, but today during the first game, even that we hold the first advantage, but we were unable to end the game quickly, and during the second game we just can't get our momentum up, so that's why we didn't actually bring our best to today's game. And then during the training or like preparation game, we were able to do a lot of practice and to keep our skills improved, but during this game we really didn't get to do the best. That's why we would like to be more prepared, how to say, like to be more fast reacting during the game, and then that's how we would like to improve.
We still consider you as one of the greatest regions right now in this qualifiers, and we're looking forward to your journey in the Asian Games. Let's invite everybody watching to keep supporting you, and what would you like your supporters to know?
去到9月份嘅亞運呢，即係去到正賽之後會有更加多強勁嘅隊伍啦。即係到時我相信比賽會好精彩，同埋個競爭都會好激烈嘅。而我哋中國香港隊會喺餘下嘅時間拎出82分嘅精神去準備呢一次亞運，爭取我哋可以拎到獎牌。希望大家可以繼續支持。
So during the game in September in Japan, we will give our 200% of our effort to bring more interesting and competitive games to you guys. So please continue to support us, and then we make sure we'll get a medal.
That 200% that you're promising is definitely something that excites all esports fans. We're excited for your journey in the Asian Games. Once again, thank you so much. And now we'll head back to our casters. Lead the...
Hong Kong, China still ready to recover despite the loss. They were ready pa rin sila maging more quickly reactive in terms of the macro plays. I think meron pang konting preparation na kailangan gawin ng Hong Kong, China, but still, huwag kayo mawala ng pag-asa dito dahil di pa naman tapos. Qualifying pa rin naman ito at qualified pa rin naman sila, guys. So tuloy na lang ang suporta heading towards the big stage, which is yung Asian Games this year sa Japan.
Yes, and nangyari. Natapos na ang series natin dito mga kaibigan. And eto na, ang isa sa mga pinakainabangan ng ating mga tropa ngayon na mga Pilipino, no? Ready na tayo lumaban against Indonesia. Team Philippines versus Indonesia para sa ating last series for the day. Nako, kanina natapos ang magandang rivalry between Republic of Korea and Hong Kong, China, fighting for the top spot ng kanilang Group D. Pero ngayon, fighting for another top spot for another group naman, Team Philippines versus Indonesia.
Another non-betting match pero we can expect na pwede mag-go the distance, especially what happened to game number 5. Pwede talaga tumabla for game number 3. Now, thanking our official gaming phone IQ, the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers official gaming phone ng Honor of Kings. Maraming pong salamat. Hope to experience it soon dahil ngayon we're almost down to the last series of the day kung saan masusubaybayan natin ang magiging laban ng Team Indonesia laban sa Pilipinas. So exciting. Another non-bearing match pero mukhang hindi ata magbaback down either from these two, Erp.
Yes, ready na tayo guys, no? At ihanda nyo lang yung mga sarili guys kasi magkakaroon lang tayo ng short break later. Dito, no, actually mangyayari na yung short break natin. Pagbalik natin, ihanda nyo lang inyong mga bandera para sa Team Pilipinas sa lalaban mamaya. We'll be right back after a few minute break. Diyan lang kayo.
Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
They're gonna use it, Golden Tide slows down Tatsumi. Victory!
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around.
What is up, Pilipinas? Nagbabalik muli ang Asian Games Qualifiers ng Honor of Kings, but this time around, we're down to the last series at ito ang laban ng Pilipinas, laban sa Indonesia. Ako si Oisex, ako si GG Spear for this match. Guys, kamusta kayo? Lalaban ulit ng Pilipinas sa non-bearing match, pero feeling ko magiging mainit to.
Mainit indeed, parang yung kinain ko na sobrang bilis lang. Kasi
Wow,
ang bilis
ano
lang
yun?
ng ating break. Di ko na alam kung ano yung kinain ko dahil sobrang bilis lang.
8
Medyo ano
minutes
pa nga,
pa.
hirap-hirap pa nga ako ditong kumain kanina. Pero mga kaibigan, again, ito na ang pinaka-inihintay nating rumaragasang laban dito mga kaibigan. The rivalry between Team Indonesia and Team Philippines still continues up to this point. And I know for sure a lot of you guys are looking forward to this one. Malalaman natin kung sino talaga ang number 1 between these two teams. Kasi remember, mahihirapan lagi ang Pilipinas against Team Indonesia. Pero, for the past previous matches sa ating international tournament, we always win against them. But what's the difference right now? This time, Team Indonesia, they don't have import. So, it's Indonesia versus Philippines talaga purely between these two teams. And, mga kaibigan, bago yan, huwag niyo kalimutan itry ang bagong talents at random events sa Superflow Brawl. Mas marami ng gaming style na pwede ninyong matry at ma-explore. This is an event or game mode na mangyayari talang this coming June 27.
Abangan yan guys, madami ng pagbabago at madaming mga upgrade. Pati na rin yung nakita ko kanina Sumingit ako saglit sa ating HOK app. Madami tayong mga pakulo this season. So abangan niyan, be one of the grind. Ngayon papunta sa mga naging diamond paakyat sa malupitang Grandmaster. See you guys. Kalmahan nyo lang sa mga nagsusolo kayo dyan tsaka sa mag-5-man. Let's go! Dahil ang laban natin yan, we're down to the last series of the day. Ang bilis pala ng oras, Erpe, no? Down to the last series. But this is the fight of Pilipinas and Indonesia. Again, we're looking back on to the fight of Group A. Philippines currently on number 1, same as Indonesia. So parehong sitwasyon ng South Korea and Hong Kong onto their groups na kung saan nagkaroon sila ng a bit of contention sa points kasi kanina silang parehong 1-1.
Yeah.
Now onto their very top of the game bracket. Ito na ba yung magiging gusto nilang solusyon for their own points?
Yes, both regions are undefeated right now sa kanilang group dito. No? Both of their our groups na meron tayo dito. Kung kaya naman malaki ang at stake dito. Malalaman natin kung sino talagang on top in this group mga kaibigan. Pero bago yan, panoorin na natin ang entrance video ng ating mga teams. Indonesia muna and then Philippines. Bawat match, may kanya-kanyang statement at bawat panalo, paalala kung bakit sila ang isa sa pinakamalalakas dito sa ating tournament. Patuloy ang kanilang momentum sa laban na ito at wala silang kahit anong senyales ng paghihinto. Mga kaibigan, eto na ang unang lalaban dito mga kaibigan sa ating group stage. Philippines at Team Indonesia.
Walang kalabang nakapigil, may dikta ng determinasyon at win streak at mahirap talagang pantayan. Narito sila muli upang muling isulat ang kasaysayan. Papasok sa arena, Team Pilipinas! Representing our country for tonight sa huling laban ng qualifying. Ano kaya magiging resulta? Parehong number 1 sa kanilang group. Now it's time to settle the score laban sa Indonesia.
Kumbaga, showing respect on each other. But for sure na talagang mainit ang dalawang team na ito, mga kaibigan. And for the Indonesia lineup, we have wala iba kundi Iqbal K for the Clash lane. We have Neville para sa jungle, Emmanuel P para sa ating mid lane, Agong P for the marksman, and syempre for the roaming is Naufal M.
Indonesia still remain undefeated sa kanilang run going back onto their stats. Back on the day, pareho po ang naging resulta ng team na ito, Philippines versus Indonesia. Parehong 3-0, parehong 6-0. Lahat may plus 6 sa lahat na naging laban nila all throughout their groups. Ngayon malalaban natin kung ano nga ba yung pinaka magiging game-changing moment. Ngayon Pilipinas looking good onto this jersey. We have Jamie 1 onto the Clash lane and Justin for the jungler. We have Dragon on the mid lane. We have Golden onto the farm lane and Charles for the roamer. Kakaiba na tinatawag sila sa ating mga laga. Ito lang kapag sibol. Last name basis. At dito lang nire-represent na kanilang angkan sa Asian Games Esports Qualifiers ng Honor of Kings.
And gusto ko lang din i-add dito, mga kaibigan, na in this game or in this particular series, wala pang death ang Team Indonesia. So, ang malalaman natin is, paano ba? Dito na talaga bang wala silang death sa mga previous games nila para maipon lahat ng death dito sa laban sa Pilipinas? Or kaya nilang i-maintain ang 0 death even against Team Philippines? Malalaman natin yan kasi ito naman ang ating head-to-head stats dito, RPW.
Kita mo, 0 deaths, but with this, looking at the hero pool of Team Philippines, knowing how they have been consistent with their own hero pool, I think Coach TG and the whole team of Philippines right now wasn't afraid to try something else sa ating controlled hero pool dito sa Asian Games Qualifiers. Looking at the first strike rate, mas mataas talaga lamang ang Indonesia with this, with having that 0 death overall on the KDA. Pero sa overall performance ng Team Philippines, they're now more rounded in approaching the macro game ng Honor of Kings. With the game win and total game, pareho itong 6-6. So magkakaalaman ko ano ba yung magiging capacity nila heading towards the final stages of this qualifying match.
Ako, sobrang look forward ko to. And bukod dyan, bukod sa head-to-head team natin dito or sa region natin, we also have head-to-head between our players dito. And that's something that we'll also be seeing later on. Remember that in the first few matches of Team Philippines, they were also attempting to break the record of fastest game dito sa ating Asian Games. Kaya naman sa ating head-to-head, mga kaibigan, we have the mid laners Emmanuel P versus Dragon D. And I believe this is also the reason why parang yung sa Team Philippines were using their first name dito because pareho si Dragon at saka si Golden. So kapag apelido. So, di ba? Baka magkalituhan. Pero ang ito mga kaibigan, once again, sinasabi ko nga dito, average KDA, we have 30.4 versus 10.5. Obviously, more leaning towards Dragon pagdating sa lamang ng ating head-to-head stats. But, syempre, nandun pa din yung kill participation na meron itong si Emmanuel P.
It's magkakaalaman mamaya on how they will start this game. Again, we have the mid laners slowly showing on with the head-to-head. Magkakaroon ng kalamangan dito lamang sa average KDA, but onto the gold per minute, they know how to counter it out in a macro way ang team of Pilipinas. But we will know for sure kung ano nga ba yung magiging adjustment nila dito. Magkakaroon ba ng isang changes on the KDA side ng Indonesia ngayon dahil nakatapat nila ang Pilipinas? Again, two of these teams may hinahawakang record. Walang deaths, tapos isa naman mas pabilis na record-breaking time to finish the game dito sa Honor of Kings. Mukhang maganda ang gising ng dalawang players na to right on our screens. Team Philippines and Team Indonesia looking good, relaxed, and ready for this match. Again, qualified na po yung dalawang teams na ito. Pareho lang ranking sa Group A. Number 1. But onto the side selection, Indonesia chooses blue side and red Philippines ang kakuha ng side na to.
Nako, nas pinili dito ng Indonesia na sila maging first pick. And again, sinabi ko na kanina na right now, Indonesia, they don't have any death in their whole run dito. That's 3 series without any death. And that's something na mahirap i-maintain considering they also went through a lot on their respective matches. So, in terms of precision, I think that's more on what Team Indonesia focused on, na kailangan maging maingat tayo kung gaano kalinis yung magiging playstyle natin dito against different regions. Yun yung talagang finocus nila. Kaya naman, paano gagawin ng Pilipinas na i-break yung ganong klaseng disiplina na meron dito ang Indonesia, yun yung talagang aabangan natin.
Kailangan nila i-break yung code. dito natin makikita kung ano nga ba yung magiging programming nila onto this game. This is the ban and pick. Now, wala po tayong global ban ngayon. This is clearly a reset and a refresh in every game. Now, ang priority ng Team Indonesia, tanggalin ng Dharma, tanggalin ng Chano, knowing the top choices of this very hero pool ng tournament na ito. They're respecting the Clash Laners. Eyes on Chami right now. Guanyo tinanggal. Respeto, seryoso ngayon ng Team Philippines. Still being qualified onto their group. Wala sila at papalampasin na moment na matalo sila on this one. They need to take a spot. They need to settle the score. With the ban of the Dolia, they're now slowly negating the possible picks na pwedeng i-reset na ultimate sa Indonesia. May siya na we pick up for this team.
Yun na nga. Ito, sinimulan kaagad ng Indonesia, mga kaibigan. And considering that's also one of the heroes na ginagamit palagi ni Dragon, medyo mas kailangan ngayon mag-isip ng Team Philippines or ni Coach TG, no? Ano yung pwede natin, ni Coach Gerald, ano yung magandang pang counterplay dito in the possible playstyle na pwedeng gawin ni Kuya Emmanuel P. But right now, first pick, counterplay na gagawin ng Team Philippines, wala iba kundi si Ukyo and si Arlie, securing right now the marksman and our jungler of this team. And what a wow! We are back to the ball game! Ang pinanggalingan ng lahat ng pinanggalingan, the Fuzi Dakyao combo that Indonesia will be doing.
Grabe, no? Hindi ko na-expect na lalabas ngayon si Dakyo and Fuzi talking about global control. Kaya biglang napaisip ata dito si Coach Gerald or Coach TG for Team Philippines on how to address this. Pwedeng gawing strike ng Pilipinas na tawagin kung saan papunta yung dash na to onto the farm lane or even to the clash lane. Madami silang pwedeng gawin, but for the judge naging open for this one, instead of taking the Zhangfei or the Lian po, this is a better approach for the early na mas masasamahan yung strong laning phase onto the farm lane.
Maganda to. Sige, kung may Dakyao, Fuzi kayo, we'll go for the standard strong farm lane also, in which we're going tayo dito sa Arlie and itong si Dia. So maganda to, no? Maganda ang pinagsasabay dito natin Pilipinas. Pero itong Fuzi tsaka Dakyao, hindi na kasi bago sa atin to eh. Kumbaga, right now, pinag-iisipan na ngayon ng Team Philippines kung anong magandang counterplay on this one. And wala tayo ditong Yang Jan. Wala nga tayong Yang Jan. So iniisipan ko sana ng Dolia Yang Jan, but we already have the idea.
Wala na, tinanggalan nila yung Dolia.
Medyo mainit ang laban dito, no. So tignan natin kung anong responde ng Team Philippines. Sinanggal nila si Musashi, sa kabila naman Baichi.
I think the respect is coming in for the clash lane right now ng Indonesia. Tanggalan din ng hero sa jungle. They know who to target. They know kung sino man dapat irespeto dito. So kailangan din i-balance ata ng dalawang coaches on how will they addressing the global approach ng Daxiao pick na ito. I think expecting na kaya siguro napakataas ng first strike rating ng team na ito is just having that control early on is somewhat they wanna play with para mas amplified ang damage na heading towards the first objective of the game. Respeto sa clash, respeto kay Chami dito ang ginagawa ng Team Indonesia. Now, since sa red side ang Team Pilipinas, they have a better approach and answering kung saan ilalagay ang posibleng counterplay nila dito sa ganito. Kasi pwede nila i-short fuse kahit na merong Daxiao na may global response ang lahat ng team members ng Indonesia.
Parang pwede nilang sabayan din ng pang-global eh. Pwede silang magneza dito para kay Chami sa taas. Pero ata ang kanilang pipiliin for the clash lane. And that's to respond accordingly, no? Kaya at least someone that could go toe-to-toe against Fuzi. Ang maganda kasi sa isang Fuzi, hindi lang siya pwedeng manalo sa kanyang mga team fight or sa skirmishes, but also sa lane niya. Madali siyang manalo dito with the basic attacks alone na kaya niyang masustain yung kanyang kalaban. So ano pwede mo isabay dito? Kailangan pumili ng hero din na pwedeng sumipagsabayan sa'yo. And yun ay si Ata.
I think that's one way to seal off a great barrier for this early. Kasama na rin ng Jaja, a great way to seal team fight since magiging tight spot to disperse ang heroes ng Indonesia dahil nga merong Eye of the Whirlpool na pwedeng gamitin anytime. At kung magkamali sila ng approach dito, pwedeng maging pabor sa Pilipinas sa ganitong laban. Wow, the Lam and the TRNG, last two picks of Indonesia here, napaka-aggressive. Talon kung talon, invade kung invade. What's the possible hold dito ng Philippines? Kailangan nila ng mid laner for this one. Madaya pang open. Will they go for a somewhat insta-burst or magiging utility ba ang sagot ng Pilipinas?
Handang-handa na mga kaibigan. With that Lam, they know that they need someone na pwede ding bumak up pa in terms of damage and mobility that they could provide in the upcoming teamfight dito. No? Kailangan mabilis yung responde. Kailangan malaking tulong kaagad. At ang pinili dito ng Team Philippines ay walang iba kundi si Heino for that potential recovery pagdating sa tower and wave clear as well na pwede nilang gawin dito para ma-shutdown yung push potential na lineup na meron ang Indonesia.
I think with the push potential lang, the idea if ever magkakaroon ng teleport emblem dito ang Heino, that's the best possible way para ma-counter out yung lane juggle or lane pressure na pwedeng gawin ng isang Fuzi. Pati na rin ang dash out into this game. Malalaman natin ngayon as we take a last look on the draft for game number 1. Will it be the teleport for the Heino? It's a flash.
Yes, flash.
For Heino sa mid lane. So more on the possible focus on the clear and the survivability of the turret right now. Okay ba to, Erp? For Team Pilipinas.
Okay, medyo maganda laban dito. And with the lineup of Indonesia right now, malabo nang ma-maintain nila yung zero death in their Asian Game Qualifier run. Kaya naman, let's see mga kaibigan, ikaw ba ay Team Bang or Team Brothers, Team Kapatid na mga Pinoy? Kasi Bang ang tawag sa sa bro, kumbaga bro ng Indonesia. Kaya naman ready na tayo mga kaibigan. Ito na ang ating game 1. Pero may sinig na nilubas kanina, Rush Nexus, para sa ating free Star Stones. Kunin nyo na yan mga kaibigan sa inyong mga game.
Habang naghihintay tayo kung sa pwedeng maging simula, looking at the rotation sa ating minimap, expected na itong magiging counterplay ng team na ito for Philippines. Kakailangan nila ikaw na kayo nakipag-agawan nga. As what expected sa isang Dashaw at sa isang DRNG, pwede talaga magkaroon ng mga pokes, continuous pokes and distance katulad na lang nito yung Leaping Koi Tide. Magkakaroon talaga ng potential distance na kailangan umatras ng Pilipinas. But looking at this, they have more ways to control their front line dahil may Heino pick.
Nakuha pa rin yan ng Team Pilipinas mga kaibigan, ang ating ibon sa baba ng ating mapa. At sa ngayon, medyo maganda yung stalemate, no? Or kumbaga yung duelo na ginagawa ng magkabilang panig dito. There was an attempt to go for the farm lane. Abangan, Golden D, Charles, pwede niya gamitin yung kanyang first skill, second skill combo para ma-secure yung ibon na yan! Pero nakuha pa din ni Kayagong.
Golden D, Dragon D, that's the complete the better way to differentiate the twins dito sa Team Philippines.
Yan nga daw yung will of the D.
The will of the D. Ayos yun. Looking at this, guys, what will be the faster approach? Dahil nga, onto the side of the head-to-head, Team Indonesia has a 100% first strike statistic onto the matches na nakasalubong nila in Group A. I think this time around, magkakaroon ng the place sa kanilang KD. Having no deaths, something is gonna be, consistency will be checked this time around. Grabing agawan dito sa mga malilit na objective. Possible, a win for a win. Kahit gano'n pa kaliit, binabantayan nila dito ang kada galaw ng Team Philippines.
Dahil doon, napa-force na mag-smite kaagad si Just Shi dito, no? Or si Justin Tan. Kaya naman, okay lang yan para sa kanila. Sa ngayon, not a lot of moments coming in pa, pero maaagaw ni Neville yung kanyang mga pores dito, no? So may konting kalamangan. But still, pag tinignan mo yung gold, merong onting lamang pa rin dito si Just Shi.
I think yun ang ginagrow nila dito. If your Team Philippines, kailangan bantayan ng recovery in terms of that first objective taking. Hindi talaga magsisimula lahat ng to unless lumabas ata ang first objective of the game. Kakailanganin nila yung damage ng Tyrant. Because kung isipin natin, di pa naman ganun ka-prepared talaga makipagbakbaka na 5v5 situation ang Philippines right now sa farmland. Kasi kung nakikita natin yung bisita din na ginagawa ni Emmanuel as a Mai Shenui, they have an aggression to show sa Pilipinas. But meanwhile, Clash Lane, 2v2.
Nagkalakan na. Pumasok sa loob, mga kaibigan. Nabit ang ghost ship. Pero mismo, David, teleport coming in mga tropa dito ng Indonesia. Pero wala pa rin nakuha ng death isa sa kanila. Wala pa rin first strike na naganap. Ginamit na rin yung kanyang Eye of the Whirlpool para makaresponde lahat sa taas ng ating mapa.
Hindi ka agad bumitaw dito si Derenji onto the farm lane. Pwede mag-respond o mag-react agad ng Team Philippines dahil nag-Eye of the Whirlpool. Mainga, 2v1 nga.
2v2, naging 2v3 mabigla mga kaibigan. Pero first strike ka ba dito mga kaibigan? Itong si Iqbal, nakapag-flash out siya. Buhay na buhay pa rin ngayon sa mga miyembro ng Team Pilipinas. Kamuntikan na sana. Pero nakatakas ba si Iqbal?
Magandang FA dito. Wala muna magiging casualty between these two teams, Indonesia and Team Philippines. Gandang hold na ginawa ni Agong doon, the DRNG onto the farm lane. Kung bibitawan mo nga naman ng lane mo laban kay Golden with the early pick, talaga mag-free farm lang yung early na ito. Pero magiging win yun sa Pilipinas kung may isang lane na kailangan bigyan ng pressure for Indonesia side.
Early clear. Nakuha ka agad dyan ng Team Pilipinas, and Tyrant is going to be the priority of Team PH right now. And there's going to be no contestation right now from Indonesia. They would rather stick to their lanes and prioritize yung kanilang talagang priority, which is to clear the wave and go for the jungle camps na kaya nila i-clear.
Mukhang kailangan nilang respetuhin dito ang nagiging strength ng Pilipinas. Di sila nagkakomit sa kahit anong team fight. Napaka intimidating na record na kailangan mo i-uphold. No deaths into this game. Totoo lang, kahit ako okay lang. Sa panahon na to, okay lang kahit ibigay mo na. Pero, okay, may rotation na nanggagaling dito. May call ba ang Pilipinas para mag-response sa clash lane? Wala po. Hontori ata ang magiging solusyon. Makakatwala ng Pilipinas. Hindi na ata mag-deny.
Na-clear nila yung wave and the usage of that ulti. Na-secure nila ang pag-save ng first tier tower na yun. Nabasa kagad ng Team Pilipinas kaya naman nakapag-respond kagad sila. Mukhang trade-off pa ang magaganap dito at sila pa yata makakakuha ng first tier tower sa taas ng ating mapa.
Mukhang nag-focus kayo ng Indonesia sa bottom side of the map. Mukhang tatrabuhin lang ni Justin at kasama niya rin ni Chami. Looks like the first strike punta sa Indonesia.
Oh my glove, first strike indeed mga kaibigan, napunta sa Indonesia dito. Nakuha din nila yung first tier tower sa baba ng ating mapa. At ganoon din naman ang buhay ni Charles. That's 2. Dalawa kaagad ang strike na nakuha nila. Going for more, hungry for more. And that's 3 strike already sa kamay ng Indonesia.
Okay, 3 ang nawala sa Pilipinas. Add mo na dito yung 2 flash. But looking at the gold economy, hindi pa naman ng kalayo. Umapantay at nabawasan ng 1K to 600 lead ng Philippines. Pero ang mindset siguro ngayon ng Pilipinas ay kunin ng mapa ng Indonesia dahil sa threat na meron dito, na meron si Dashiell, pati na rin si Fuzi. Item check muna tayo. Axe of Torment pick up para na rin kay Lam, slowly building onto the standard build ng isang assassin. But looking at to the first build of Hano, Venomous Staff pick up, Sparkforge Dagger na rin present kay Arlie, slowly building up on the timing. Hanap muna ng pagkakataon ng Philippines para makuha ng item.
Iba ang precision dito ngayon ng Indonesia ha. Remember, wala pa rin silang death up to this point in this Asian Games qualifiers run that they have. Neville waiting patiently. Hindi yan nakita ni Dragon pero Justin naspatan mga kaibigan. Red buff is still there. First tier tower goes down into the hands of Indonesia.
Habang kumukuha sa dito ng Torre, I think Philippines, they need to counter out the lane pressure na sinisimulan din ng Team Indonesia pati na rin sa baba. Looking at the lanes here, isang Torre pa lang nga nawala for Indonesia but Philippines, 2 nga nawala from top to bottom. No kills just yet. A better plan for, I think that we're starting to see. Pantay na po slowly. Still at 20k lead but 800 difference for this one. May switch na po tayo ng marksman going to the top side of the map at kinailangan din ni counter ni Chami yung wave na nasa baba na binigay na problema ng Indonesia.
Yes, despite this lead in terms of scoring na meron ng Indonesia, lamang pa rin ng Pilipinas pagdating sa ating gold. Kaya naman kailangan lang nilang i-maintain ito. They have to avoid risking in those unfair, parang disadvantage na skirmish dito. Kasi push ngayon sa first tier tower sa baba ng ating mapa. 2 naman ang makakuha ngayon yata dito ng Team Indonesia going for the second tier tower sa taas. Hindi magandang ito for Team Philippines kung sakali man na mapabayaan nila na masira itong tower na ito. Pero Iqbal, Dragon will be there to defend this one. Pwede niya mabalik yung ating tower dito. Gamitin niya lang yung kanyang ulti, which is yung Fate Rewind. Hindi niya na ginamit. Na Sea of Fate lang si Iqbal. Just like that, pushing the lane and go back home with a Sea of Fate coming from Dakyao.
Looking at the control na ginagawa ng Team Indonesia dito, the Fuzi and the Dashiell combination with the push and the global response with the Eye of the Whirlpool. Medyo nagiging threat ngayon sa Pilipinas yung ganitong movement because hindi sila makaka-respond kaagad unless merong trap na iset ang Indonesia for them. Looking at this, napakabilis umikot ng Fuzi na ito. Kuha ng camp, kuha ng pressure, look at the control. Pero looking at Team Philippines going on to counter out the wave clear, yung lane sa taas, yung nagiging source of lifeline nila for this since napakataas ng push potential na meron ng Indonesia ngayon.
Overlord ang kinuha nila dito, so they know for sure that the pressure being given right now by Indonesia is something that they cannot disregard for now. Hindi nila pwede yung i-counter out. So kailangan nilang umisip ng paraan paano sila makakapag-clear ng wave ng parang passively, no? And we're seeing na magkasama palagi ang Dakyao and Fuzi, and that's how you play this composition that they have right now. Tyrant, going for the taking, open yan. Walang counterplay na gagawin dito ang Team Philippines because they already got
Fuzi sa likod,
the Overlord kanina. Hindi na makakatakas with Sea of Fate, hindi na siya gumamit ng kanyang Eye of the Whirlpool. And finally, the first death of Indonesia.
Check.
Iqbal! Hindi nakita ni Dragon! Oh no! Hindi tumaas sa kanyang balahibo.
Walang, yung spider sense, hindi gumana.
Hindi gumana. Bossing!
Dumana to.
What happened? Pero okay lang. Okay lang. We let that go. Dahil naman doon, nagkaroon sila ng second tier tower. With now fall down, open opening some spots, no, opportunity for Philippines to get the second tower sa baba.
I think right now they're trying to build up the economy na looking at the growing 2K gold din ng Pilipinas. Nagkaroon man sila doon ng konting mga hiccup at kailangan nila bantayan dito. Dapat hindi mo na mag-react ang Pilipinas kung saan binibigay. Kailangan i-reset yung torre sa taas, yung top, wala na ata.
Masisira yata. Pwedeng buhayin eh.
Kaya pa ba?
Pwedeng buhayin ni Dragon D.
15
Kaya lang
seconds.
Hindi na
ata.
Let it go. Medyo tumagal ng bagya, no? Walang dumipensa doon. Hindi na tayong wave na paparating.
Oo nga, I think with that, was the part of the plan for Team Pilipinas na bitawan na lang yung torre dun sa taas dahil ang nakita natin ngayon for Team Indonesia. Slow and steady yung pagkuha ng torre dito. Torre ang problema ngayon ng Indonesia. Pero pag nagkamali sila ng pwesto dito, pwedeng gamiting lure sa sarili nila ang Eye of the Whirlpool with the amount of power na iba. Ito na nga.
Chami, inatak nilam, pero teka lang, delikado ang buhay, nahil pa rin siya, pero namatay siya dito mga kaibigan. That's going to be a defeat. A strike once again, pero hinatak nito ni Iqbal. That's going to be 2 strikes sa kamay ng Indonesia. Going for the Tyrant. Hindi nila magka-Tyrant sa ngayon. Ginamit ang Eye of the Whirlpool kanina, kaya naman lumamang sila sa laban na yun. At dahil doon, naburuan ng husto ang Team Pilipinas.
I think sobrang dami ng disperse na nangyari doon. In-isolate ng isang member ng Team Indonesia. Ang Pilipinas doon, Golden, was out of position. May maukong objective dito. Si Neville secured ang Tyrant. May damage. Shadow Tyrant to enhance objective na pwedeng umikot at kumuha pa ng damage para ibigay sa mga teamfight nila sa Team Pilipinas.
Not looking good for Team PH mga kaibigan. But still, despite those trade-offs, seeing them losing the heroes sa kalaban nila and the towers being taken down by Indonesia, yung gold natin. Unti-unti pa ding pumapabor sa Pilipinas pero unti-unting nababawi naman din ng Indonesia.
Yep, in a global scale of things, pati na rin sa minimap natin, dahan-dahan na rin lumiliit ang mga torre but we can't count out the mid lane just yet. Teka lang, mag-reset.
Okay. Imperial Order yun. Tumama yung stun sa kanya eh. So kung nagkataon, hindi siya nag-ulti, baka yun na magiging katapasan niya. Kumanik ang stun, pero nakapag-cleanse din kaagad si Kuya Agong. So surviving for now, clearing the wave sa mid. Mabilisan nilang gustong sirain ng tower dito. Pero may nagagaling sa likod. Chami inabangan niya. Eye of the Whirlpool ginamit na. Kailangan nila mag-out dito dahil delikado ang kanilang pwesto. Ginamit na nila ng Ghost Ship para maalangan ito Chami 1 ang kanilang kalaban. Pero nadali si Charles. -1 mga kaibigan Team Pilipinas. Pero nakabawi ni kagad si Golden. Pero di pa tapos ang laban. Double strike for Golden D. Pero nakakulit sila ng isa dito. Neville was able to get the life of Justin. That's 3 for 2 in favor of Indonesia. Hinahabol si Chami 1 under the tower. Triple strike para kay Neville. And Team Philippines -3 sa kamay ng Indonesia.
Golden na lang ang naiwan dito. Napakagandang hila mula kay Neville in a tight spot situation ng Lamb. Dalawa ang nahuli. Very crucial pick-off mula doon sa defense ng Team Pilipinas. Balikan natin yung replay. At this point, nilabas yung Ghost Ship. Sinubukan nilang depensahan dito at ikulong. Pero at this point, hindi talaga ulit naging malalim yung approach doon ni Neville. Hinintay nila yung pagkakataon para mahila ang dalawang importanteng membro dito ng Team Pilipinas. Very disciplined usage of toolkit ngayon sa Lamb at hindi talaga siya naging miscalculated sa oras na yon.
Oo, ganda ng ulti na yun na ginawa ni Neville. Going for the right target. Justin didn't have the chance to use yung kanyang pag-disengage dito, no? Kasi the moment that he entered earlier, nag-execute na siya kanina ng mga skills niya. And considering he's building actually a tank item dito, which is Blazing Cape, parang kulang pa din, no? Hindi pa rin enough yung kanyang sustain and damages and team fight earlier on, yung mga skirmish na meron tayo. So medyo mahirap ito for Team Philippines. Sinamon na ang Mama D sa baba ng ating mapa.
Habang lahat ay naghahanap ng magandang opening, may nakikita sa taas, nagpakita na rin dito si Fuzi or si Iqbal for the clash lane na pwede pang i-push. Nakabantay din dito si Naufal, the Dakia of this team. Mid lane standing strong for Team Philippines but can they hold on? With the pressure na binibigay dito ng Indonesia sa baba, kailangan nila makahanap ng magandang opening pero napakataas talaga ng problema and hold. Pati na rin hila ginagawa ng Fuzi na ito. Another defense, kailangan nilang gawin for this T2 mid turret to punta sa inhibitor. Kailangan nila muna i-clear but looking at the coverage sa minimap, kailangan magdesisyon ng Pilipinas kung ano bang uunahin dito kunin. Kailangan nila matinding pick-off para magkaroon ng comfortable spot ang laban ng team fight.
Mahirap ito. This is the lineup that Team Philippines were expecting. For sure, hindi nila in-expect na ganito yung pipiliin ng Team Indonesia. I don't think we've seen this lineup yet in this Asian Games. So, who would have thought that this is still applicable?
Fuzi sa taas! Fuzi sa taas!
Someone could counterplay. May Overlord tayo doon. Fuzi, kamunti ka na. Medyo may threat pa rin there. Pero hindi na na-utilize ngayon ang ulti, no? or Fate Rewind itong si Dragon D sa mga towers. Hindi niya kasi basta-basta ginagamit yan. Medyo pine-preserve niya sa tamang target.
I think with the preservation of using lahat ng ultimate sa tamang panahon, baka mamaya mahuli lang ang lahat dahil grabe ang napaka-sneaky.
Yun ang mahirap.
Napaka-sneaky ng ginagawa ni Iqbal doon with the Fuzi just staying on that lane. Naghahanap ng dragon para makapag-push lang. Again, this is a Fuzi. The threat of pushing napakataas talaga. Hindi nakakaabot.
Damage.
Diba, no? Kita mo na yung damage ngayon ni Agong.
69.
Rising on to the chart.
700.
Rising on to the chart. Si Agong.
Si Golden din, layo.
Layo,
25,000.
Sobra. So, with this, medyo yung damage na kailangan i-dish out ng Philippines, kailangan talaga sama-sama para makuha ng magandang pwesto dito in a team fight scenario. Pero madaming possible of a recovery yung Indonesia because of this Dashaw pick. And yung Fuzi talaga still running free at kailangan i-hold off to ng Team Philippines as they defend the last 2 inhibitor turrets, pati yung base nila.
Nako. The game is being prolonged right now. Nagkakataka ng bahagya lang dito. Indonesia still have this lead right now. That's 3,000 gold difference. Guys, don't get us wrong. Qualified na ang Team Pilipinas dito, pero again, they're fighting for the number 1 spot in the group stage. Even though we got 3 deaths already para dito against Indonesia, tower will fall down into the hands of Indonesia. Pero na-resurrect yan. Nabalik ng Fate Rewind. Masisira rin kaagad. Ginugulo lang sila dito ni Iqbal. They're going in against him. All of the high ground tower is down right now into the hands of Indonesia.
Sobrang checkmate na nagiging initiate dito ng Indonesia. No? Laban sa Pilipinas. May call ata ang Pilipinas. Sumahabol ata dito. Will they go for the kill? Will they go for the chase?
Mahirap.
Hindi muna ata magko-commit. Grabe ginawa doon ni Iqbal no? Sige, mag-defend kayo. Hawak ako dito sa Sobrang checkmate na ginagawa ng Indonesia sa Pilipinas ngayon.
Yes, it doesn't matter if solo lang siya doon because he can be summoned anytime ng Eye of the Whirlpool eh. So they're doing the Liu Bang combo, pero yung Liu Bang hindi damage but more on push. Push threat talaga na yun yung highlight ng isang Fuzi. We are now at the 16-minute mark and obviously in this game, looking at it right now, it's going for Team Philippines right have to rely on the Tempest Dragon laban.
Yeah, I think kailangan nila
yung pag-asa.
Kailangan ng 3 minutes. Ito yung pag-asa ng Pilipinas if they have the chance to contest. Ang pinaka iti-check natin doon kung yung defense ay kaya ba i-outlast ang damage na meron ng Team Indonesia ngayon. The 3 major problems is yung lanes. Teka lang, may habol natin. May flash in!
Nagkaulihan, naulo si Charles. -1 na naman mga kaibigan ng Team Pilipinas ngayon. Try din siya damage. Pero agad na nakakabigay dito sa likod. May Iqbal naman parating. Ginamit na kanyang ulti. Dumas sa likod na kay Agong P. Wala naman gawa mga Team Pilipinas mga kaibigan. Napuruan na sila ng gusto. That's -4. Joshi, nabuhay pa. Una sa Sanctuary. Pero this is it mga kaibigan. Oh my club. First game will go for Indonesia.
Starting on a strong note, Indonesia laban sa Pilipinas 1-0 in this best of 3. Napakaganda utilization doon ng lineup. And that Fuzi pick plus the Dashaw is somewhat hindi siguro in-expect ng Team Pilipinas to be shaken early game. Dahil ang pinaka-strength nila dito would actually come from the trades overall on the map. Pero napakahirap nga bawian dito. Every time may bitawan silang linya or bitawan silang lane rather, nagiging open spot for Indonesia para kunin lang ang mga torre sa kanila.
Mahirap ang naging sitwasyon ng mga Pilipino sa laban na ito. And again, parang parang checkmate eh. May checkmate talaga na situation eh dun sa laban na yon. Na the moment that we saw Fuzi na nakuha nila, parang malaki na yung chance na idadaan to sa macro play. Idadaan to sa push strat. At yun ang nangyari. Naging mahirap para sa Pilipinas na makuha ang ating game 1. And mukhang game 3 tayo dito. Pero since this is not a global ban and pick, mahirap, medyo malaking stress to sa Team PH right now. Kasi baban mo ba yung Fuzi, Dakyaw, or bawasan mo lang sila ng isa? And aside from that, ang dami pang pwedeng paliin eh.
Well, in terms of answering your question, RP, hindi talaga totally bannable. Na parang hindi siya yung first thought na parang ban ko Fuzi agad, first ban. Kasi looking at the charts on our hero list dito sa HOK Asian Games Qualifiers, it's a controlled pool, pero kasi mga power picks pwedeng ma-open. So in the chance of yung Team Indonesia magkakaroon ng paraan to break out a chaotic approach sa global specialty or the macro play na ginagawa ng Team Pilipinas, yung Dashaw and Fuzi pick was very smart para magulo yung rotational early game. Still maintaining to their own statistic, yung first strike na ginagawa ng Team Indonesia nandun pa rin, pero yung deathless run sa group stage, wala na po.
Wala na.
Guys, ulitin lang namin, qualified na yung dalawang team na to, kalma lang kayo. Qualified na po ito, it's just that they want to settle the score on who's number 1 sa Group A. Balikan natin yung post-game stats. 1-0 ngayon ng Team Indonesia. What was the build? What was the strength? 5-0-7 ang Direnji na ito.
Labanan lang ng ng patagalan, no? Kumbaga, hindi nila pinilit na magkaroon ng maraming strike sa laban dito, but rather just focus on the goal, going for the push. And 4-0 para kay Neville with that unbelievable play or gameplay coming in for using Lam. Sobrang ganda ng kanyang ginawa dito, no? Every time going for the right target. And mahirap talaga eh. Kumbaga, we usually you can have a counter play in this kind of lineup. Kaya ako hinahanap si Yang dyan kanina kasi pwede yun. Yang dyan sana. Kaya lang, paano? Ngayon wala siya. Hindi naman siya pwede dito.
Oo nga, I think it would be a very difficult hill to climb kung ikaw ang Team Pilipinas ever na pick up mo yung Yang dyan. Pero yung sa pag-ban out ng Dolia being on the red side, I think it's also parang no choice na kailangan mong iban kasi pwedeng i-prior din talaga ng Indonesia. I get your point na pwede sanang gumana, but looking at this point na yung Fuzi and yung ang Dashaw ang nagbigay ng way para sa Direnji na to na magkaroon ng sobrang gandang space despite the early threat being present sa farm lane, nahirapan siya mismo lumapit. And looking at this damage dealt throughout the game na ginawa ng Philippines, so every time nagkakaroon ng team fight dito ang Team Philippines, si Cham Iwan ang nagiging solusyon ng soak up damage kaya laging 100%. Looking at this, they were pushed to a corner kahit si Justin or si Okyo kailangan bumawi ng damage but it was too late dahil every time gumagawa ng move ang Philippines all throughout the start ng team fight, si Iqbal umiikot lang sa mapa.
Oo, mahirap kumanap na magandang pwesto. And even Emmanuel, no, with his Mai Shiranui, talagang makita natin kung gaano ka-effective siya with initiating every team fight that he tried to go for. And mahirap. I would say na talagang pinagandaan to ng Team Indonesia. And hindi pa to yung, sabihin natin game 1 pa lang to. And Philippines or even sila coach, makapag-isipan sila ng counterplay against this one, hindi lang yan ang hinanda ng Indonesia. For sure, they still have more on their sleeves. And look at the graph.
Tingnan mo to.
Always in favor of Philippines, kahit na sabihin natin na maraming nakuwang strike dito ang Indonesia, but that just one team fight na nagpanalo sa kanila nag-landslide na diretso hanggang finish line.
Biglang nag-prime time na nangyari dito for Indonesia. Looking at this start, 11 minutes kung saan ang Team Pilipinas ay humahawak ng magandang lead. Kinailangan din nilang solusyonan ang naging overall control ng mapa sa Indonesia dahil how do you address the problem of the Dashaw and the Fuzi? Kahit ulit-ulitin ko to on this match, napakahirap bigyan ng solusyon. Once maiwan mo talaga yung lane mo, it's a complete win. Slowly being in favor for Team Indonesia. Kaya Philippines on a tight spot. For me, sobrang checkmate na nangyari dito. It was a very smart move for Indonesia once again to take control of the bigger picture. And with that, first strike na punta pa rin for Indonesia, but they did not remain deathless after this match. Napakataas ng confidence nila dito just diving into this slam pick. And with having the Fuzi to isolate members ng Team Pilipinas dito, napakahirap mag-disengage and mag-re-engage anytime may team fight na simula ng Indonesia.
Grabe. Ano to? Talagang nabasa sila. Talaga pinag-aralan ng sobra yung possible na maging composition dito ng Philippines. And this is something na na-caught off guard dito itong Team Philippines. So they weren't expecting this kind of lineup. And even the counterplay, I'm not sure if that's really the best way to counter yung ganitong klaseng lineup, but the attempt is there. Nakita natin yung sinubukan talaga nila. Pero with, again, tignan mo naman yung positioning. Ito yung last fight natin. Hindi nila yung na-expect. Laging may nagagaling sa likod. There's always that opportunity. There's always someone that getting pick off sa kamay ng Indonesia. At yun yung naging susi nila sa naipanalo yung laban.
I think with this, every time na dumedepensa ang Pilipinas dun sa last inhibitor turret nila sa baba, it was very troubled dilemma or a very major dilemma for Philippines dahil lang sa pick na to. 0113 MVP, Naufal, Dashaw pick, something that the Team Philippines na hindi in-expect, but onto the global scale of things, kailangan nilang salubungin to at tanggapin na sobrang hirap talaga depensa nila laban na yun.
Sea of Fate, Eye of the Whirlpool, parang kahit saan mapunta ang isang Dashaw, pwede niyang itawagin yung kanyang mga teammates dito eh. Going for the crucial moment. And with that lineup, mahirap talagang depensahan dalawang lane ng magkasabay. Even with Ahaino na medyo, yun yan, napansin din natin na medyo reserved siya sa paggamit ng kanyang ulti dito. And to think sa mga team fight, parang hindi niya na magamit din kasi kumbaga pag engage talaga sila, and sometimes is the last person na pwedeng targetin na kanilang kalaban because that's Haino. Nasa likod lang siya, nagpo-poke lang siya. Pero it is what it is, mga kaibigan. That's just game 1. Nako, pwede pa tayong bumawi dito. Tignan natin kung anong plano ngayon ng Team Philippines in this game 2.
Yeah, pwede bumawi second game. Di pa naman tapos ang laban din sa best of 3. On to settling the score kung sino nga ba ang number 1 in this group. So magkakaroon tayo kung ano nga ba yung magiging adjustment ng Pilipinas dito. But for now, let's thank our official venue and hotel partner ng 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers ng Honor of Kings, Marriott Petaling Jaya. Marami pong salamat sa inyo. But now, we're looking forward kung gaano kataas ang recovery ngayon ng Team Philippines having that small window of rest and reset dahil sa nangyaring pick na yun. I'm just curious ang side na pupunta ngayon kasi kanina you were mentioning about the young Jan na Dole na pwedeng lumabas. Who knows ano yung adjustment ng Pilipinas ngayon?
Oo. Considering hindi nila pwedeng gamitin si Yang dyan kasi wala siya dito. Ano yung possible angle that they could go for? I would say sa current na hero pool na meron tayo sa jungle, pwede nilang sabayan yung ganong strat eh. Like maybe Hanshin na lang or kung si Okyo man ang gamitin pa rin nila, pwedeng gumawa ng sariling play, mag-solo. Pero nung lumabot ng late game, mahirap ng labanan ng 1v1 ng isang Fuzi. And that's just how strong yung ganong klaseng lineup na meron sila.
Yeah, they need to address it this time around in game number 2. Buti na lang we have this best of 3. The real challenge is going back to what you mentioned before na since hindi nga global ban and pick. Pag-usapan mo natin yung top 3 highest KD average, highest KDA. Si Charles ang naunguna dito, 11.8, followed by Naufal. Dalawang membro sa Pilipinas ang naunguna for the top 3 highest KDA at nag-iisa sa Indonesia, si Naufal, 11.6.
And that's a roamer. That's Naufal as the roamer of their team. Ganoon din naman Charles, also the roamer, and just shows kung gaano sila kaingat talaga pagdating sa mga team fight natin. And even Dragon having 11.3. That's again, this is for the whole Asian Games. Hindi ako nagkakamali, no? Na qualifiers natin.
Yes.
So talagang nagbungay pagiging maingat dito ng Indonesia pagdating sa kanilang strat. How disciplined they are during those matches. Grabe si Coach, no? Talagang naghanda sa laban dito.
Yeah, I think nakita natin to si Coach all throughout the big stage of Honor of Kings. Naging consistent sa pag-nurture ng mga hero or ng players nila dito rather sa Honor of Kings. So dito natin nakikita. I think both of these two coaches have been present and consistent sa mga kataging global stage events ng Honor of Kings. Kaya ngayon, it's talagang patagisan talaga ng galing. Pagalingan pumindot. But with the 0-1 score, Philippines on game number 2 chooses to have the priority. Respeto ngayon sa Dashaw and the Okyo na hindi mag-e-exist sa pick-up kaagad ng Indonesia sa draft na to.
Let's just wait and see anong strat ngayon ng Team Philippines. This is actually a good choice. You don't need to ban a Fuzi if you already remove Dakao. Dakao alone is a big threat already. So since they are the first pick, they are on the blue side, maganda na tinanggal nila kaagad to. Same with Okyo. Ano kayang strat ngayon ng Team PH? Guan Yu, first pick, lumusot. Nako. At saka, isa pa dito, Erpa, this could be a flex pick. Kasi Dharma is not yet banned. So pwedeng kunin yan nitong si Chami, could be the last pick na pwede nilang gawin kung flex pick talaga tong isang Guan Yu.
Pwede may switch up pa rin no? Pero with the switch that we're talking about here for Team Indonesia, sila naman ngayon ang gagamit ng Arlie and yung Ata an exchange for the farm lane. So slowly building up that that mid to late game spike na pwede makuha sa isang early dahil dito natin makikita kung ano nga ba yung pwede panghuli dito. Mozzie is still available for Philippines na pwede ma-pick up. Again, there's still a flexibility for this Guan Yu. A better way to disrupt the early game is the Mozzie or kung yung Jiangfei kasi medyo costly din for the ulti pero hindi ata mag-settle ka agad sa roamer pick. Erin, ang Team Pilipinas ngayon better for the micro advantage laban sa early na to with the mobility. So I think they want to be in par sa laning stage ng early na ito.
Ang maganda rito, Erp, ano na to? Kumbaga, back to the normal standard play tayo dito. No? Walang push strat na mangyayari from Indonesia because tinanggal na nga si Dakyao unless they're going to plan na to differently yung ganong klaseng strat. But with Yuhuan as their third pick, wala na tayo doon sa ganong klaseng strat dito, no? But rather they are going head to head against Philippines with the lineup that they have. Again, questionable pa. Right now, we're still not sure if this is a flex pick Guan Yu, no? Pwedeng maging clash lane yan, pwedeng maging roamer din. Kaya medyo open ngayon. Pinag-iisipan din ng Indonesia, tinanggal sila Lapu, Dolya naman sa kabila.
Good ban on the Lapu for Indonesia para hindi ka agad mahuhuli or mafo-force yung early na gamitin ng skill pa ulit-ulit to reset and refresh that crowd control effect plus yung Yuhuan hindi ka agad madidisrupt. Knowing this Lapu early game, napakataas na ambag in terms of being in the presence of for the defense and support. But for Philippines here, now they have the chance to have a final slot to ban. The respect of the Kui still remains here for the last series of the day. Grabe to si Kui mukhang kalayo may kita natin yung mga gets may mga Kui ban for Team Philippines. Magaling talaga gumamit dito ang Team Philippines for this one. Respeto lang.
Yeah, something that they cannot let go easily. Pero medyo malaking malaking dagok to pag nagkataon having early right now on their lineup pero tinanggal si Musashi. Tignan natin kung sino magiging fourth pick ng Indonesia, guys. Ako, we are looking at potential mid laner because Yuhuan could also be a flex pick for them. Pwedeng mid lane, pwedeng roamer. Pero with removal of Dolya and Musashi, that's at least securing the potential crowd control and easy kill for them. Tignan natin.
Panalo na rin yun. I think napangiti yata doon ng mga players ng Team Indonesia. Looking back on what you said there, RP, with this...
Narinig.
Oo, walang marireset na ultimate good ban on the Dolya na Kororo will be the one to reach, will be the one to flank from behind. Nakita natin na Kororo performance back in the fourth match of the day kung saan dito nga na short ang isang distance ng isang Guan Yu that was Hong Kong, China laban sa Korea. And with that, nagkaroon ng a great vision counterplay. So ano nakita mo dito, RP?
Pwede mag-Zhangfei si Charles, ha? Ako, pag nag-Zhangfei si Charles,
Zhangfei,
isa sa mga notable heroes siya dito, no? Talagang hindi mo pwedeng ibigay ang Zhangfei sa kanya. Pero binigay. Ayan, nasabi ko sa iyo, RP. Ano pwede natin ipang sabay sa magandang possible start na gagawin nito ng Indonesia? We need Hanshin. And I remember back then, Hanshin is also one of the heroes na ginagamit ni Zhangkyu when we were going against Indonesia before in our international tournament kung saan talaga nagpakitang gila siya dito. And that's Justin this time. Nagagamit niyan. So parang medyo checkmate yata tayo dito sa Indonesia na biglang nilabas ang Zhangfei Hanshin. Anong responding ngayon? Could be the mid lane, could be the roamer of their team ang ilalabas nila. Mga roamer to kasi kailangan nila ng tank eh.
Yeah, I think the tank would be the one to define the greater protection ngayon ng early for Team Indonesia.
Yan po.
Sa Corona nito, Lian po ang magiging space divider or space creator for Team Indonesia dahil nga may Zhangfei, may crowd control immunity siya if ever for the evade. Nakita natin yung mga outplay na ginawa nila kanina. The discipline from Indonesia nandyan sa mga laban. Let's see how will this go. Nakakuha ang Team Pilipinas na comfort place. Masaya din naman ang Facebook ng dalawang coaches na yun.
Tropa
Tropa. They're here to have fun. They're here to have a great chance in settling this score sa group nila. Philippines versus Indonesia. Tingnan natin muli ang kanilang draft heading towards game number 2. Match point ang Indonesia ngayon.
Yan, laban Pilipinas mga kaibigan. Again, tatanungin ko kayo ba ay Team Bang or Team Kapatid? Dito, sa laban natin. This could be a game of 3, game 3 potential series mga kaibigan. Kasi balik tayo ngayon sa drawing board. Kanina nabigyan tayo, nagulat tayo sa naging strat ng Indonesia. But we'll see right now how Philippines will get the comeback. Magandang lineup. coming from these sides, pero mas leaning towards Philippines ako. No bias, no bias.
Walang bias, walang kabias-bias na pwede namin sabihin dito. But for Philippines, I think this is a better adjustment compared to game number 2. You have the comfort base, you have the strength para makakuha ng isang crowd control or catch mula sa early. Again, that was early peel. Getting receiving by Chami 1 na burnout din ng flash take, but I think there was an attempt for the first strike dun sa clash lane with that off-cam attempt.
Alam mo naman, medyo mahirap magalakas talaga yung threat ng isang ata early game eh. Pero ito yung isa sa mga magandang panoorin dito, no? The duel between Iqbal and Chami pagdating sa clash lane. Kasi there are situations, there are some circumstances na nakikita natin na nananalo si Iqbal against Chami.
Yeah.
And Chami right now, kumbaga isa sa mga top performing clash laner sa buong Asian game, sa buong buong Asia yan ng HOK.
Yeah, I think that's one way to put it right now. The best clash lane representatives right now what we have for these two respective teams. Pero syempre, now supporting Team Philippines sa clash lane. Dito natin makikita kung paano nga lalabas. Mga yung mga specialty, the Guan Yu special na makikita natin sa team na ito. So early rotation for Philippines, try to counter out mid lane suppression at meron din tayong rotation dito sa Indonesia. 4 na ulo lumalabas dito sa mid lane.
Not looking good right now sa pwesto ng Philippines, pero nakita nila yan. Kita mo naman kung gaano kalalim si Golden para lang masigurado na hindi siya mamatay dito, no? Kailangan niya maging maingat. He's going solo and alam niya na kahit si Agong alone can actually win against him 1v1 because of the frenzy. And pagdating sa basic attack na labanan, mas lamang talaga ang isang early.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that. Kasi mas maganda talaga ang magiging position, especially kung ganun ka master na isang player, ang isang early. Madami kang pwedeng takasan na possible catch na nagmumula sa farm lane or yung tangke ng farm lane mo. Kaya kailangan nila maging maingat. Looking at this rotation, pinipigilan ng Indonesia ang posibleng paglagpas ng Team Pilipinas sa era na to.
Knock-up. Pero makunat si Kuya Naufal. And looking at the items right now, first item for sure, pretty much going to be Sparkforged Dagger para sa ating mga marksman. Pero naka-boots kagad, no? Attack speed si Agong. So medyo may lamang siya ng bagya dito. Unbridled Outburst, tinamaan ng mga minion. Medyo maaga ha, pero kamuntikan lang sana. Problema dito, bago dumating yata ang Tyrant, di pa yata mag-up yung kanyang Unbridled dito, no? Pero knowing Charles, pwede niyang ipa-up kagad yan.
Kailangan ng passive ngayon ni Charles para makakuha ngayon ng rage para sa Unbridled Outburst. We have 40 seconds to go para mapula ang kanyang Bardon for the ultimate and for the rage.
2v2?
2v2, buying time. 3v2 sa taas. Indonesia versus Philippines.
Guan Yu, napaluwa ang kanyang HP. Tremor Smash going in. Chami, sabay bumalik sa loob. Sabay tamang tulak lang palayo, no? Pero problema, mariregen lang dito ni Iqbal yung HP na nawala niya because that's an ata.
Yeah, I think with that, nagkaroon na lang burnout ng HP resource. Nagkaroon na lang trade yung flash. Hindi magagamit ngayon for the first objective. Ang tanong mo kanina kung magkakaroon ba ng rage ngayon si Charles o si Jang Fetic malapit na 3/4 onto the bar.
Pwede niya mapaabot, oh.
Pwede niya mapaabot, pwede mapapop yung Unbridled Outburst. So magiging crucial ngayon sa Lian po na to para gamitin yung crowd control immunity at kailangan maging maingat online na in a few seconds from now. Ang outburst, ng Jang Fei. Tinan mo to, look at this, the control from the Lian po. And for the first objective, binabantayan ng Team Indonesia. Hanap-hanap na lang muna. Ayan na nga, ginamit na.
Dilawa tinamaan, kaya lang nakapag-ending solo lang. Napaluho yung kanyang HP dito, no? Pero lihan po pa rin yan. Makunat yan mga kaibigan. Knock-up coming in from the Tyrant. Nakapwesto lahat ng mga miyembro ng Team Indonesia tumalo sa loob pero nakuha pa rin yan ni Devil. Luwang HP ng mga miyembro ngayon ng Team Philippines. Pero Guan Yu going in. Chami will be the first strike. Dito sa kamay ni Naufal. Justin going in. Kailangan niya mag-out pero napaluwa kanyang HP. He will fall down. Nasa 3 down. 3 strike sa kamay ng Indonesia.
What a patient move from Team Indonesia. Hinintay nilang gamitin kaagad ni Chami or ni Charles ang kanikan nilang crowd control, knowing that this is a Jang Fei na either pwede mong gamitin pabalik, teka lang, 2v3,
oh,
iwan hinahabol!
Delikado, Dragon wasn't expecting someone waiting there. Nag-cut ng wave ng minion and with the red buff na meron siya na nakuha niya, kaya siyang makuha kaagad. Na-slow siya dito. Sa ngayon, another play coming in, counter in from Philippines. But not gonna work for now. And oh my glove, 2,000 gold lead sa kamay ng Indonesia.
Dahan-dahan ang binuo ng Indonesia ang kanilang early game lead. That attempt with the outburst coming in from Charles, parang in-outlast lang at in-outplay lang ng Indonesia na hindi bumabad sa space. Nilapag agad yung ghost ship no? And for the fact na pwede mo sanang makulong sila doon, the space created was too big na kinailangan nila hintayin nilang na matapos yung crowd control effects. Now going back on the mid lane pressure right here, kailangan maging maingat ulit ng Team Philippines for the next attempt. Outburst is, I believe, still is available for Charles para gamitin ang crowd control outburst for Team Indonesia. Pero in a way, feeling ko mas magiging safe kung sila yung magsi-second move sa mga attempt ng initiation mula sa Indonesia.
Problema kasi, I think, hindi rin naging ganun ka-smooth yung unbridled outburst na yun kanina, no? I think that's a blind spot for them. They don't have enough information kung sino pa yung nandun. And Emmanuel P, kaya niya talaga matakasan gamit lang yung kanyang unending sorrow. Pero naipit na naman, mga kaibigan, Chami will fall down. Natamaan na ghost ship. Walang magawa ang isang Guan Yu kapag nag-ghost shipan kaagad siya. Wala naman siyang flash. Meron siya pang talon, kaya lang, nagagamit niya na kaagad.
Automatic yung inipon mong stock doon for the movement speed. Bigel na kaagad. And Team Indonesia sealing the deal. That's 4 kills onto this early. Hindi na maghihintay to ng 10 minutes. Ngayon activated na yung damage na to right now. Kinikita niyo yung confidence looking at the minimap. Wala pa muna nakakadaplis sa mga tore dito ng Indonesia. Looking at the space that the two players creating right now sa T2 mid. Agang ata mababasag to. At napakataas ng opening na to, RP. For Team Indonesia.
Hindi sila makagawa ng counterplay. And even Justin, she cannot find right moment, no? To a split push.
Oo nga, medyo
parang
mahirap.
Parang natapakan yung kanilang confidence dito after that game 1. This is an entirely different play na meron dito ang Team Philippines compared to what we usually see.
Oo nga, I would agree with you on that kasi pero medyo nahawakan talaga ang mga paa ng Team Philippines right now to circulate around the map. Kasi ang hirap talaga umikot kasi kasakada attempt ng crowd control na nagmumula sa Jiangfei. Iniintay lang talaga ng Indonesia na gamitin nila to on the very first step or the first move na gamitin kaagad ang setup na isang Jiangfei automatic. Doon sila mismo gagamit ng Tremors Master. There's a lot of evade right now. At pang-abot sa likod, to be honest, si Neville nga yung nakororo for this lineup, have a free reign over the space. Dahil sa ginagawang mournful tempo at unending sorrow ng Yuwa na ito, siya yung nagiging frontline kahit siya mismo kaagad mabuhusan ng ultimate. Kahit tatlo mawala na flash at ultimate side ng Philippines, panalo kaagad Indonesia doon.
8 minutes ARP. And now, kontrolado na ng Indonesia ang buong mapa. With all of the outer turrets or outer towers down in the hands of Indonesia, they're slowly secured and giving the pressure right now on the side lanes. And hindi rin makapressure ng maayos si Chami, no? Medyo behind din siya sa item dito.
Yeah, I think
compared to Iqbal, flash in, nakakataka agad na isa, delikado ang buhay, mamamatay ba? Dragon will be the first strike sa laban na ito. Pero pasok magkakaipitan, hinarangan dito ni Zhangfei. Kaya lang kulang pa rin ang damage na ibinigay dito ng mga miyembro ng Team Philippines. Mahuli nga ba? Namatay pa rin mga kaibigan nito si Chami 1. That's 3 down in the hands of Indonesia. Just the initiation from Iqbal na kinakailangan nila.
Iqbal with the flash and the ghost ship combo na hindi pa kaagad makapag-initiate ng Team Philippines. Ang ginagawa nila dito sa lineup nila, a defensive response coming in from the strikes of Indonesia inhibitor turrets. Pwede na makuha dalawa. Sa isa sa gitna, isa sa baba at mukhang hindi ata dito tatagal ang dalawang depensa. Nagbabay time ngayon si Justin. Hinihila ang Team Indonesia. Nag-iisang inhibitor turret dito. And a buy time for the enhanced objective.
Ay, nag-recall siya.
Makuha ng Indonesia.
Uy, na-cancel! Down talk, dalawang beses, pangatlo. Makatakas nga ba siya dito? I don't think so. Medyo nagkakaibutan na. Full tempo, nagharap na magandang target. Agong P nandito. Tumalon sa may gitna. Ginamit ang ending sorrow. Sabay connect yung kanya slow. Justin, nag-cooldown, pero di na umabot. Buhay pa rin. First kill pa rin ay nagamit dito mga kaibigan to secure that kill against Justin. And we have 20 seconds bago mag-up yung mga objective natin. With Justin down, parang pwede sila mag-overlord pares.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it, to enhance objectives from both sides of the map kasi napaka-delikado at napaka-risky nga lumabas kung ikaw ay Team Pilipinas. Right now, Indonesia, napaka-dominating in terms of the map control, looking at the lanes. Ang napakaganda ng pressure, napakaganda ng approach nila heading towards the space. Isang inhibitor turret, pwede pumasok pero kailangan ng game-changing play ni Charles dito for the unbridled outburst. Kaya nga ba?
Mahuli nga ba mga kaibigan Neville na malupulukan niya kay Sweden, pero na! Nakuha nila! Sabay sila bayan para kanyang minute outburst para matulog sila palayo. 4v1 situation, tulong sa loob. Si Kuya Iqbal, nanlambot, pero medyo makulat pa rin mga kaibigan. Buhay na buhay pa rin. Here comes the comeback coming in for Team Philippines. Kaya ba nila makahabol pa? Namunti ka na. Tatlo ang nawala mga kaibigan. Pero Chami, di pa magpapatupik-tupik. Kahabol pa rin. Hanggang dulo ng ating mapa. That's going to be 4-3 rather in favor of Team Philippines. Buhay pa ang pangarap, kaya pang umisa against Indonesia.
Balikan natin yung replay. Ito yung tanong ko kanina. Ito na ba yung magiging game-changing move ng Unbridled Outburst? Din naman yung Zhang Fei na yun. Napakagandang tulak sa dalawa. Hindi nagamit ang ghost ship ni Iqbal. Nagamit ang flash pero yung ghost ship hindi nagamit. Onto the late situation na lang nagamit yun for a final defense. Pero napakagandang pwesto dun mula sa Team Philippines. A buy time move para makakuha dito ng resources. Enhance objectives is open. Nakuha ata. Nakuha na talaga ni Justin ang Enhance Overlord.
Yes, nakuha nila yung Overlord. Dapat pinapanood natin yung replay na yon. So this is now a small briefing space, no, na ibinigay sa Team Philippines after that 3 strike that they were able to get. Kaya ba nilang agawin mga kaibigan? Remember, they still have meron sila dito sa likod na nagagaling. Here comes Chami! Going in sa laban na ito. Hindi pa rin namatay ang isa. Pero Chami will fall down. Hinahabol nila sa loob mga kaibigan si Justin. Kailangan nila mag-out. Double strike para kay Neville. Naubos na kayo ng mga Team Philippines. Triple strike para kay Neville. Justin nagharap ng target. Hahabol ang ibon. Balik ka doon. Quadra strike para kay Neville. Naiwan mag-isa si Dragon. What you gonna do? Kinamit ang kanyang meteor strike. Kaya lang tapos na. It's going to be an ace. And Indonesia, hindi na kailangan maghintay pa ng mga minion dito dahil tapos ang Game 2, 2-0 against Team Philippines.
A dominating series for Team Indonesia, settling the score for Group A. Nagkaroon ng parehong run ang dalawang team na to in terms of the points. Ngayon that they still remain deathless, nadaplisan to ng Team Pilipinas. Pero for this, the one who remained on top sa Group A in terms of points ay Team Indonesia. Sa mga sumusuporta dyan sa Pilipinas, guys, qualified po tayo, kalma lang. This is just settling the score sa group nila, kaya hangiti pa rin ang ating mga proud representatives papunta sa Asian Games.
Indonesia right now, guys, they're on a different level, different caliber. They really improved a lot coming from the previous international tournaments that we have seen. Remember, after ng mga consistent na laban natin internationally, it's always Philippines winning against Indonesia. Considering they still have also yung kanilang import back then, pero ngayon, this is pure Indonesian team versus pure Philippines team. And PH, mga kaibigan, nabigyan ng Indonesia dito. Just setting up the stage for the upcoming Asian Games mismo. Congratulations Indonesia, they are the top one, undefeated and well-maintained sa kanilang KDA na maganda pa rin.
Grabe yung naging storya ng ating qualifiers even sa mga groups natin today. We've seen Hong Kong, China fall, and also sa Group A, Pilipinas din ang nagkulang din sa points. But guys, they still remain strong in their group. We can't count out the Philippine representative just yet. Still proud, still support them. Supportan pa natin kanilang journey papunta sa Asian Games dahil dito natin may kita kung sino lang banana eggs sa ating Asian Games qualifiers. But Indonesia, sabi mga, we had to hand it over to them. The preparation of this team. Ginulat yung draft kanina, game number 1 pa lang, and with this situation, I think we're in for a treat papunta tayo sa Asian Games.
Yes, doon talaga natin nakita na maganda yung talagang prepared dito ng Indonesia yung kanilang sarili. And I wouldn't say that you can do that in just a matter of 1 week. I would say na even before the Asian Games qualifiers started, talagang ito na yung plano nila. We need to think of something. We need to or the moment that they saw maybe the group bracket, na sabi nila, we're going head-to-head against Philippines. I know for sure they're the team that we're going against pagdating sa later stages of the group stage. So, yun yung nangyari. Pinagandaan nila dito, binasa nila yung magiging possible na picks and strat nila. And it worked. Game 2, hindi na yun push strat. Standard pickings and standard games na yun. But talagang nanaig dito ang Team Indonesia.
Yeah, they remain strong. They wanna keep on holding on to the record. Kaso nga lang yung KDA, as I repeated, it was again a flawless one, having no death sa buong group nyo. But with that, we need to settle it here. GGWP still for Team Philippines. Mababalik sila ulit for our Asian Games. But 0-2 for now ang Group A. The final score settling match onto this group stage. 0-2. This lineup against Team Philippines. Medyo naalog dito ang rotation pa lang nila. First game ng best of 3 na ito, they had more control and continuing their momentum in game number 2. Hindi sila nakakuha ng magandang pick-off coming from this lineup.
Parang apektado yung ano nila, no? Yung mentality nila sa game 2. Parang nandun yung nawala yung confidence nila, no? Ayun yung again, most of the time, even we've seen it before, even during the interviews, that some of the players are saying na, oh, it happened, no? Nawalan kami ng confidence in the game 2.
Yep.
Dahil nung game 1, medyo napuruan kami. I think nadala nila dito sa game 2 natin. There was an attempt, and at the same time, a good positioning coming from Team Philippines, pero medyo may mga konting underperforming lang sa kanilang naging play dito. But it is what it is, guys. Talagang malakas ang Indonesia ngayon. I think this is something that would also motivate Team Philippines na on their sense, anong level na sila ngayon? Nasang level na sila ng HOK. What can they do to make sure na sa Asian Games, this won't happen again?
Yeah, I think with that, kinailangan nila munang i-address kung paano nga naging prepared dito ang Team Indonesia sa kanilang laban. And looking back on the post-game stats, this was the attempt of the continuous initiation nagmumula kay Charles the Jiangfei of Team Philippines. Is always the first unbridled outburst in any team fight para magsimula ng laban. But one thing na ginawa ito ng Team Indonesia that was very also wise was to wait for the first initiation na gagawin ng Team Pilipinas, kasi kung mawala niya unbridled outburst, wala nang posibleng maging follow-up at napakataas ng crowd control response nila dito. Kaya nakita natin 79 both on Iqbal and Naufal, the Lian po plus the ATA for this game. Continuous follow-up. Not to mention si Emmanuel pwede makapag-proc. Parang invisible din siyang parang yaw. I can say na parang ganun nga yung similarity na pwede kang ma-proc sa kada attempt na mag-initiate kayo. But with this, it was a very wise micro play na ginagawa nila sa any attempt na merong crowd control or initiating burst mula doon sa unbridled outburst.
Yeah, nangyari na ang nangyari, guys. Makikita natin dito kung gaano din talaga kaganda yung naging kahit individually we are seeing the good score coming from Indonesia, no? And this is the graph. There's the hiccup na nakita natin in the attempt to go for the Tyrant. At first, sabi natin, maganda yung peso nila dito, pero unbridled outburst out of nowhere in which nakatuli silang dalawa, isa Lianpo pa. Ginamit lang ni Yuan, ni Emmanuel, yung kanyang unending sorrow, and that's it. Wala na. Alam nila yan. Cool down na agad yung unbridled outburst, so there's no way that they can win in a Tyrant fight.
Ay, that was a straight line. Grabe. Look at that consistency in the chase for the gold graph economy. It's just that nung 4 minutes kung saan nagkaroon ng magandang first 2 kills ang Arlis sa baba, doon nag-change ang lahat ng rotation na simula ng Team Philippines. Going back onto the highlights, 4 minutes to the game, there was an approach in taking that objective away. Kaso nga lang, with the smite battle na ginawa din dito ni Neville, it was an impressive sight to see dahil ang crowd control na Lian po o yung Tremor Smash hindi pa binitawan kaagad kaya nag-disperse ang Team Pilipinas. Ito hindi in-expect ni Dragon na 3 kaagad ang pwedeng humabol sa kanya dito with a hot streak. Simula ni Agong, 4-1 was built up for Indonesia side para magtuloy-tuloy ang kanilang snowball in their lineup.
Hirap. Ay, isipin mo din na talagang na-counter ni Iqbal si Chami, not just from the hero's perspective, but yung play din mismo ni Iqbal dito is just to counter out itong si Chami. And I would say he really won the individual 1v1 duel sa kanyang lane. At the same time, every team fight, he knows for sure who to target. There was an attempt back and forth, no, situation coming from Chami, pero he didn't maintain it. He wasn't able to completely do it. And as you can see,
ito yung
talagang ito yung the final straw sana, kaya lang puno lang pa rin.
Kanina kasi we were looking for that the turnaround, the unbridled outburst dahil in most cases na nag-exist yung hero na to at saka may din ni Charles could still be a hope or the final straw in any team fight na pwedeng mabaliktad. But in the attempt of bouncing back, wala nang inhibitor turret na naiwan sa Team Philippines, and that strike na ginawa at naipon ni Neville was a showing of dominance from this game number 2 na talagang pwede lang tapusin kaagad. And for this 14-4 Indonesian team has settled the score sa kanilang Group A, and 5-0-7 the MVP ng game na to, walang iba kundi si Agong. What a great way to start the early game, having that advantage sa first Tyrant pa lang.
5-0-7 with a 34.8% damage. Agong P, kahit nung game 1, no, talagang consistent yung kanyang damage output. And now is able to maintain the lead, no, pagdating sa kanyang marksman role. Talagang nag-level up lahat ng players ng Indonesia. I would say, pumitik talaga yung kanilang dito, game sense.
Yeah.
Not just for the overall play style. And at the same time, I would say, pagdating sa kanilang drafting dito, no, maganda din. Talagang review.
I agree with you, man. Kasi kung nakita natin dito kung paano nga nag-prepare ang Team Indonesia, kahit ako hindi ako mag-expect a Dash Xiao Fusi pick. Game number 1. We know how Coach TG and the whole Team Philippines has refined their global or their macro play all across their biggest opponents sa big stage ng Honor of Kings. I think with the experience na nag-garner nila throughout the tournaments, mas lumakas sila. But with this kind of surprise sa draft, Indonesia mukhang nanonood palagi at they know how to counter out the draft kung paano nila simulan ang ganitong klaseng global approach with a team who's actually controlled by a macro sense mode, which is Team Philippines. They know how to break it in terms of chaos, katulad na lang ng dalawang pick na yon.
And it happens, no? It's just talagang the preparation is there, and the overall parang strat is to target really Philippines in this particular games. And well, again, as you mentioned, guys, pasok pa rin naman tayo sa Asian Games, but nakita natin na nalabanan tayo, natalo tayo, guys, ng Indo in that 2-0 score sa ating series. Pero sa mga nanonood dyan, guys, mayroon tayong huwag nyo kalimutan mag-spectate kayo to claim the commemorative badge on June 21. Yan yung commemorative badge natin can be used in the Grand Venture. More great rewards await for you. So, take nyo lang yan, guys, no? Sa in-game yan this coming June 21.
Bukas, bukas a lot of rewards happening in the refresh or bagong season ng Honor of Kings. Sa mga kaka-reset lang dyan, it's time to grind. Sa tamang oras, baka mamaya pasado midnight, medyo kailangan mo lang ng konting tawag ng tropa, either mag 3-man car, mag 5-man. A lot of in-store or in IRL prizes await you sa Honor of Kings, especially this season. So, kita-kits sa ating mga ranked games.
Yes. So, marami pang chance ngayon, no? We can still go for the grind. Ako nga, papitik-pitik ng laro dito. Talagang gusto kong magpatry mababot ulit ng Grandmaster ng mabilisan. Pero mga kaibigan, panoorin mo na natin ang interviews Team Indonesia. Kasama natin dito, wala iba kundi si Mara.
Team Indonesia remains undefeated, Neville. This is what you wanted. Yesterday, you said you wanted this comeback. In the previous international tournaments, for Indonesia, Philippines has been a difficult opponent. But today, not only did you guys win, you pushed the opponent to the limit. You dominated them. So what was the biggest change in Indonesia that it seems like you guys have leveled up this time around?
I think it's because all this time we were training really hard and we always try to remain consistent until the end of the game. And of course, this is an Indonesian full team, so I think our communication is much better. So we don't have a miscommunication and we try our best to keep it really calm in the game.
Your KDA, I just got this one. It's 105-7-283. That's your KDA for the entire tournament. It was really difficult to eliminate heroes from your team. How proud of you with this achievement?
Maybe I don't really see the KDA though. But if we really did that kind of KDA, I think we should be proud of our team because this is what we train for. But I think this also not the end for us because we still have the main event.
Yesterday, you mentioned that you really wanted this comeback. Now that you got it, how does it feel, especially for you? And how excited are you for the Asian Games? What kind of excitement are you feeling?
I think I feel really good because from the moment we step here until our Light Here Day, until today, it's like really exhausting because we train every day, but the result we got, it proves that we train and we got the result we want.
So proud of your growth. And for sure, Indonesia right now, they're cheering, they're jumping, they're off their seats, cheering for Team Indonesia. What would you like to say to them?
Untuk para fans Indonesia, terima kasih udah dukung kita sampai hari terakhir dari qualifier ini. Ya, kalian bisa lihat lah, kita bukan yang sia-sia, try hard terus, improving, grinding. Dan inilah hasil yang kita kasih untuk kalian semua.
Your hard work has paid off once again. Congratulations. Indonesia dominates and remains at number 1. We'll break it down even more and head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Great words coming in from the representative of the team for Team Indonesia. Seryoso pa rin pala kahit ganun ka-non-bearing yung naging labas ng match na ito, or parang it's something that they really wanna go up against Team Philippines that hindi naging ganun ka Before, yung match with Team Philippines is something that you expect ng Pilipinas na nanalo, but this time around, since full Indonesian team sila, mas synergized ang kanilang nagiging labas dito in terms of the execution moving forward and going up against Team Philippines.
Yes, and talagang nakitaan natin ang malaking potential pala talaga ang team ng Indonesia, especially with them going together as one region. With the interview earlier, he mentioned that this was the first time that they actually played together as a full Indonesian team. So mas madali yung communication. And remember that syempre, if you have an imports also, that you also have to sometimes speak in English. Kung English na talaga yung parang language na mas nag-meet halfway or parang mid-ends ninyo. So yun yung pwedeng mangyari dito. Yun yung nangyari sa kanila. So with that, talagang nakita natin na malakas talaga ang team ng Indo, and they really are looking forward for this game to win against Team Philippines. So Asian Games is going to be more action-packed for sure. And I know for sure, we have Team Philippines right now. Di man nila ina-expect to. And this is something na they will keep parang on their hearts na badalhin nila to hanggang umabot tayo sa Asian Games.
Yep, I think the preparation will start after this tournament dahil hindi din basta-basta ang magiging preparation or naging preparation ng bawat team dito sa Asian Games Qualifiers. Balikan natin ulit ang naging standing dito ng updated scores from Group A. Nagkaroon na nga ng advantage ang Team Indonesia now, 5-8-0, remained undefeated. And also coming in from Group B, Myanmar, still 8-0, walang naging talo. Group C and the ERP, kamusta naman?
Yes, sa Group C, we have Laos, Kazakhstan para sa top 3, and then Vietnam. Tapos Group D, we have Republic of Korea, Hong Kong, China, and Singapore. With that, kita natin kung sino yung mga number 3 on the respective groups. That's going to be the last chance qualifiers for tomorrow. So we have Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan. I also have Vietnam and Singapore na bukas ay maglalaban-laban para malaman kung sino ang makakakuha ng one last slot for the Asian Games.
Magkakaalaman nga bukas for the last chance to qualify. There's only one slot remaining para makakuha ng isang magandang pwesto for the Asian Games heading towards their final approach sa main event. Again guys, repeating this once again that we're still in an Asian Games qualifying mode. Pero nakita natin kung paano magkaroon or mag-display or magpakita ng lakas ang bawat team na ito. Ito na nga nag-iisang slot para makadiretso. Ito na ating qualified teams. We have Indonesia, Philippines, Myanmar, Laos, Kazakhstan, Hong Kong, China, Republic of Korea, and Nepal. Isa na lang po ang naiwan at bukas malalaman natin kung sino pa ang makakahabol.
Yes, and with that, malapit na makompleto ang lahat ng teams na maglalaban-laban for the Asian Games. Remember, we have 2 secured slots or parang invited dito, which is China and Malaysia. Both are very dominating pagdating sa kanilang mga respective regions. And eto yung last chance brackets natin tomorrow. Sinabi ko kanina, we have Uzbekistan versus Kyrgyzstan, and then Vietnam and Singapore maglalaban for the best of 3 series. And then after that, dun tayo sa winners versus winner ng dalawang BO3 semifinals.
Yes, there's a last chance to go for tomorrow. Magiging challenging to Del Puro. Best of 3 pa rin ang mangyayari. So to give you the schedule for tomorrow's matches, ito po ang simula ng ating araw. We have Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan starting in with the 12 o'clock semifinals 1, followed by Vietnam and Singapore in semifinals 2 at 1400. That's 2 o'clock. So to be discussed pa rin ang final match of the day. Dito natin malalaman kung sino nga ba ang dediretso for that final slot for the HOK Asian Games.
Yes, result-based tayo dito, no? Kung sino maglalaban sa ating last series for tomorrow sa ating grand final or finals ng ating last chance qualifier. So we'll see kung sino sa mga teams na ito, considering medyo naging toe-to-toe talaga yung kanilang mga respective brackets, no? Respective groups. Talagang exciting, very exciting tomorrow. Action-packed for sure. And yun na yung kumbaga at stake sa kanila, the last chance to qualify for Asian Games.
Yep, hindi pa uli ang lahat. So pwede pang mag-reset, pwede pang magkaroon ng preparation for tomorrow. A lot of things to review. So good luck man kung sino man ang makakarap nyo guys bukas. A lot of teams would actually prepare for a final chance. Hindi lahat pag may second chance. So ako sa take advantage na rin. Di ba? Hirap yun.
Hindi na second chance, last chance pa.
Last chance pa, no? May kahit may round robin, meron pang third chance, wow.
Kinabahan si tawag dito, si Popoy sa
Si Popoy.
last chance. One more chance kasi.
Dito.
Second chance talaga. At mga kaibigan, once again, such solid matches. Pero speaking of pagiging solid, no? Mag-log in lang para makuha ang 10,000 limited time tokens at bagong Flowborn outfit sa ating game. So alam niyo na yun guys, nasa in-game event yan. Ganda ng outfit.
Flowborn lang talaga, kaya may kakayahan para magkaroon ng ganang mga outfit change guys. So kung ako sa inyo, take nyo na habang bago na ang ating season. Now for another follow-up sa pwede nating makita. Of course, maraming salamat IQ, our official gaming phone of the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers ng Honor of Kings. Malupit to, kumatry din namin pero maraming pong salamat IQ. Looking forward to see you sa Pilipinas.
Yan, paisa lang, no? Makasubok lang ng ganyang cellphone.
Very beautiful.
At alam mo, para sa akin, marami pa tayong mga dito eh. Kumbaga, solid na ma-shoutout, kumbaga, na mga natin, na mga partners natin in the whole Asian Games, giving us more of the opportunity. And I think that's it para sa akin.
And we look forward to see the teams to bounce back tomorrow sa kanilang last chance in settling for that final slot. A lot of chances, pero ngayon, dito lang to sa HOK. Muli po ako po si OSX Cam, muli si GG Spear. Muli po magsama-sama tayo to support our teams dito sa Honor of Kings Asian Games Qualifiers. Magbabalik ulit tayo bukas.
Swear